2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We have reached the halfway mark. NFL Week 9, Gridiron Gameday. Where else would you be? I'm Anthony Gallo. This is Infinity Sports Net, and we've got a jam-packed Sunday for you. 8 1 o'clock games. 3 4 o'clock games, some major matchups, and we've got the spreads, we've got the picks, we've got injury updates, fantasy, all the action, everything, touchdowns, turnovers, big plays, right here on Gridiron Game Day, and we've got a lot to get to. Like I said, 8 1 o'clock matchups. The great Jody Mack will join me at 6 o'clock. We will give you our mid-season awards, NFL MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, all that, disappointing teams, surprising teams, impressive teams. And we start one of those impressive teams, our marquee matchup of the week, Lions, Vikings. Actually, our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window. Our marquee matchup of the week will come later in the 4 o'clock window. With that Chiefs-Bills game. But Lions, Vikings, J.J. McCarthy back. The Lions trying to continue to assert their dominance as they look to go 4-0 at home and to establish themselves as what many think are the best team in the NFC. We also have 4 teams on bye this week. Thankfully, not as many as last week. You know, we love our football, and you can't be deprived of the games. This week, Browns, Jets, Eagles, Bucks. So 2 of the bottom dwellers in the AFC, 2 of the top-tier teams in the NFC. But like I said, we got Lions, Vikings. Panthers visit the Packers. Surprising start for the Panthers. They're looking to stay afloat above 500 because, I guess with a tie, with the Packers is always possible. And the Packers look to build on what has been a good start. But the way people have talked about this Packers team, you would think has been a slow start. So they look to go to 6-1-1, and the Panthers look to go to 5-4. What many think is the best team in the AFC visits Aaron Rodgers, Mike Tomlin, and the Steelers. The Colts 7-1, a surprising dominant start, not a surprising good start, because I think many, like myself, thought they would be a good team. Nobody, I think, in the NFL sphere thought this team could be what may be the best team in the AFC, if not the best team in all of football, led by two guys who will be getting MVP votes in Jonathan Taylor and Daniel Jones if the MVP voting had ended today. Colts 7-1, visiting the Steelers, who are 4-3. They are looking to build on what has been a hot and cold start. They've won some games they shouldn't. They've lost some games they shouldn't have also. So it has been a mix and a mixed bag of reaction with this Steelers team. You know, specifically that Jets and Pats game. Felt like they should have lost it. They won. And some of these other games that they've lost, it felt like they should have won. And we see if they could put together, outside of that London game, a complete four-quarter performance, both offensively and defensively. The continuously banged up 49ers at 5-3 head to MetLife in New Jersey to play the exciting but somehow yet disappointing Giants, who are 2-6. Brock Purdy is questionable as of, last reported, but Mac Jones is starting. So Mac Jones will be starting. They have a host of injuries, as they have all season, and we will give you the full injury report in a bit. I'll give you my picks as well, which have been putrid. So Niners visit the Giants. Falcons visit the Patriots. The Falcons trying to get back to 500 as they are 3-4. And the Pats continue to build on what has been an exciting season for them. They are a half game ahead of the Bills. They own the tiebreaker against the Bills. They are 6-2. The Mike Vrabel era has started off very nicely. So they look to build at home on that one. They are currently 2-2 at home. So ironically enough, 4-0 on the road, 2-2 on home. So we look to see if they continue what has been an awesome start for them. And it started off disappointing. We flash back to week 1. You lose to a lifeless Raiders team that is now lifeless. At the time, obviously not. Week 1, everyone's excited. And this Patriots team has completely taken a 180 and built off that moment. They probably should have won week 1. They probably should have beaten the Steelers, like I said earlier. So that is a big, implication on the season, and they are very close. Similar to the Colts. If Mitchell doesn't fumble at the goal line and have that horrendous holding call against the Rams, you're looking at two teams that should be undefeated. It's a narrative here where you look at a lot of these top teams in the AFC. We'll get to the Broncos in a bit as well, where they've had a lot of their losses have come down to mistakes they've made. So the Patriots look to go to 7-2 there. The Broncos visit the Texans. Broncos 6-2. Texans 3-4. A battle of two of at least the 3 best defenses in the league, because I would put the Browns in that conversation as well. But the Texans and Broncos face off in Houston at NRG Stadium. The Texans looking to get to 4-4. They've played very good football as of late, and they have been the most underrated defense for sure, because as much hype as the Broncos defense has got, no one's really talking about this Texans defense, who's given up the least amount of points in the league. And the Broncos look to build on what has been a fun 4-game winning streak for them. Actually, maybe 5. I have to double check that. With their 2 losses coming on last second field goals. And if you remember in the Colts game, the bad penalty that set up another field goal as they commit a bonehead penalty, which this Broncos team has done a lot. And the Texans look to build. C.J. Stroud playing better. They finally have a host of receivers at his helm where he can actually throw to some guys and they're not all injured. They look to get the 4-4, like I said. No Pat Surtain for the Broncos. And I've been telling the guys around the office because I think it's hilarious. The Broncos have activated 41-year-old, the man who never dies, Mercedes Lewis, still kicking, 41 years old. He'll be active for the Broncos roster. I doubt he will be a major factor, but I thought that was a fun fact. And the Chargers go to Tennessee. They are 5-3. The Titans are 1-7. They look to give any form of life this week against a Chargers team, which, like the Niners, I would probably say is the most banged-up team in the AFC. Niners probably the most banged-up team in the NFC. And this Chargers team looks to go to 6-3. They try to keep pace with the Broncos. They try to keep pace with the Chiefs, who are red hot, in a very scary AFC West. And the Titans just try to get anything going. No Calvin Ridley, no Simmons this week. So they look for any kind of life as we head into the NFL trade deadline. And today will have a lot of impact on what happens going forward with the NFL trade deadline. Bears at Bengals. Bears 4-3. Bengals 3-5. Joe Flacco was playing. We weren't sure if he would be. He was questionable leading it into today. So he will be playing. We'll see what that offense can build off of after a choke job against the Jets, after a rough Week 8 loss. And the Bears are trying to regain some stability. You know, they played well early. They've had some exciting wins. They've had some disappointing losses. You know, getting blown out by the Lions, getting, kind of blown out last week. So the Bears look to move forward there. They try to get to 5-3, and the Bengals try to get to 4-5. The Ravens showing some life this week. And if the Steelers lose, that AFC North is still up for the grabs for the Bengals and for the Ravens. So we'll see what happens there. A lot of injuries to note. And like I said, we will get to all of the injury report in a bit. In the 4 o'clock window, Jags at Raiders. Jags 2.5-point favorites on the road. And the only reason why I'm noting that right now before we get into the whole, lists of, spreads is you would think that would be a bigger spread for the Jaguars, even though they are on the road. But Jags at Raiders. Raiders trying to get to 3-5. They don't, they are in a weird window right now. They weren't going into the season rebuilding, and they are now, feels like if they lose today, they will be in full rebuild mode. Max Crosby, they've said they won't trade him. The Cowboys have been floated as a rumored place there. They have guys like Jacoby Myers. They just picked up Tyler Lockett. And the Jaguars, without Travis Hunter today, are trying to, again, like the Bears, like some other teams in the league who are in that teetering, middling, are they a pretender, are they a contender, window. They try to get the 5-3. They look to get any kind of consistency, and I think that's the key here for a lot of these teams in that area. They just try to get consistency. For the Saints, they visit the Rams. They're 1-7. A lot of injuries for them. We don't know if Kamara's playing today. They made a quarterback change, and we'll get more on that later as well. The Rams try to get to 6-2. They're at home. This is the biggest spread of the day. By far, Chargers are the second biggest spread. Actually, I'm sorry, the Packers are the second biggest spread coming into the day, and we'll get you all those exact numbers in a bit. But Rams 5-2, Saints 1-7. And our game of the week, I told you the game of the 1 o'clock window, Vikings, Lions, J.J. McCarthy's return. The Lions looking to build on what has been an exciting early season to try and, reward the people who praise them and, the few doubters that are still out there, hold them off. But the Chiefs and the Bills, our game of the week, how can it not be the game of the week? Mahomes, Allen, AFC title games, two AFC monsters facing off in Buffalo at Highmark Stadium or Orchard Park, whichever, if you want to be exact. Chiefs are 5-3. Bills are 5-2. Coming off the bye, they're trying to build in what has, or not coming off the bye, coming off, a big week from James Cook. I'm sorry, mixing up my weeks here. But a big week from James Cook last week. That Bills team has been a more versatile offense than they have been in the past. And this Chiefs team, the NFL had a chance to kill them early. All these teams are going to, kick themselves in the butt come playoff time when the Chiefs are still around and probably still fighting, if not winning the AFC West. And they're at 5-3. We thought they were dead in the water. That game, I think it was week 4, where the Ravens and the Chiefs faced off. And we thought this was going to be the week that the Chiefs finally go away. And they are still around. And they still feel like the team to beat in the AFC. And this week will give us a clearer picture on that. When you get to this point in the season, week 9, midway through the season, you have a complete, clear picture of who, some of the top teams are, who will be in the playoff picture. But also the matchups feel to mean more. Early on in the season, we always say it feels like the first few weeks feel like an extended preseason, and you can't really take a lot out of what happened in week 1, week 2, week 3. Like I said, the Raiders beat the Pats. And not that I don't think the Packers are one of the, top teams in the NFC, the way they handled the Lions week 1. And now look at where the Lions are. So this is a big week for Josh Allen, for Patrick Mahomes, as they face off again in what has been kind of a one-sided rivalry, in games that matter. I know we've had a few games where the Bills have gotten the best of them. The controversial game in week, I forgot what week it was last year. Allen had a great record against Mahomes in the regular season, but Mahomes owns him in the postseason, 4-0 in the postseason. I think Josh Allen's 3-1, 4-1 against the Chiefs in the regular season. So a lot to really break down in that one. But we have a bunch of games. Like I said, 8 1 o'clock windows, Panthers, Packers, Vikings, Lions, Colts, Steelers, Niners, Giants, Falcons, Patriots, Bears, Bengals, Broncos, Texans, Chargers, Titans, all in the 1 o'clock window. And we kick off from Lambeau, Panthers at Packers. Bill Rabier's got us with a complete breakdown of that one.
Well, as you'd mentioned earlier, the second largest spread of the day today, the Packers big favorites over the Panthers today. And I know a lot of Packer fans are hoping that this is somewhat of a drama-free game. They've been big favorites a couple of times before, and it looked like they were going to run away with it, the game in Cleveland and then Dallas, and let things slip away in the fourth quarter, or certainly in the second half, and they're hoping to avoid that today. And fans are encouraged after last week's second-half performance against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh, and they're hoping that they can count on them to build on that today. Well, we'll see. It's a beautiful day for football. A little overcast, temperatures in the upper 40s here at Lambeau today, and the Packers are looking to build on, like I said, what they did last week, and they're hoping they can do it with Josh Jacobs in the running game. They've been a little bit inconsistent on offense. They feel like they've left a lot of points out there. Jacobs has been dealing with a calf injury, although he downplayed it and told me yesterday in the locker room that, or Friday, I should say, that it's a non-issue, that it's behind him, and we'll see. He's been, I would say forcing his way in the lineup, but certainly making his own case to be in the lineup. He's never going to back down, and they're hoping that certainly he can get things going. I was looking at some numbers today that from this point last year, where he had over 1,300 yards rushing last year, to this year, he's about 100 yards under his pace from a year ago. But last year at this time, he'd only scored 1 touchdown. This year, he already has 9 touchdowns on the ground. So they've utilized him in the red zone very well. He just hasn't had that breakout game yet, hasn't gotten to 100 yards. And they'll see if they can do that today. And Jordan Love will try to continue his fine play, too. Look for his tight end Tucker Kraft, and maybe, to the fans' delight, get Matthew Golden involved, the Packers' first-round wide receiver choice, who has been off to somewhat of a slow start. He's been playing well. When they've thrown the ball, he's caught it. Just haven't gone to him that much, and Packer fans are hoping that changes today. Packers and the Panthers getting ready to kick off here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill, and we will check in on that one. That Packers defense has gotten a lot of flack, and I don't understand it. They are, I think, 6th in points allowed this year, and they look to build off of what was an impressive second half last week against the Steelers team. They got after Aaron Rodgers, so a lot for Packers fans to be excited about. And the Panthers, also a good defense, but they've been hot and cold at times, and they had a rough week last week, and they try to stabilize this week at 4-5 in a division that is still kind of up for grabs. I know the Bucs are off this week, but they sit right now. They are a game and a half, I guess, or 2 games back of the Bucs. So we look to see if they can gain a game as the Bucs are off, or I guess it would be a half game at this point. And we will monitor that. Obviously, I'll give you an updated standings a little later. And let's go out to our game of the 1 o'clock window. Vikings visited the Lions. J.J. McCarthy returning from injury this week. The Lions trying to continue to assert their dominance. And more on that. Our guy, Dustin Fiocco, has more for us.
Yeah, I'm outside of Ford Field right now, and we have got a capacity crowd on hand talking about the weather out at Lambeau. Kind of opposite here in Detroit. It's beautiful, sunshiny weather, and the crowd is pumped. Bringing up J.J. McCarthy. He's returned to the Vikings. Also a return here to Detroit. A lot of Michigan fans here at Ford Field. He did lead the Wolverines to a national title, some Big Ten titles. Probably not going to be receiving the most warmest of welcomes here today, though, as Lions fans are hungry to gain ground in that NFC North. It's a very tight matchup, especially we just heard from Packers fans and the Packers updates. Packers and Lions, very, very neck and neck. We're going to see if the Lions can gain a little more ground with another divisional win today. Under Dan Campbell, they've been great in divisional games. This year they're 1-2. They did have that loss to the Packers, a win against the Bears to follow, and now they got a meeting with the Vikings, the first time they're matching up with them in this season. Lions have had the Vikings number. They had that big win to close out the season last year, Week 17. It was for the 1 seed. It was for the division. Lions coming out on top in that situation. This time they're facing J.J. McCarthy at quarterback for the Vikings, so it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out in downtown Detroit.
Thank you so much, Dustin, and we will check in as soon as that one kicks off as well. The Colts, and we mentioned defenses, we mentioned offense, and the Colts near the top in defense. I think they are top 10 in points allowed, and they are number 1 by almost 30 points in points scored. They have the highest point differential, and the Steelers, looking to what has been an inconsistent defense and an inconsistent offense at times, look to stabilize a bit, stay above 500, and more on that from Acrisure Stadium. Brian Bacco's got us covered.
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, Steelers still lead the AFC North, but it doesn't feel like that right now after giving up 68 points the last 2 weeks between the Bengals and Packers combined, just picking them apart on defense. And the Colts have to be licking their chops coming in here or stomping their feet or neighing or whatever baby horses do, because the Steelers are even more banged up now in the secondary than they were the past couple weeks. I have a feeling that Kyle Duggar, who they just traded for, safety from the Patriots on Tuesday, might be playing strong safety for basically this entire game. And Jalen Ramsey, who is best known as a shadow corner for most of his career, is going to be exclusively at free safety, according to Mike Tomlin. So this Steelers defensive backfield might get worse before it gets better. And now it's a date with not only Daniel Jones, but Jonathan Taylor, who's probably going to require 7 and 8 in the box at times to stop him.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we will check in there. And that's an interesting note there. Brian saying that it looks like Duggar and Ramsey are going to be the safety pairing for the majority of that one. So that is going to be a tough matchup for that Steelers defense against the NFL's best offense. They do it in the air. They do it on the ground. Both the quarterback and running back can do it on the ground. So a lot to see there. We got a lot more to get to. Like I said, 8 1 o'clock games, 3 4 o'clock games. We'll get you the injury report. I'll get you my picks. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. NFL Week 9, the midway mark. It is not the midway mark for wings, burgers, dogs, whatever you got on the menu. And we will have some food on the menu here at some point. But we got a lot to get to. Like I said, we got Niners at the Giants. Niners going to MetLife. They're dealing with a lot of injuries. The Giants are dealing with a lot of injuries. There's also a lot of excitement surrounding this Giants team, even at 2-6. And from MetLife, our guy, Mike Mancuso, sets the scene.
All right, Anthony, and if we do have wings at halftime, I'll see if I can get you some.
And some Twix, ice cream bars, too.
Yes, exactly right. But you are right. There is still excitement about this Giants team, despite the loss to Philly last week and then the really brutal loss against the Denver a couple of weeks ago. Dart continues to lose weapons, but he continues to still impress. Obviously, no Cam Scatterboo this week. He's already lost Malik Neighbors. I do think that you'll see some good efforts out of Tyrone Tracy and Devin Singletary in the backfield today. But, he continues to lose plays. Daniel Bellinger, a tight end, not a game-breaking type player or receiver for Jackson Dart, but he's more of a safety valve. He's also not playing tonight. So, Dart has been working with the receivers that he does have, especially after practice. Darius Slayton, Wandell Robinson, tight end Deal Johnson, Ray McLeod, somebody they elevated from the practice squad, so we'll see what they can get going out of them. San Francisco has struggled with the pass rush this season, so maybe the Giants can get something going there. San Francisco, however, and there are plenty of 49er fans in the building today, they want to run the ball. At least that's what they said all week. Kyle Shanahan said that they are challenging the team to run. Christian McCaffrey, an excellent running back, as you know. He does have a lot of catches out of the backfield, but 49ers banged up at wide receiver. They're going to try to run the ball, and the Giants haven't stopped anyone, which leads me to my final preview point. It'll be interesting to see how Dexter Lawrence on the Giants' defensive line reacts this week. He was nudged a lot by Carl Banks on a podcast, the two-time Super Bowl champion. I'm sure you heard it this week. He said, Dexter, no one respects you. They're running on you. They're blocking you with second-string players, to which Dexter said, they're still double-teaming me 60% of the time, but, maybe Carl Banks trying to light a little fire under Dexter Lawrence sitting on the defensive line, so we'll see. But really nice day for football. Anthony, temperatures are going to be in the mid-50s. No wind to speak of. Of course, you always have to worry about the Giants' kicking game with Graham Gano's injuries. So we'll see how this plays out. But, this is another excellent chance for the Giants to make a statement today.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we will check back in there from MetLife. It is gorgeous out today in the New York area, so we'll see if that holds up. We're almost on the precipice of, the cold weather creeping in. But, somewhere, not unfamiliar to cold weather, Falcons versus the Patriots from Gillette Stadium. The Patriots continue to try and build on what has been an epic, very exciting start to the Mike Vrabel era, and Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Anthony, we have clam chowder here if you want some.
I'm always down for some food. You said it this way, and I will chomp down on it.
You got it, buddy. Hey, the Patriots defense is the only unit in the NFL that is yet to allow an opposing runner 50 yards in the game. But this afternoon against Atlanta, they're going to face a severe test with Bijan Robinson lining up against them. He is ninth in the league with 549 yards, sixth in the NFL in all-purpose yards at 962. He's also the Falcons' second leading receiver with 413, and he has 2 touchdowns rushing, 2 receiving. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel said this week that he will severely test their edge. The Patriots defensive tackle Milt Williams told me that Robinson has speed, quickness, power, and they must know where he is on every offensive play. Now, after missing last week with a knee injury, Michael Penix, he's back at quarterback for the Falcons this afternoon, and he'll have his receiver, Drake London, back after he, too, missed last week with a hip injury. Now, Atlanta's defense, they're rated second in the NFL, allowing only 275 yards a game, and they are number 1 in pass defense, allowing only 149 yards per game. They also blitz more than any team in the NFL, 45% of the time to be exact. And testing the Falcons today will, of course, be Drake May. He leads the NFL in completion percentage of 75, quarterback rating at 118.7. He has thrown for 2,026 yards with 15 TDs, just 3 interceptions. And in terms of plays over 20 yards, this is amazing, really. May is 13 of 17 with 5 touchdowns. Now, the Patriots will not have lead running back Ramondre Stevenson today. He sits with a toe injury, so that means that rookie Trayvon Henderson will be in that spot. Now, last week, the Ohio State rookie ran for a career-high 75 yards and 10 carries. It included a career-long run of 27 yards. Earlier this week, the Patriots traded safety Kyle Duggar to the Steelers and defensive end Keon White to the 49ers. Now, the Patriots lead this series, at this point, including the postseason, 10-6 with 7 straight wins over Atlanta. And that includes a particular post.
Oh, I think we lost Alan there. Oh, we got him back.
Okay. I was going to say that the postseason record with the Patriots with Atlanta, it is 10-6 with 7 straight wins. And that includes a particular postseason game in February of 2017 with Roman numerals. In that game, you might remember, the Patriots trailed 28-3 late in the third quarter. That game and series don't mean much anything today, but it's always nice to bring up. Anthony, no problems with the weather. It's a perfect November football day here in the Boston area also. Very little wind, sunny skies, and temperatures in the low 50s.
Thank you so much, Alan. And I'm sure if he sends that New England clam chowder, it'll get here right by halftime of the 4 o'clock games. So we're all set. We got a lot of food to get to. And he did mention that that's 28, the 28-3, that Super Bowl. It has nothing to do with the players on the field today, but I am sure it is stuck in both fan bases' minds. But we got a lot more to get to. We'll get to the Bears and Bengals, Broncos, Texans, Chargers, Titans. A lot of excitement there. Like we said, Mancuso's bringing, maybe some wings, maybe some, Twix ice cream bars. Siegel said he's going to get the clam chowder. We got a lot of food on the menu. As always, NFL Week 9, and it's the midseason point. For a lot of these teams, they are going to be making decisions about their players going forward. And for a lot of these teams, they're going to be making, decisions about if they are going to bring in pieces. We've talked about wide receiver as a piece that is being sought after around the league, whether, it's Jalen Waddle's name, who the Dolphins supposedly want a first-round pick for. So that seems highly unlikely, but their pass rushers, it seems a bit more likely they could go after. And when it comes to, other teams looking for pieces, whether it is, offensive line, defensive line, that is going to be the key word after today. And after tomorrow's Monday night game, when Tuesday comes along and that trade deadline hits, we can expect some, I'm not going to say monumental moves, but some names to be moved that matter, some teams to get better. A lot of teams we've heard, the Broncos, we've heard the Pats both looking for wide receiver help. We've heard teams looking for pass rush help, whether it's the Commanders. We've heard huge names like Trey Hendrickson and Max Crosby, Myles Garrett all floated around. So a lot to look out for. Many of these names will not be traded because of the package that they want in return. But the trade deadline is upon us, and today is going to set apart teams that are going to be buyers and sellers. We'll get to all the rest of the game preview. We'll get you my picks, the injury report, all that right here on Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update from our guy, Tony Pierno.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
All right, Ant, the surprising Colts headed to Pittsburgh this afternoon to take on the Steelers. Daniel Jones has shocked the football world by leading Indianapolis to a 7-1 record and an NFL-leading 33.8 points per game. Jones says communication will be key in a tough environment on the road.
Anytime you're going on the road and playing in a big game like this, you prepare for it, prepare for the communication aspect of it, making sure we're all on the same page.
Kickoff is coming up at the top of the hour. In the late afternoon window, the 5-2 Rams will battle the 1-7 Saints in Los Angeles. Matthew Stafford will have his top playmaker on the field as Puka Nacua returns from an ankle injury.
Feels good. The rehab process was good. I'm Mark that I get to work with, and Reggie, our training room staff does a great job. The time being able to spend back out here and get some work in, and feel like I can hit the ground running and come back this week.
Nacua was leading the NFL in receptions and yards receiving before getting injured in Baltimore 3 weeks ago. Kickoff is at 4:05 Eastern. The Sunday night game features the Commanders hosting the Seahawks. Washington, which is seeking to end a 3-game losing streak, will receive a boost with the return of quarterback Jaden Daniels. Daniels missed last week due to a hamstring injury. Washington will still be without star wideout Terry McLaurin, who will miss his 5th game with a quad injury. Kickoff tonight is at 8:20 Eastern. Game 7 of the World Series was one for the ages. The Dodgers beat the Blue Jays last night in 11 innings 5-4 to secure its 2nd straight World Championship. Will Smith delivered the tie-breaking homer in the 11th.
Taking great at-bats, finally punched through there. Man, that was a fight, for 7 games. That's a really good Toronto Blue Jays team. Man, I'm just excited. There's nothing better than this.
NBA today, the defending champion Thunder seek to remain perfect as they host the Pelicans. Tip-off is at 3:30 Eastern. Meantime, the Spurs are off to a franchise-best 5-0 start. They will look to keep the good times rolling this evening when they visit the Phoenix Suns. Tip-off is at 8 Eastern. And the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Phoenix Raceway for the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. The green flag will wave a little after 3 Eastern. I'm Tony Pierno.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. NFL Week 9 is upon us. So much to get to. We don't have that much time. We got a lot of games to preview, so I do want to get you my picks and the injury report. But first, the most important, the injury report. Niners, like we said, ton of injuries all year, and this week is no different. Mac Jones is starting. Brock Purdy questionable. I'm not sure. I'm going to get an update on that as soon as we get ready. But Mac Jones is starting no matter what Brock Purdy's status is. They'll be without Ricky Pearsall again. No Bryce Huff. No Gross Matos. No Jarek Brendel. On the Giants side, Paulson Adebo and Cordell Flott both out. Illuminor and Daniel Bellinger were doubtful. For Detroit, Kirby Joseph, Malcolm Rodriguez, Daniel Thomas all out. Minnesota will be without C.J. Ham, Jeff Okudah, and Josh Oliver. For the Falcons, Michael Penix, Drake London are back. No Storm Norton, no Billy Bowman Jr. For the Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson is out. So look for a lot of Travion Henderson in that one. For the Packers, no Dante Wicks, no Lucas Van Ness. For the Panthers, no Cade Mays. For the Bears, DeAndre Swift. This is a big one for, the Swift owners out there, the Swifties. DeAndre Swift, that was such a dumb joke. I'm sorry. DeAndre Swift and Luther Burden III, they're both out. Trey Hendrickson, Marco Wilson, and Logan Wilson also out. I believe that we got a ruling on Trey Hendrickson. He is inactive for this one. Joe Flacco will play. So we do have a update on Trey Hendrickson. For the Broncos, the big one, no Pat Surtain Jr., no Marvin Mims, P.J. Locke, and Nate Atkins also out. Mercedes Lewis activated. Elijah Huzzy, he's out. For the Steelers, Jabril Peppers, Corey Trice Jr., Cole Holcomb, they're out. For the Colts, the big notable name is Samson Abukum. For the Chargers, again, another running back, Hassan Haskins put on IR. Tony Jefferson, the safety, he's also out. For the Titans, Arden Key, Xavier Woods, Jeffrey Simmons, and Calvin Ridley out. We will get an update later in the day on this one, but Darius Williams doubtful for the Rams. Alvin Kamara questionable for the Saints. For Buffalo, no Shaq Thompson, no Josh Palmer, and Daquan Jones as well. For the Chiefs, still without offensive lineman Josh Simmons. Isaiah Pacheco also out. For the Jags, Travis Hunter, Tim Patrick, and Eric Murray out. And Lonnie Johnson and Aiden O'Connell out for Vegas. The Seahawks, look out for them. Cooper Kupp is on the injury report. They're already down 2 receivers. They've had to elevate 2 receivers. So if he is also out, that is something to note in the primetime window as well. As far as my picks go, it's been an awful season. I am 15-20, so I hope to God most of you have not played these. We have yet to hit one of these parlays. This week, we went a little safer. Amon-Ra, St. Brown, over 6.5 receiving yards. Cincinnati, plus 2.5. The Colts to cover at 3. CMC, anytime touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, anytime touchdown. And Travis Etienne Jr., 75-plus rushing and receiving combined yards. Before we get to the rest of the updates, I'll give you the whole spread lineup. Packers are 13-point favorites over the Panthers. Lions are 9.5-point favorites over the Vikings. On the road, the Colts are 3-point favorites. On the road, the Niners are 2.5-point favorites over the Giants. The Patriots are 5-point favorites over the Falcons at home. On the road, the Bears are 2.5-point favorites over the Bengals. The Texans are 2-point favorites at home. That line has shifted a bit. All of these were taken right before we went on air. The Chargers, 9.5-point favorites on the road against the Titans in the 4 o'clock window. Jaguars, 2.5-point favorites over the Raiders on the road. The Rams at home, 14-point favorites. That's the biggest spread of the day. And the Chiefs are -2 on the road, against the Bills. Bills at home, underdogs. All these lines brought to you by BetMGM. Let's go out, though. Bears, Bengals. Bears trying to stay above 500. the Bengals trying to gain some ground in a very open AFC North, and Jason Earhart has more for us.
Yeah, both teams could really use a W here today. Subpar performances last week. The Bengals blowing a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter and losing at home to the Jets, while the Bears saw their 4-game win streak come to an end against the Ravens and a backup quarterback. They will face a backup quarterback again this week. It, of course, will be Joe Flacco. He did injure the AC joint in his throwing shoulder last week. He's been questionable all week. He's going to give it a go, but if that flares up for some reason, Jake Browning will be ready to go. The Bengals will also be without defensive end Trey Hendrickson, suffering from that hip injury. The Bengals defense, or should I say lack thereof, has struggled even with Hendrickson in, but without him, absolutely no semblance of any pass rush at all. Defense held a players-only meeting this week. We'll see if that helps correct some could only be described as abysmal tackling and some poor angles to ball carriers. Bengals allowing 408 yards a game and giving up 253 points. They're dead last against the run and third to last against the pass. Against the Jets last week, they gave up 500-plus yards against the Jets team that hadn't scored a touchdown in 2 weeks. So I'm sure Caleb Williams and company are licking their chops here today. DeAndre Swift out. Kyle Monangai will start at running back. Bengals also without linebacker Logan Wilson and backup corner Mark Wilson as well. Could be a high-scoring affair today. The Bengals did find a little something in the run game last 2 weeks, 323 yards combined. We'll see if they can continue that. And one bit of history today, potentially with 10 receptions, Jamar Chase would join Megatron Calvin Johnson as the only players in NFL history to record 10 or more catches in 4 consecutive games. Weather should be decent. Looks like low 50s, a little bit of rain coming in, but this should be a good afternoon for football.
Thank you so much, Jason. That's an awesome stat there. I didn't even know that. Jamar Chase has been on a tear, and a lot of it's had to do with Joe Flacco. We'll see how much that injury to Joe Flacco hinders him from passing the ball today. But this is also a Bears defense who's been very up and down, a Bears offense which has been good. No Swift today, so Kyle Monangai is a guy to watch. Could be a big piece in that Bears offense, but it has been a lot of inconsistency in that pass game, inconsistency in that run game. Also, I love a good uniform. Packers running with this old school. It's supposed to look like the old leather helmet on the print on their helmet. Pretty cool. I like it. It's a lot better than some of the throwbacks that we've seen. That Steelers one last week was rough. But 2 teams that last week, I love those Texan alternates last week, and the Broncos throwbacks had a great 2 great uniforms, but a big game for both. The Texans trying to gain a step in the AFC. They've been playing great football the last 3-4 weeks, and that defense is the most underrated in the league. Least amount of points given up. And the Broncos, a very hyped up defense. No Pat Surtain today. They look to continue their hot streak. All of this from Houston. Our guy, Adam Spillane, has more for us.
Hey, Anthony, and I'm with you on those Broncos throwbacks. I wish they'd be wearing. I wish they were wearing them today.
I agree.
But you have the 6-2 Broncos against the 3-4 Texans. Both teams coming off of impressive wins. Texans getting the blowout win over San Francisco. The Broncos getting the blowout win over the Cowboys last week. And for Denver, you mentioned no Pat Surtain. He is out today. He suffered a pec injury against the Cowboys last week. So that's bad news for Denver. Houston, on the other hand, is getting healthier. They will get back top receiver Nico Collins, who missed last week's game with a concussion, and also Christian Kirk, who missed the last 2 games with a hamstring injury. He is back. And then one other injury note for the Texans, Dalton Schultz was on the injury report throughout the week with a couple of shoulder and a knee injury. He did not practice Wednesday or Thursday. He returned to practice on Friday, and he is active today. One big matchup to watch in this game, obviously we mentioned no Surtain, but that Broncos pass rush has been the league's best. They have 36 sacks through 8 games this season, most of the league. The next best team has 26 sacks, and while this Texans offensive line has not allowed a ton of sacks this season, there have been a lot of instances where they have struggled to protect C.J. Stroud. So that will probably that might be the matchup that decides this game: the Broncos pass rush against the Texans pass block. So the Texans and Broncos, big one in the AFC as the Texans try to get back on track, try to get back to 500, and then the Broncos try and keep their lead in the AFC West.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will monitor that. Both teams, great pass rushes. The Broncos dealing with injuries on that offensive line. They are, I believe, I have to get a double check, but the guard is their backup guard. At one point, they were playing with their third-string guard this season. So we'll see what happens there. And for the Texans, a very, below average pass protection for C.J. Stroud. It's been their issue the last 2 seasons. It's probably their biggest issue outside of health the last 2 seasons. So we will see how they continue to build off of that one. And it's going to be a defensive, a battle today. I believe the number right now is at 40.5. Honestly, you could probably bet the under on this one. If there was a way, I don't think there is possible. Obviously, our sports book here in New York is a little bit more limited. If you could bet total sacks, I'm sure the number is high, but I would probably still hit the over on that, as Bo Nix will probably be running for his life against one of the premier pass rushes in the league in the Texans pass rush, and the best pass rush in the league in the Broncos pass rush. He's also going to be, on the other side, C.J. Stroud, running for his life as well. Let's go out to Tennessee. Chargers, Titans. Brad Douglas sets the scene for us.
Hey, thanks a lot. The 5-3 Chargers come to Nashville to take on the 1-7 Titans. Both these teams coming off big blowout games. The Colts blowing out the Titans. The Chargers big over Minnesota, 37-10, and so the Chargers looking to increase their lead and increase their chances, while the Titans looking for their first victory under Coach Mike McCoy. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Brant, and we will bounce back between all of these games, including the Titans-Chargers. We've got a lot of football kickoffs coming up next. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. NFL Week 9 action. We are moments away from everything kicking off, and we've got a lot of football to get to in that 1 o'clock window. Vikings at Lions. That's our marquee matchup of the day, or of the 1 o'clock window. I keep saying day. But then you look at that 4 o'clock window and you see Chiefs, Bills. I don't know why I said Jets there. I am on a lot of cold medication, if you cannot hear it in my voice. So forgive me. But Chiefs, Bills, that's our matchup of the day in the 1 o'clock window. Vikings, Lions, divisional matchup. Lions trying to get to 4-0 at home. 6-2 on the season. Vikings trying to get to 500. J.J. McCarthy back, healthy. And see if that has any impact on this Vikings offense. And unfortunately, I do not think it will, not to upset our producer, Nico Scarlatus, Michigan alum, but I am not a big believer in J.J. McCarthy. Somebody I am a big believer in is Drake May and that Patriots offense. And that game's about to kick off. Falcons, Pats, Alan Siegel's got more from Gillette.
Well, Anthony, Drake May has 7 straight games over 100 pass rating. 8 would tie a club record set by Tom Brady, and also would tie the only other guys that have 8, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, and Lamar Jackson. The NFL record, by the way, is 12 by Rodgers. That was set in 2011. The Patriots going for their 6th win in a row. If they get it, it'll be the longest since 2021. The Falcons looking to play like they did a couple of weeks ago when they beat the Bills. Perfect weather here. We're just about to kick off. We'll keep you posted all day long, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. A lot to monitor. And I really like what this Patriots offense has built. And we talked about it earlier. The deadline is a few days away. So expect that Patriots team to be active. I'm not saying they're going to take a big swing, but going to get another receiving target for Drake May. On the run game, between Drake May, Stevenson, and Henderson, they have a lot of firepower. Obviously, no Ramondre Stevenson today, but they have a lot of, guys to play with. Some teams to watch as far as potential sellers. The Giants, in my opinion, potential sellers if they lose this week. If they win this week, it's wide open. The 7th seed right now is the Niners in that conference in the NFC. So a win today puts the Giants back in the playoff picture, in my opinion. A loss today, possibly they sell off some of these guys. I'm not saying a whole fire, sale, because they have the quarterback now that they believe is the guy. So why would they blow it all up right now? But it's some guys they could get, expiring contracts. teams like that. The Titans are definitely going to be sellers. To what extent? We've heard that Cam Ward and Jeffrey Simmons are absolute no-goes as far as trade talks go, but they do have some other guys, Calvin Ridley, some defensive players there. We've already seen them trade a corner as well to the Rams, and we will see what the Saints will do. Is Alvin Kamara going to be a part of the trade discussions going forward? And for the Raiders, Max Crosby's been, as of right now, considered a no-go as well trade-wise, but that's a potentially one as well. We are kicked off, and the 1 o'clock window is underway. We've already heard from New England. Let's go out to Cincinnati. Bears, Bengals. Flacco's playing. Trey Hendrickson is not. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Well, the Bengals get on the board. They don't even need Joe Flacco to go out. It was a 99-yard kickoff return by Charlie Jones on the opening kick, and Evan McPherson knocks through the extra point, and it's good. So we are 11 seconds into this game. The Bengals already have a 7-0 lead. The Bears won the toss and deferred to the second half, maybe regretting that choice right now. So the Bengals with the early 7-0 lead, getting ready to kick it off to the Bears here in Cincinnati.
Wow, a big start there, Cincinnati. Off to the Charlie Jones, the kick return, gets us started. NFL Week 9, like every week, the NFL season is always full of excitement. Everything's kicked off. All our 8 games are underway right now, and we've had that's got to be our quickest score of the season to date. So a big start there, and also big start for my picks this week. So hopefully that Bengals, and that's a good thing. You give, that offense, Flacco, a little bit of a breather. And I'm not talking like on the day, but a breather as far as you've given them a chance to not come out and immediately start from behind, as we know that defense likes to struggle. Jackson Dart with a scramble up the middle for the first down. He gets them to midfield. We got a first down here by the Lions. Laporta with a nice catch to the right. It gets past the sticks, and they have a first down. So the Lions are in Minnesota's territory. The Giants are at midfield. The Falcons are getting ready to punt. It's 4th and 12 for them on their own 30. The Titans have the ball after a big run by Pollard. 3rd and 4 for the Steelers. Let's see if they're at about midfield as Aaron Rodgers drops back, and it looks like he's going to fall well short on the pass to Warren. So that's going to be a punt for the Steelers, and the Colts will take over after that. Giants now 2nd and 3 from San Francisco's 46 after another scramble from Jackson Dart. So that's going to give San Francisco fits all day. Let's go out to Houston for an update. Broncos, Texans, Adam Spillane has the update.
All right, Anthony. Texans are on the move. They are near midfield after Nico Collins just picked up a 3rd and 8 with a 9-yard catch. So far, we talked about this about 15 minutes ago. The Texans' offensive line doing a pretty good job against this Broncos pass rush. Nico Collins back for the Texans after he missed last week's game with a concussion. Christian Kirk also back for Houston as well after he missed 2 games with a hamstring injury. No Patrick Surtain for the Broncos. He suffered a pec injury last week against the Cowboys, so he is out today. So Texans have the ball, 2nd down and 8 from their own 49. We are 2 minutes into this one as a 3rd down will be upcoming after Woody Marks ran for, it looked like no gain or maybe even a loss. So 3rd and long coming up for Houston as they approach midfield.
Thank you so much, Adam. It's worth noting, Dre Greenlaw active this week, obviously served his 1-game suspension against the Cowboys. So we'll see how that Texans offense deals with a banged-up Broncos defense. And they, like he said, offensive line doing a good job to start. 3rd and 4 for the Lions as they are at the 40-yard line. We'll get an update in that one in a second. First, let's go out to MetLife as Mike Mancuso has more on the Niners and Giants.
All right, Anthony. The Giants on their first drive, they now have a 2nd and 10 on San Francisco's 28-yard line. Giants with 3 first downs on this drive. Jackson Dart scrambled for 1. Tyrone Tracy ran for a 2nd, and Devin Singletary ran for a 3rd. Giants now facing, as I mentioned, a 2nd down. They have the ball on the 28-yard line as Jackson Dart brings his guys out. We'll try to stretch out see what happens on this play. And someone jumped offside, so we'll have a little bit of a delay. Giants say the 49ers jumped. So right now we are scoreless, 11:33 remaining in the first quarter, and the Giants are on a drive.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Green Bay. Panthers, Packers. Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Just underway here in the first quarter. First possession of the game, the Carolina Panthers won the coin toss and accepted. They decided to take the ball, and then on their first play, they had to have a false start. So they started out 1st and 15. After a couple plays, a 9-yard carry by Rico Dowdle put them into a 3rd and 4 situation. It appeared they got the first down, but replay assist determined they were short, and now they're going for it on 4th down at their own 37-yard line as Bryce Young steps to the line of scrimmage. Packers trying to get a stop. This would be a huge stop and put them in great field position, and they run a little snap and around the end and a first down. There was a fake snap to the quarterback and a direct snap to the wide receiver, but there's a flag on the play, so we'll have to sort this out. So don't know if they'll have it yet. Oh, it's on Carolina, so they will have to punt it away. So their first possession of the game looked promising to start with, but now it's going to end with a punt. So the Packers wearing their throwback 1923 uniforms today that are really pretty sharp. If you get a chance to check them out, you should. Them. Yeah, that helmet looks awesome. And they're about to get the ball for the first time with 12:47 left. First quarter, no score at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill, as we will monitor that one. We got a big play in the Giants game, but first an even bigger play in the Lions game, and Dustin Fiocco has more for us.
Yeah, live from Ford Field. We heard no score at Lambeau. We do have a score here at Ford Field. The Lions driving down the field with ease. They do face a 4th and 4 at their Minnesota 40. Sam Laporta, some big catches during that drive early on. How about a 40-yard reception pushed into the end zone? Lions go up quick and early with very good efficiency. They lead the Vikings early in the first quarter, 7-0.
Thank you so much, Dustin. So a big play. Dan Campbell, very ballsy. He does not care at all. And you know what? Kudos to him. That's why that team is always dangerous. And we are going to get a confirmation in this one, but we might have a score in this Giants game as we speak. We'll see once that is confirmed. Talk about great uniforms. Packers, great uniforms. These Giant throwbacks are epic. And let's get more on that game as we've got confirmation on that play. Mike Mancuso's got the update.
Well, the Giants have drawn first blood, Anthony. They lead 7-0. They just drove 64 yards, 10 plays. We mentioned Singletary and Tracy running well out of the backfield. Jackson Dart running the offense very well, a number of first downs. And then finally the scoring drive. Theo Johnson on a catch and run on the right sideline for 15 yards, and the score, the extra point, was good. So very impressive first drive by Jackson Dart and the Giants, and with 10:50 remaining in the first quarter, they lead San Francisco 7-0.
Thank you so much, Mike. The Colts are in the red zone, 2nd and 10 from Pittsburgh 16. So we now got a couple of scores: Giants 7-0, Lions 7-0, and like we said, the Bengals kicked off with the touchdown. They are up 7-0. The Texans picking apart this Broncos defense early. It's 2nd and 5. They're at Denver's 23, so they're right outside the red zone. But the only team right now currently in the red zone is the Colts. It's now 3rd and 2 at Pittsburgh's 8 after a short pass to Josh Downs. So we'll see if the Colts can get it there. Obviously, with Jonathan Taylor, everything is as expected. And Darius Slay down on the ground for the Steelers, which can not afford another injury to that secondary. So we'll see what happens in that one. 2nd and 5 here. Texans have the ball from the 23 of the Broncos side of the field. And C.J. Stroud running for his life, and it is an incompletion there as it looked like he was going to Dalton Schultz there, but he could not complete the pass on that one. Like we heard, Dalton Schultz, injured, didn't practice most of the week, was finally a full participant, so he is out there. Travion Henderson is out there for the Patriots. He's already got 2 catches for 30 yards with no Ramondre Stevenson, and he takes another carry up the middle on that one. So we'll see what happens in that game. Actually, that was Jennings, so my apologies. But 2nd and 8 from Atlanta's 16. So now the Patriots will have 2nd and 8 from the 16. They are in the red zone. C.J. Stroud sacked on 3rd down, and it looks like the Broncos will hold them to a field goal. That one was Zach Allen, as that Broncos pass rush continues to just make quarterbacks' life living hell. The Chargers with a big play here, and that is disastrous for them, and we will find out what happened exactly there. But first, let's go out to New England as we've got an update in that one. Alan Siegel's got more for us.
So, Anthony, after the Patriots defense stopped Atlanta with their first 3 and out to start the game all year, the Patriots offense took over and they methodically went down the field. A march that included Travion Henderson pass for 11 yards, a Drake May run of 12 yards, a Travion Henderson pass for 19 yards, and finally a 16-yard touchdown pass to Pop Douglas. The Patriots have started fast. 7:44 to go here in the first. It's the Patriots 7, the Falcons nothing.
Thank you so much, Alan. As this one is we're off to a fast start. I think it was week 3 where we had every game had at least one 30-point scorer. We could be leading that way right now. A couple of special team / defensive scores. And we'll get an update in that Chargers-Titans game in a bit. Some other games to note. Like we said, if you weren't listening earlier, Bengals kicked off the game. Jones with a 99-yard kick return touchdown. Broncos-Texans, they took over. Let's see what happened. I think that was a missed field goal by Fairbarn. It was a 51-yard no good. So the Broncos getting a little lucky there on that one. And the Texans, you cannot leave points on the board when you're facing this Broncos defense. You had a chance there. They were picking them apart. George Kittle with some acrobatics again. We've been seeing him do that a lot. Let's go. I told you there was a big play with this Chargers offense in the Titans-Chargers game. Brant Douglas has more for us.
And so it was the second play of scrimmage for the Chargers. They'd gotten the first 5-yard first down pass to Quentin Johnson, making it 2nd and 5. And Herbert stepped back looking to throw off on the right side. And linebacker David Barton just stepped in, and he had a clear run, 25 yards, to the end zone. So the Titans had a terrible start with the offense, but the defense comes up big with the pick 6. It's the Titans 7, Chargers nothing, 11:19 left in the first.
Thank you so much. It could be costly. I would assume that you still got to feel comfortable if you are looking at the Chargers as the team to win that one, but not a good start. And that Titans defense has been good at times this year for that team. It's just the offense has been non-existent. It looks like we're going to get a 4th down here from about the Niners' 41-yard line after they look short of the yard to gain. 1st and goal at Cincinnati's 10. The Bears are in the red zone. The Vikings also in the red zone. 1st and goal from the Lions' 10-yard line. The Broncos are at about midfield, like we said, after the missed field goal. The Packers, 1st and 10 from Carolina's 34-yard line. The Patriots are about to kick off as to the Falcons. So are the Titans. Like we said, 4th and 1. We already got a timeout in this one. I don't know who called it. Oh, the Niners called it. So 4th and 1 from the Niners' 41-yard line. 9 minutes to go in that one. We'll see if they get the gain there. 2nd and goal at Pittsburgh's 5. The Colts are in the red zone, like we said, and they have 2nd and goal at Pittsburgh's 5 after the incompletion to Ty Warren across the middle for Daniel Jones. For Daniel Jones. And we've got a big play here in the Minnesota game. Let's go out there. A lot of scoring, as always, at Ford Field. And our guy, Dustin Fiocco, has us covered.
Scoring already. Not even 5 minutes to play in the books at Ford Field, and we've got ourselves a 7-7 score. Lions scoring very quickly on 4th and 4 with a 40-yard touchdown from Laporta. Vikings answered back with a touchdown of their own. It helps that they return their kickoff to the 36-yard line of Detroit. J.J. McCarthy making his return to Michigan, the former Wolverine. He's the Vikings QB today. He connects with Justin Jefferson in the end zone. We're knotted up at 7-all in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Dustin. And we've got a lot more to get to. The Colts have a 3rd and goal on that one. They may have to settle for a field goal. We've got a update in this Packers-Panthers game. A lot more to get to. So 7-7 Vikings-Lions, 7-0 Titans-Chargers, 7-0 Pats-Falcons, 7-0 Giants over the Niners. Everything else, 7-0 Bengals and Bears. Everything else scoreless. A lot more to get to. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
What's up? I'm Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Gameday, the place to be. All the action, scores, turnovers, special teams plays, injuries, updates, fantasy, gambling, all of it right here, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. If you're on YouTube, what is going on? Let's check in. We got a lot to going around the league right now. We just had a big play in the Broncos-Texans games, and Adam Spillane has got us covered.
Yeah, Anthony, the Texans had to settle for a 51-yard field goal attempt on their first drive. Kymie Fairbairn missed wide to the right. The Broncos were able to move the ball on their opening drive of the game, but they had to settle for a 51-yard field goal, and it was blocked by Danico Autry. So both teams have missed field goals. On the Will Lutz field goal attempt for Denver, it was a bad snap from Mitchell Fraboni, and that kind of ruined the whole entire operation there. Bo Nix, though, has started 0 for 3 for the Broncos. J.K. Dobbins, 3 carries, 24 yards. C.J. Stroud, 5 of 8 for 32 yards. He was able to convert a couple of third and longs on that opening drive for the Texans. As now he just hit Dalton Schultz over the middle, and Schultz might score. He's inside the 20 to the 15, and he'll be brought down inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. A long completion for Dalton Schultz. And remember, Schultz was questionable coming into this game with shoulder and knee injuries. And then he makes a big play right here, and that sets up the Texans 1st and 10 from the 12.5-yard line. So a big play as the Texans have an opportunity here to grab the lead. It's a 49-yard completion for Dalton Schultz. So the Texans in business, their second drive of the game, as they try and grab a lead. We have 3:40 to go in the first quarter. The Broncos and Texans are scoreless, but the Texans are threatened.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to New York as the Giants and Niners exchange scores. Mike Mancuso's got all of that for us.
Well, a 68-yard touchdown drive for San Francisco. It took them 12 plays. They have now tied this game at 7-7. San Francisco being very aggressive on a 4th down and 1 from the 41-yard line. They went for it, their own 41, and were able to convert on the drive. Mac Jones was 6 of 6 for 47 yards, including a 5-yard touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey, who had 2 catches on the drive, and he also rushed for 19 yards. So the Giants now have the ball on offense. We are tied at 7, 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Cincinnati. We're bouncing around quick here. There's a lot of action early as the Bengals and Bears. The Bengals right outside of the red zone, and Jason Earhart's got us covered.
Yeah, no shortage of highlights here in Cincinnati. The Bengals get the long kickoff return to start the game. The Bears go right back down the field in 12 plays. Caleb Williams actually flipped it to Rome Odunze, who flipped it to DJ Moore, who passed it to Caleb Williams for the receiving touchdown that tied it at 7. Bengals get another long kickoff return, this one from Samaje Perine to put him in good position, and they're lining up now for what looks to be about a 41, 42-yard field goal from Evan McPherson, getting ready to be attempted. 7-7 right now, 5:46 to go, opening quarter from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's go out to New England. Falcons, Patriots. Alan Siegel updates us.
Well, Anthony, the Patriots defense has started this game big time. They had a 3-and-out to start the game. Their second series, they allowed 11-yard pass to Drake London. Bijan Robinson had a 5-yard run, but they also tackled for a 5-yard loss. So far he has 2 carries with 0 net yards. The Patriots, of course, had that 75-yard touchdown march to start the game that ended up with a 16-yard touchdown pass from Drake May to Pop Douglas. The second offensive series started at the 6-yard line. They had a 3-and-out, so that is where we are. 3:19 to go in the first quarter, and that's the Patriots leading the Falcons 7-0, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. And the Bengals kick is up. That one's good, so that'll be 10-7 in that one. The Broncos had stopped C.J. Stroud short of the first down marker, but a pass interference penalty. So now it is 1st and goal for the Texans at the 1. In the Steelers-Colts game, it was 4th and 3, I think, for the Colts, or for the Steelers, on the goal line, and they go for it, and they end up not being able to convert. So that one will be a turnover on down for the Colts. The Broncos get a stop on that first attempt by the Texans, so it's 2nd and goal for the Texans. Now the Colts will take over at their own 4-yard line as Aaron Rodgers wasn't able to convert. The Giants are now punting back to the Niners. The Falcons, it's 1st and 10, like we heard, from their own 47-yard line as they try to tie this up. 7-7 Titans-Chargers as the Chargers scored to tie this game up on a pass to, it was a defensive player in Matlock, a 2-yard touchdown from Herbert to Matlock for 2 yards, and they tied that one up after the Herbert pick 6. So we'll get an update there. Let's go out to Green Bay. Panthers, Packers, as they are battling out. Bill Rabier has got more for us.
Well, the Panthers are knocking on the door here. They have it at the Packers' 25-yard line, 2nd down and 7. This coming after the first turnover of the game. Savion Williams of the Packers fumbled at the Carolina 16. It looked like the Packers were going to march in and score after they got in the red zone, but then Williams turned it over on the fumble caused by or picked up by Nick Scott, I should say. It was the 7th fumble of the year by the Packers, but only the 2nd one lost. So they put it on the turf way too much, and this time they lost it, and Carolina took over at their own 16, and now they've marched down and have it at the Packers 25, and there's a timeout on the field. So far for Carolina, Bryce Young, 4 of 5 for 36 yards. He's hit Ted McMillan twice for 32 yards, and Rico Dottle has 8 carries, 33 yards on the ground here in the early going. But still no scores. The first quarter has come to an end. That's why we're in a timeout. So they'll flip sides, and Carolina will try to put some points on the board here. Still no score at Lambeau Field as we about to begin the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Bill. And in a turn of events in the Texans game, Broncos-Texans, it was 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. Texans false start. It did look like they got in, but it was a false start, so they will now push that back to the 6. The Vikings now back in the Lions' red zone. J.J. McCarthy cooking. You know what? Maybe I was wrong early. This guy is cooking early in that one. It's 1st and goal from Detroit's 7-yard line. In that one, the Bengals about to kick off to the Bears. It's 10-7 in that game. So we'll see. I think the Texans are going, let me not even say anything because they are kicking the field goal. So we'll see if somebody in this game can make a field goal. J.J. McCarthy rolling out. We'll get an update on the conclusion of that drive once we have one. The Panthers now at Green Bay's 25-yard line. If you missed the update, it's 2nd and 7 for them. The Chargers will take over after a punt by the Titans. So it's 7-7, Chargers-Titans, and the Chargers are taking over from their own 12. Falcons have the ball at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal for them. It's 7-0 Patriots over the Falcons. They get there after a 12-yard pass to Bijan Robinson. And let's get an update on J.J. McCarthy, the Vikings versus the Lions, as Dustin Fiocco has more for us.
Yeah, we talked about it's J.J. McCarthy's return to Detroit. A little bit of salt in the wound when he throws a touchdown pass. He's a former Michigan Wolverine, but how about double salt in the wound? He connects with former Lion T.J. Hawkinson, the former Lion tight end. He connects with him 10 yards into the end zone. Vikings now take the lead. They're up 14-7 on the Lions from Ford Field.
Thank you so much, Dustin. Some breaking news coming down in the college football world. Another, it feels like every week we have another one of these, stories, but we have, is it Auburn you said? Auburn? Auburn has fired Hugh Freeze, so we will get more on that as soon as possible, but Auburn has fired Hugh Freeze, so another head coach out. James Franklin, Billy Napier, and now Hugh Freeze. So another big, and Brian Kelly, sorry, Sim. One every week it feels like. So a lot of big jobs opening up in the college football world. We'll update that as we go throughout the day. But some updates in the NFL window. We've got another update from New England. We've got a lot of action. These games haven't even hit the second quarter yet, and we've got a ton of action. Let's go out. Atlanta versus New England, and Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Anthony, Atlanta answered the Patriots salvo with a pretty good drive of their own. It all came through the air, basically, from Michael Penix. 22 to Kyle Pitts, 16 to Drake London, and then Bijan Robinson, the 12-yard reception down to the 1-yard line. And a place where you would think that Bijan Robinson would rush it in, well, Michael Penix went to the air. 1-yard pass to Drake London, and that is where we stand. 24 seconds till the end of the first quarter, and we're tied at 7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. So a lot more to update. We'll update the entire window. We've got another 6.5 hours of football to get to. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network
Sports Flash.
All right, let's refresh that scoreboard. The Giants and 49ers each with opening drive touchdowns, all even at 7 at MetLife Stadium. Under a minute to play in the first quarter. Mac Jones starting once again at quarterback for San Francisco. The Bengals with an opening the game kickoff return for a touchdown, just the second kickoff return touchdown in the NFL this season. The Bengals ahead of the Bears 10-7 late in the first quarter. The Vikings have a 14-7 lead in Detroit. How about J.J. McCarthy shutting up some doubters for a moment? He's thrown a couple of touchdowns in the early going. Under 5 minutes to play in the first quarter in Detroit. Panthers and Packers scoreless at Lambeau. They're already in the second quarter. The Chargers and Titans all even at 7 points apiece late in the first. The Falcons on the move. They are in the red zone of the Patriots at a game that is tied at 7 late in the first quarter. The Colts ahead of the Steelers 7-0. The Colts looking to improve to an NFL best 8-1 in Pittsburgh. Texans 3, Broncos nothing as they start the second quarter in Houston. 3 games coming in the later window. The big one sees the 5-2 Bills hosting the 5-3 Chiefs. Kansas City is humming again, having won 5 of 6 while averaging nearly 30 points per game over that time. The Bills, they're in an unfamiliar position looking up at the Patriots in the AFC East. The 5-2 Rams are hosting rookie Tyler Shuck and the Saints. Shuck is making his first NFL start. The Jaguars have dropped 2 straight and this week placed two-way rookie Travis Hunter on injured reserve. Trevor Lawrence has an illness but is expected to play. The Jags trying to get right against the Raiders in Vegas. Tonight, Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires head coach Hugh Freeze, according to Pete Thamel. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula, per CBS Sports. NBA, the defending champion Thunder looking to improve to 7-0 as they host the winless Pelicans at 3:30 Eastern. The Bulls are 5-0 for the first time since the Michael Jordan era. Chicago visiting the Knicks at Madison Square Garden tonight. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. NFL, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports Net. I'm your host, Anthony Gallo. This is the place to be for all the action, everything you want, and we've got a, tough one right here. C.J. Stroud down. He was giving himself up. It was he was sliding. He got hit, number 31 on the Broncos, hit him. It's tough because, in real time it looked dirty. As they slow it down, it doesn't, but it's still, he's giving himself up. So inexcusable from the Broncos defender there. And we've got a bunch of scores. One of the few games that has lacked the offensive firepower that the rest of the league has so far is Packers versus the Panthers, and Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Well, the Packers in the red zone for the second time. The first time they got there, they turned it over, and the Panthers did them to give it right back to them. Eventually, they marched down, and then in the red zone, Carolina threw an interception in the end zone. Bryce Young throwing the pick. It was taken by the Packers' Xavier McKinney. Packers then took over at the 20-yard line. A couple of plays later, Jordan Love hit Christian Watson on a 51-yard completion, pretty much all in the air. There was no yak after that catch, and that put them close to where they are now. And that pass put Jordan Love over 10,000 career passing yards. He's the second fastest to 10,000 in Packer franchise history. Only Aaron Rodgers did it faster. So Love off to a good start in his career. The Packers, though, struggling offensively here as they just had another penalty. They're looking at 3rd and 17 to begin with, and now this one's going to push them even further back and near the 30-yard line. So the scoring is tough so far here. The Packers stumbling on offense, both teams really, and we're still scoreless with 8:25 left in the second quarter at Lambeau Field. No score between the Packers and the Panthers.
Thank you so much for that one, Bill. It's worth noting, too, this Panthers defense inconsistent at times, but they do have some big players on it. Specifically, Derek Brown. You watch him every play, and on that sack, you could see him eating up the interior line and making it really hard for the guys on the outside to, cover the one-on-one. So we'll monitor that one. Let's go out. Like I said, C.J. Stroud banged up on that play. Let's go to Houston and get an update from our guy, Adam Spillane.
Yeah, Anthony, you don't have an update right now on C.J. Stroud other than he is in the injury tent as we speak. He was able to walk off the field on his own. It looked like he kind of signaled to the crowd to signal that he was okay. He was not hit in the head, and so there was a penalty. There was a flag thrown on the play. It was a third down. He scrambled up the middle, tried to slide for the first down, and he was hit on the play by Chris Abrams' drain. And so again, they threw the flag. It looked like it was a hit to the head. Replay assist, though, overruled and said that he was hit in the shoulder area, so they picked up the flag, and so the Texans just had to punt. But right now, again, C.J. Stroud is in the injury tent. Obviously, Davis Mills is the Texans' backup quarterback. If Stroud is not able to go when the Texans get the ball back, the Texans, again, just punted the ball back to Denver. Denver starts this drive from their own 14-yard line. The Texans lead this game 3-0. They had to settle for a 23-yard field goal by Coyote Fairbairn. They had first and goal from about the 2. They tried to run up the middle twice. They were unsuccessful. They got it to about the 1-foot line. We're going to go for it on a fourth and goal, but a false start penalty moved them back to the 6, and so the Texans elected to kick the field goal instead. And so that's why we have this the 3-0 score. Both teams have missed 51-yard field goals in this game. But 13:26 to play. Broncos with the ball. It's right now.
Adam, can I ask you something, too? That it looked like he was giving himself up. Was there not any thought? Because obviously we're not listening with the sound on here. There wasn't any thought to that just being, unnecessary roughness?
Yeah, I'm sure. I think they originally threw the flag because it seemed like the hit came right as C.J. Stroud went into his slide. So I think they probably just ruled that there was no time for the defender to react and hold up on that play. But I think they threw the flag because they thought it was a hit to the head, and then replay assist ruled that it was not a hit to the head, and hence that's why they picked up the flag. So it's fluid. Obviously, right now it's a strange situation. I mean, that's where replay assist comes in, and it's just not something that you're used to seeing. Most of the time, that play would just stand. And right now, the officials are discussing. There are a couple of flags down after this first down play by Denver, and it looks like we're just going to have offsetting penalties. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Denver. And now, Anthony, C.J. Stroud is walking off to the locker room area. Not walking well, but at least he's walking on his own. But right now it looks like he's being evaluated for a concussion, although that is not the official word from the Texans. So 13:26 to go in the first half, 3-0 Texans. But right now it looks like the Texans will be without C.J. Stroud for at least the remainder of the half, you would think.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to New England as we've got another big play in that one. Alan Siegel's got more from Gillette Stadium.
Well, Anthony, the Patriots have answered the Atlanta salvo with a drive of their own that started on their 35, and Josh McDaniels decided to go to his tight ends as Hunter Henry for an 11-yard gain, another one for 9, and then a 19-yard pass to Austin Hooper took the Patriots down to the 15, where Terrell Jennings took over. A 13-yard run got them first and goal to go for the 2, and Jennings just went out into the end zone. So that is where we stand. 8:52 to go now in the second quarter. It's the Patriots on top of the Falcons, 14-7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. Let's go to Tennessee as the Chargers and Titans are in a dogfight, and Brant Douglas has more for us.
And the Tennessee Titans offense can't get anything going right now, but special teams are taking care of things. They had a pick 6 in the first quarter. Late in the first quarter, Chimera DK takes a punt return back 67 yards to the house, giving the Titans a 14-7 lead. But now the Chargers inside the 15-yard line looking to add to their lead, but thus far they're going to face a 3rd and 8 here coming up inside the Titans 15-yard line, as their offense seems to be clicking a little bit better. Justin Herbert, after one quarter, 7 of 9 for 107 yards passing. He's had a good day, 1 interception, but otherwise Justin Herbert thus far has had an excellent first half. 14-15 left to go in the second. Chargers knocking on the door, but they're trailing the Titans 14-7.
Let's go out to MetLife. Giants, Niners. The Niners having their way with the Giants. Mike Mancuso has more.
Well, the 49ers lead at 14-7. The Giants have just punted, so San Francisco takes over in their own territory with 9.5 remaining here in the first half. The Giants just had a 3rd and 3 near midfield, but 2 false start penalties put them in a 3rd and 13. They did not convert, and they were forced to punt. A couple of long drives for the 49ers resulting in touchdowns. The most recent one was an 80-yard drive, 8 plays. Mac Jones so far on the day, 10 of 10 for 98 yards. Christian McCaffrey, 37 yards on the ground. The Giants continue to be unable to stop the run. They have allowed 5.5 yards a rush in this game against the 49ers. Jones has 2 touchdown passes, a 15-yarder to Juwan Jennings and a 5-yarder to Christian McCaffrey. Jackson Dart is 9 of 10, but the Giants have hurt themselves offensively with some false starts. And right now, like I mentioned, the 49ers lead at 14-7, 9.5 remaining in the first half. San Francisco has the ball on their own, 18, 1st and 10.
Let's go out to Cincinnati. Jason Earhart has more on Bears and Bengals.
Yeah, the Bears have taken the lead for the first time today. They lead 14-10, courtesy of a 15-yard touchdown reception from Olamide Zacchaeus on a little pop pass from Caleb Williams. No DeAndre Swift, no problem. Kyle Monangai, 11 carries, 63 yards, all ready for the Bears. You get an idea why the Bengals are giving up 30 points a game. They had a stop on that last drive. A 46-yard field goal by Cairo Santos went wide right. However, DJ Ivy lined up offside, so that led the Bears to a 4th and 1, which they converted and turned that possession into a touchdown. Same thing happened on the Bears' first drive. They were going to have to punt after a 3rd and 15, but the Bengals committed a penalty, which ultimately led to a touchdown. Bengals offense needs to be just about perfect here. They're giving up 7 every time on defense. 3rd down and 7 near midfield. Bengals trailing now 14-10.
Thank you so much, Jason. A lot of action. It's been insane the amount of action we've had in these early games so far. Some notable stat lines: 10 of 10 for Mac Jones, 98 yards, 2 passing touchdowns in that one. In the Colts game, the Steelers got a sack, fumble, strip. TJ Watt, got to Daniel Jones, knocked the ball out of his hand, was able to recover it, and they took over, and they will start 1st and 10 from their own 44-yard line. Daniel Jones at this point is 10 of 16, 107 yards, the 1 sack being the fumble. Jonathan Taylor, 7 carries for 18 yards. Daniel Jones with a rushing touchdown. And, they have 2 fumbles lost. Josh Down and Daniel Jones both fumbling and losing the ball in that one. TJ Watt, sacking Jones and able to, recover the same fumble he forced. The Lions now getting to the 10-yard line. It looks like they're about to be in the red zone after gaining the first down. So it'll be 1st and 10 from Minnesota's 11 on that one. After the Brandon McManus field goal, the Panthers are going to take over at about their own 35-yard line. So we'll see where that one leaves us. The Steelers right now, 3rd and 10 from the Colts' 31-yard line, it looks like, and a completed pass over the middle. They will get a first down. I think that was Austin on the catch. So they're going to get within the red zone as well. So Lions 2nd and 1 from Minnesota's 2. They're in the red zone. After a big Bo Nix interception, the Texans have taken it back the other way, and it's 1st and 10 from Denver's 25-yard line as they look to extend their lead. The Falcons are 3rd and 10 from Atlanta's, from their own 33. It's now 4th and 7 from their own 33-yard line in that one. So Steelers 1st and 10 from the Colts 19 as they look to tie it up. The Lions have the ball at Minnesota's 2, and the Texans are right outside the red zone. So a few games right there close to the red zone. Montgomery's going to get stopped, so it's going to be 3rd and 1 in that one. We'll see what happens there. Indianapolis is challenging the catch on the 3rd down conversion in the Steelers-Colts game, so we'll see if that was actually a catch. It looked like it from my point of view, but what the hell can I see? Just sitting here, I'm not actually on the field, so we'll see if they actually converted and are in the red zone. If not, the Colts will get a break on that one. 2nd down and 2, the Texans are now in the red zone after an 8-yard run from Nick Chubb, and they're at Denver 17. Like I said, Bo Nix, deep down the left side of the field, threw a pick to the Texans, trying to hit Cortland Sutton, and an incomplete pass by Jared Goff on 3rd and 1 from the goal. They are going to probably go for it, knowing Dan Campbell, but they could kick a field goal. St. Brown was there. It is a drop, but it was a little bit of a tough catch for him, one-handed. I'm not going to call it a drop because it was, lunging one-handed. The Texans get the first down, so 1st and 10 from the Denver 15. A timeout by Minnesota in that game. So the Lions will decide what they're going to do. It looks like they're going for it, but I think this is where the timeout came in as we are a little behind on the feed. The Niners will punt it. The Giants are going to take over at their own 7-yard line. Packers up 3-0. Titans have the ball 31 from their own 44. They're up 14-10. The Patriots have the ball from their own 28 as they're going to start their drive. They're up 14-7 with the Falcons. When the Giants take over, it'll be 14-7 for them. We'll get an update on that challenge by the Colts once we come back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, 1 hour down in this NFL action. We got another 6 to go. Stay tuned right here. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. This is Gridiron Game Day. We've got our first of the season, our first beach ball on the field. Packers, Panthers. If you had the over on beach balls in that one, you nailed that. We got a lot to get to here. 3rd and goal for the Steelers. 3rd and goal for the Texans. So we'll get updates on both of those drives. The Lions have tied it up with a David Montgomery touchdown in that one. I'll give you the exact specs in a second as my internet is taking forever. It was a Montgomery rush up the middle, 2 yards. So they tied it up there. That one's 14-14. And there are a few other games to update as well. First, let's go out to New England. Pat, Falcons, about 5 minutes left in the second quarter, and Alan Siegel's got more for you.
Well, the Patriots have had another successful offensive drive, and it has ended with a touchdown. And let's set it up for you. Patriots started on the 28-yard line, a couple of passes and a couple of runs, got it to the 31, and then Drake May went back and found Pop Douglas across the middle. He broke 3 tackles and got down to the 11-yard line, a 58-yard completion, and for a first down and 10 from the 11-yard line. And then after an incompletion, he just hit Stephon Diggs, who created a little offense himself, went to the right sideline and dived into the end zone. So we're thinking about the Patriots point after touchdown here. And just bear with me just a little second here as we try to get it from Borregales. And the Patriots now lead it with 5:11 to go here in the second quarter. It's the Patriots 21 and the Falcons 7, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. As these games continue to wind down in the first half, Mac Jones and the Niners are looking to extend their lead. A rush to the outside on the toss to McCaffrey gets them to about 2nd and 8. It is now 2nd and 15 from their own 23-yard line. J.J. McCarthy throws a little check down to Aaron Jones, who goes 31 yards to get them to about midfield or even over midfield. In that one, Panthers, Packers, as the Panthers are looking to score its first and goal for them. 8 plays, 71 yards, about 5 minutes on this drive. There's 2:35 left in the half, and we'll get an update there. First, let's go out to Houston. The Texans took over after the Bo Nix interception in the red zone. Let's see what happened on that drive. Texans, Broncos, Adam Spillane has us.
Yeah, Anthony, the Texans were able to get the ball to the 1-yard line. It was a 1st and goal from the 1, and they have to settle for a field goal for the second time in this game. First down, they try a QB sneak with Davis Mills. He loses a yard. Second down, they get called for a hold. And then there was a sack on 3rd down. And so they have to settle for a 41-yard Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. So 6-0 Texans with 7:11 to play in the second quarter. Still no update on C.J. Stroud. He's being evaluated for a concussion. The Texans did just lose Woody Marks on their previous drive. So that's a big loss. The rookie 4th-round pick out of USC has had some moments so far as a rookie. Davis Mills, on his first drive of the game, was 2 of 3 for 36 yards. He was able to connect with Nico Collins on both receptions. Collins, in his first game back after missing last week's game with a concussion, has 3 catches for 45 yards. His third catch of the game was able to get the Texans to the one, but again, they waste the opportunity. It has been a rough day for the Broncos offense. Bo Nix is just 1 of 7 for 3 yards and an interception. J.K. Dobbins was able to have some success on the ground during the Broncos' first drive of the game, but he has not really been able to do anything since. He had 3 carries for 24 yards on that first drive. He has only touched the ball once since that point. So 6-0 Texans as the Broncos will get the ball back with 7:11 to play in the first half.
Thank you so much. Texans shooting themselves in the as much as that Broncos offense has shot themselves in the foot, the Texans have had multiple goal lines, and they haven't been able to convert those into 6 and, may come back to bite them in the butt. Like I said, we had a beach ball on the field, Packers, Panthers, and let's get an update on the actual football action going on in that game. Bill Rabier's got more.
Yeah, that beach ball slowed things down for just a minute, but the Panthers weren't affected by it. They punched it in. A touchdown, the first touchdown of the game, scored by Rico Dowdle on a 5-yard run, makes it 7-3 in favor of the Panthers. The Packers were first on the board as they kicked the field goal. Brandon McManus, good from 49 yards out with 7:53 left in the second quarter, and on the ensuing possession, the Panthers took it down and scored the touchdown. It was keyed by 2 big offensive plays. Rico Dowdle had a 29-yard run. That took it out to the Green Bay 47. And then Xavier Legette had a 22-yard catch. That brought it down to the Packers' 20-yard line. And they also converted on a 4th and 1 from the 6. Got it on a handoff to Dowdle, who then punched it in a couple plays later from 5 yards out. So the Panthers lead it 7-3. And Rico Dowdle has had himself a nice afternoon so far. He has on the day 12 carries, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Meanwhile, Bryce Young, 6 of 10 for 66 yards. His main target through the air so far has been Ted McMillan, who has 2 catches for 32 yards. Both of those came early. Most of their success in the last possession was on the ground with both Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard, although Hubbard is kind of struggling. He's got only 6 yards on 3 carries. They're mixing him in a little bit, but really it's been Rico Dowdle doing the damage. A couple of turnovers in the game. Each team has 1. Packers fumbled it early. The Panthers threw an interception in the end zone on their second possession. So it's been kind of a sloppy game. There's been a few fumbles as well, only 1 fumble lost. Jordan Love, 7 of 9 for 76 yards, and Josh Jacobs just 2 carries for 5 yards in this one so far. Check that, 5 carries for 39. Jacobs has 2 catches for 5 yards. So with 2:22 left in the second quarter, the sun has broken out, and the Panthers have the lead, 7-3 here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to the other NFC North matchup. Lions-Vikings. J.J. McCarthy's, running around for his life out there. Dustin Fiuco's got more for us.
Yeah, McCarthy, he did just get sacked. Minnesota puts up a field goal, though, after a kind of questionable, unnecessary roughness call on Aiden Hutchinson. However, before that, Lions did tie it up momentarily. David Montgomery rushes it in for a 2-yard touchdown run on 4th and 1. We saw the Lions convert on 4th and 4 earlier for a 40-yard touchdown by Laporta. They do it again with Montgomery, but they do trail by a field goal, 17-14. Getting ready to receive again from a kickoff. We'll see if the Lions can retake the lead.
Thank you so much. Dustin Fiuco has more for us as that one continues on, and we follow that matchup. You know what? I completely, undersold what J.J. McCarthy, was going to do this game. He's been better. The offensive line is not held up on their side, and it was a little bit of a wishy-washy, unnecessary roughness call. But he was getting, running for his life, a 14-yard sack at one point. And he had it almost looked like a Madden glitch the way he flipped over. I thought it was a fumble in the Bengals game recovered by the Bears. Bengals got the ball back, and then a big play for Flacco to Jamar Chase, as that one ended up being a 37-yard reception as he continues to, excel with Joe Flacco under center. And we got a field goal here in the Giants-Niners game, and I think it's good. It looks good. It is good. They are raising it. Did not look good on the broadcast, but it is good as the officials confirmed that. We got a big play in Colts-Steelers as we will update that one. But first, let's go out. Jason Earhart has more on Bears-Bengals.
Well, the Bengals' best offensive drive of the day had them down to the Bears' 6-yard line, a 1st and 6 after a 36-yard reception by Jamar Chase. However, another foolish penalty, this one on left tackle Orlando Brown, a personal foul. It's moved the Bengals back to the 21-yard line. They currently face a 3rd and goal from the 15-yard line. And again, the two penalties both led to Bears touchdowns, costing the Bengals earlier in this game. This one may well cost them another 4 points as well. So Flacco's throw incomplete. Looks like they're going to have to settle for at least a 33-yard Evan McPherson field goal attempt here moments from now. 14-10 Bears, 5:51 to go in the first half.
Thank you so much, Jason. Mac Jones has got a nosebleed going on. It looks like he took a little bit of a shot to the face on one of those sacks as he was, trying to protect the ball. It looks like he got a little bit of a nose hit, so we'll see what happens. It doesn't look like it's serious, but his nose is bleeding. 3rd and goal, as we heard. Bengals have the ball as Flacco. That's an incompletion, so it'll be 4th and goal for them 3rd and goal. Sorry, 3rd and goal from the 15. That was 2nd and goal. Broncos 3rd and 10 from Houston's 30. Still no update on C.J. Stroud, and we'll get an update in that one as we've got a big play. And that could change the momentum in this one for the Steelers and the Colts. Daniel Jones, we talked a lot about MVP, a lot of hype. He is struggling out there, so we'll get an update in that one as soon as possible. Some scores around the league, 21-7, Patriots over the Falcons. And let's get an update in this one. There's been a lot of action, a lot of special teams and defense for the Titans, a lot of offense for the Chargers, and Brant Douglas has more on that.
And the Tennessee Titans looking to extend the drive. They've been hurting themselves with penalty. Cam Ward just trying to get a few yards there, but he was well away from a first down. As for the Tennessee Titans, their offense has done basically almost nothing in this game. As for the L.A. Chargers, Justin Herbert having a great, very consistent game despite throwing a pick 6. He's 11 of 15 for 169 yards. His leading catcher, Ladd McConkey, 3 catches, 45 yards. Quentin Johnston has a touchdown cast from Herbert for 19 yards. That was on the Chargers' last drive. We're just inside of 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter, and the Chargers, for the first time today, lead the Titans 17-14.
Thank you so much, Brant. As we do, Penny Sewell out right now. He's not seriously injured. He's still on the sidelines. It looked like he got something in his eye, so we'll get an update there as soon as he's back on the field. And I think he might be out there right now, as that was a replay in that one. And it's going to be 4th down now for the Lions as a big pass rush. Smith comes off the end and bats the ball down, and that will probably do it on that drive for the Lions as they look to punt. Like we said, the Titans looking to get anything going. We're getting a replay here of the scramble, about 7 yards for Cam Ward, as that's going to be a 3rd and long for them. The Panthers and Packers, the Packers are wearing those throwback uniforms. It makes their helmets look like the old school, like 1930s, 40s leather helmets, and their offense is playing like that today, as it is still 7-3 there. Jordan Love, 7 of 9, 76 yards. Rico Dowd, 12 carries, 66 yards, and a touchdown. Chuba Hubbard has 3 carries, so he has firmly taken over that starting running job. And as of less, I think he's only started 5 or 6 weeks, and he is top 5 in rushing yards. So you can understand why they do that there. The Titans have tied it up with a big field goal in that one, so it'll be 17-17. I'll get the exact yardage of what that field goal was in a moment. It was a 41-yarder, I believe, 49-yarder for Joey Sly. So a big field goal for the Titans there. Giants will have it 3rd and 7. It is 17-7 right now, about 53 seconds left after the Niners took a timeout in that one. So we got, like I was doing, I was updating the scoreboard before. The Colts have struggled. Daniel Jones has struggled. He has a fumble lost and an interception in this one, which has led to 14 points by the Steelers. 14-7 now. Steelers over the Colts. The Colts now have the ball. It's 2nd and 3 from their own 37-yard line after a short pass to Tyler Warren. The Giants, like I said, it is 3rd down for them. 4th and 2 for the Falcons in New England's territory. It's 21-7 in that one. Niners leave 17-7 over the Giants. Like I said, Steelers 14-7 over the Colts. Chargers Titans locked in at 17 apiece. Panthers 7, Packers 3. They're at the 50-yard line, and after a loss in that one, so Josh Jacobs' 2-yard loss, it's 4th and 4 now for them at Green Bay's 48. The Vikings have the lead, and they have the ball. They're up 17-14. They're on their own 25-yard line with about 3 minutes to go in the half in that one. Big drop pass by Theo Johnson there, so it's going to be 4th and 7, and the Giants are going to have to punt. That was nobody around him, and he dropped the ball. Would have been a first down, so a big drop in that one. 14-13 Bears over the Bengals. It is 1st and 20 from Chicago's 25-yard line. As let's see what the update was on that one. Oh, right, they had the field goal. It looked like they had missed it. So 14-13 Bears over the Bengals. About 5 left in that one. The Broncos get on the scoreboard. A big touchdown. And they're getting ready to kick off back to the Texans in a bit. 7 plays, 70 yards. Took 2:20 off the clock. And there'll be about 5 minutes left in that one. Bo Nix deep to Sutton down the left sideline for 30 yards. So he responded nicely after the touchdown. So a lot of Texans possession, not a lot of Texans points, and it is 7-6 Broncos. The Texans will take over from their own 27. We got a lot more to get to. Updates, scoring, injuries, fantasy. We'll get the CJ Stroud update as soon as possible. All that on Infinity Sports Network and BetMGM, Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we got a lot to get to, a lot of action here as we continue this Week 9 game. What a play by Justin Herbert. It looks like it's a catch to Keenan Allen deep down the sideline. Great throw, great catch in the double coverage. It looks like he's in. We will see what the update is on that one in a bit. A couple other games to get to. First, let's go out to Brian Batco with the Colts and Steelers update.
Hey guys, yeah. So far, at least here in the first half, this is the Daniel Jones game that the haters have been expecting to see. He's been strip sacked by T.J. Watt, and he threw a horrible interception right into the chest of Steelers linebacker Peyton Wilson that set up an Aaron Rodgers to Pat Freiermuth touchdown to make it 14-7. Rodgers is going to try to put together a 2-minute drill now from Steelers territory to give them a little bit more breathing room going into the break because the Colts will get the ball first in the second half.
Thank you so much, Brian. And he is right. That has been the game that many people expected from Daniel Jones, and we'll see how he responds to, the first, early adversity. They obviously had that game against the Rams, but that was more mistakes by, not trying to put it on one guy, but, 2 major mistakes by Mitchell. So we'll see how he responds to that one. The Packers are knocking on the door, so we will go and get an update on that one. Panthers, Packers, Bill Rabier's got more for us.
Well, the Packers were knocking on the door, but no one was home because they went for 3rd down and 9. I'm sorry, 3rd and 6 from the Carolina 9. Jordan Love threw the ball into the end zone, incomplete, so they had to settle for a field goal, 27-yarder from Brandon McManus, and that ended the first half. So Green Bay with 6 points in the first half. They've held the ball for quite a while, and they've moved the ball pretty well on offense. They just haven't put the ball in the end zone or really come away with any points to score for it. A couple of field goals. They got to be disappointed with that. And they trail the Panthers 7-6 at halftime. Jordan Love having a pretty decent first half. He had a nice drive that last possession. 11 for 16, 136 yards, no touchdowns. And receiving-wise, Packers have really spread it around. They're led by Christian Watson, who had the long play of the day, a 52-yard reception, his only catch of the day. Bryce Young, meanwhile, for Carolina, 6 of 10 for 66 yards. Rico Dowdle has done most of the work on offense for them. 12 carries, 66 yards, averaging over 5.5 yards a carry, and has the lone touchdown of the game, a 5-yard plunge just before the 2-minute warning here in the second quarter. So we are at halftime now, and the Packers trail the Panthers 7-6 at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much on the update there. Chargers, so that play was actually, I was getting a little distracted there. The Chargers play was actually overturned, so they ended up putting, so the Tennessee Titans have the ball at their own 43, 1st and 10 in that one. It looked like a great play, but he was ruled out of bounds. But we did have a huge play here that could ultimately change the tides in this one? Falcons, Patriots, Alan Siegel has more.
Well, I'll tell you something. Atlanta just pulled off a play that they definitely needed because the Patriots had themselves the ball and they were marching and were trying for some points just before halftime. But Drake May went back to pass. He was strip sacked. It was picked up by James Pierce and ran about 20 yards to the 6-yard line. Michael Penix has just gone to the 1-yard line, and Atlanta has called a timeout. So here's the situation, Anthony. We have a 2nd and goal at the 2 for the Atlanta Falcons. 16 seconds to go here until halftime. Atlanta, no timeouts left. And the score is the Patriots 21, Atlanta 7 for now, Anthony.
Thank you so much. When we last spoke to Adam, the Broncos offense couldn't get anything going. A lot has changed since then, but Davis Mills has filled in pretty nicely. Adam Spillane's got an update from Houston.
Yeah, so the Broncos took the lead after Bo Nix hit Cortland Sutton for a 30-yard touchdown pass on a 3rd and 10. It was a perfect throw towards the corner of the end zone, and Sutton beat the all-pro cornerback Derek Stingley Jr., who had just made a nice play a couple of plays before. And on the previous play on 2nd down, Nix missed a wide-open Evan Ingram for what could have been a touchdown after Jalen Petrie fell down in coverage. But again, the Broncos were able to take a 7-6 lead, but the Texans were just regained the lead. Kaimi Fairbairn kicked a 38-yard field goal, his 3rd field goal of the game. So it's 9-7 Texans with 1:52 to go in the first half. The Broncos are about to receive the kickoff. They have 1 timeout remaining. Davis Mills, as you said, filling in for C.J. Stroud. We don't have an update yet on Stroud. He's being evaluated for a concussion. Stroud, 6 of 10, 79 yards. Mills is 7 of 9 for 72 yards. He's had a nice connection with Nico Collins. Collins returning after suffering a concussion a couple weeks ago in Seattle. He's got 5 catches for 68 yards. Dalton Schultz, who missed part of the week due to he missed 2 days of practice this week due to a couple of injuries, has 3 catches for 55 yards. Bo Nix for Denver, 4 of 13, 70 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Denver will start this drive. It was a touchback, I believe. It was a touchback on the kickoff, so Denver will get the ball at their own 35. 1:52 to go in the first half, and they, again, have 1 timeout to work with.
Thank you so much, Adam. Some of the other updates, obviously, he said they have 1 timeout to work with. They got 1:52 left in that one. The Bears have 1:42 left in the half as they're trying to extend their lead over the Bengals. It's 14-13. 3rd and 3 for the Bears at the Bengals 7-yard line. About 51 seconds left in the Vikings-Lions as the Vikings have the ball. 3rd and 11 from their own 46 after a loss of yards on a pass to Justin Jefferson. The Chargers now have the ball. 2nd and 5 from their own 31-yard line with 2:20 left in that one as the Titans offense continues to struggle. Most of their points coming off of turnovers and special teams. The Falcons and Patriots just had a big play. We'll get an update as soon as possible on that as the Falcons try to cut into the Patriots' lead. At halftime, Niners 17, Giants 7, Panthers 7, Packers 6. Those 2 games at half. 57 seconds left in the half in Steelers-Colts. 2nd and 10 for the Steelers. They're at Indianapolis's 30-yard line after a Rodgers incomplete pass. Let's go out. Like I said, Bears are threatening. They're in the red zone. Let's get that update on Bengals-Bears from Jason Earhart.
Well, the Bengals defense has just made sort of a stop. There was a 3rd and 3 from the 7-yard line. They forced an incomplete pass, and it looks like a Cairo Santos field goal attempt forthcoming. The Bears lead this game 14-13, trying to extend this lead out to 4. Rookie Kyle Monangai, almost 100 yards rushing already in the first half for the Bears. The Bengals will get the ball here with 1:33 to go to try to get something in before the half, and probably be a good idea to do that because the Bears will get the ball to start the 3rd quarter. Again, waiting on Santos here to line up for the field goal. Looks like it's going to be about 24 yards. Should be a chip shot. Bears looking to extend that lead to 17-13. 1:33 to go. First half here from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much. Honestly, it was, he was scrambling for his life, Caleb Williams, and right before that field goal, he throws the ball away and somehow hits the upright. I find that very impressive. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but, very fun there. A big scramble from Justin Herbert gets them into what should be field goal range. Steelers have the ball after a penalty. It was declined. It was on the Colts. So 1st and 10 for the Steelers. They're at Indianapolis's 12-yard line. Most of the offensive stats coming the way of Indianapolis, but the fumble and interception by Daniel Jones has really been the deciding factor, as with 15 seconds left, the Steelers try to make this a two-possession game, as we will watch and see what happens there in a moment. But first, let's go out to Green Bay. They're at half. Packers, Panthers, Bill Rabier has more.
Well, we're getting a nice halftime show here from the University of Wisconsin Marching Band. That's always a treat. They come up here once a year and provide the halftime entertainment. And Packer fans probably enjoying this more than they've enjoyed the first half. It's 7-6 in favor of the Panthers. Green Bay kicking a field goal right at the end of the first half there to make it 7-6, and they will get the ball to start the second half. So they have a chance to take the lead on the opening possession. But they've moved the ball pretty well offensively here. They just haven't put it in the end zone or really taken advantage of their offense. In fact, they've probably been their own worst enemy. 6 penalties in the first half for the Packers to just 2 for Carolina. Each team has turned it over once. The Packers fumbled in the red zone, turned it over, and the Panthers threw an interception in the end zone to turn it over. So both teams a little sloppy on offense. Defensively, the Packers are playing pretty well, keeping Bryce Young and company in check. Young 6 of 10 for 66 yards. Rico Dowdle with 66 yards rushing on 12 carries. And for Green Bay, Jordan Love 11 of 16 for 136. Their leading rusher is Josh Jacobs, 7 carries for 49 yards. And so the Packers will get the ball to start the second half, as I mentioned, and try to get this lead back. They trail 7-6 here at halftime at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill. And we will get an update in a second. I'm almost certain J.J. McCarthy threw a pick. It looked like it was a drop, but the Lions took over, so it was a pick. So the Lions have the ball right now, 3rd and 11 from their own 38-yard line. Naylor coming across the middle, it looked like he pinned the ball to his shin. Somehow he was able to maintain possession, so we will get an update on that as soon as possible. 2nd and 20 for the Steelers now from their own 21-yard line. I do not know what the penalty was, and we will get that up. A false start was the penalty, so that pushed them back now as they are going to, it looks like they're just going to run out of bounds with about 3 seconds left. They got it to, they could still go for it. It looks like they're at like the 5-yard line. There's about 3 seconds left. I think they're going to take the points as it looks like Rodgers is walking off the field. 4th and 16 for the Broncos as they continue. They just punted it away. They continue to struggle offensively. The Chargers look to get some points on the board before the end of the half, and Brant Douglas has more on that from Chargers-Titans.
And they do just that. Cameron Dicker connection 52 yards out. Chargers got into Titans territory on a 30-yard scramble by Justin Herbert. He just found a seam down the right side of the field and took it into Titans territory. But then on the ensuing play, he was sacked for the 3rd time this first half. The Titans defense has been able to somewhat contain Justin Herbert. Herbert right now passing 13 of 24, 185 yards, 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick 6 along with the 3 sacks. One update for you on the Chargers. Joe Alt, their team captain, is out, questionable return with an ankle injury. And it was one of those moments where we only did not see what happened when it initially happened. They barely showed a single replay because it's a replay you don't want to see more than once. Alt got his right leg rolled up underneath. Player hit him from behind, and they had the cart on the field within about 30 seconds after it happened. It was that severe of an injury, so fingers crossed for him that it isn't as severe as it initially looks. Meantime, Titans looking to, they're going to have the ball, probably just run out the clock, 14 seconds left on their own 30-yard line. Chargers lead 20-17.
Thank you so much, Brant. So we'll get an update on the Joe Alt injury as soon as possible. C.J. Stroud, questionable to return. He's being evaluated for a concussion, so you hope all is okay there. We had a big, before we go to the update, we had a big touchdown in this Bengals-Bears game. T. Higgins, 3rd player in the Super Bowl era to have 9 straight home games with a receiving touchdown. The other 2, Chris Carter and Jerry Rice. So elite class T. Higgins is in there as he burns down the sideline, makes an incredible catch. You could have argued that could have been defensive pass interference. He was still able to maintain body control, catch that ball, and take it to the house. We got a lot more to get to. All the updates, all the fantasy. I'll get you the fantasy leaders in the first half as we go. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was hit while attempting to slide on a scramble. The back of his head slammed against the turf, and Stroud appeared to go into that fencing posture that is indicative of a head injury. We learned about that from Tua Tagovailoa a couple of years ago. Stroud was able to walk off the field. They're saying he's questionable to return. Davis Mills is in at quarterback for the Texans as they lead the Broncos 9-7, 1:02 to play in the first half. Bengals backup running back Samaje Perine is doubtful to return after suffering an ankle injury. The Bengals are up on the Bears 20-17 with a minute to play in the first half there. Mac Jones with a couple of touchdown tosses for the 49ers, one to Christian McCaffrey, and the Niners have a 17-7 lead on the Giants at the break. J.J. McCarthy, a couple of touchdown tosses for the Vikings. They're up on the Lions 17-14 in Detroit at halftime. Rico Dowdle continues to motor for the Panthers, 66 rushing yards and a touchdown. It's the Panthers leading the Packers at Lambeau 7-6 at the break. Chargers 20, Titans 17 at halftime. Justin Herbert with a couple of touchdown passes. The Patriots have a 21-14 lead on the Falcons at halftime. Drake May, 173 yards passing and 2 touchdowns for New England. It's the Steelers 17, Colts 7, as Pittsburgh trying to hand what would be Indianapolis just their second loss this season. 3 games coming in the later window. The premier game sees Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs visit Josh Allen's Buffalo Bills. Rookie Tyler Shuck makes his first NFL start for the 1-7 Saints as they visit the 5-2 Rams. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence will be playing through illness in Las Vegas. The Jags trying to end a 2-game slide. Tonight, Jayden Daniels returns from his hamstring injury for the 3-5 Commanders. They're taking on the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires Hugh Freeze. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes. We are back, and we have a couple of games just finishing off the first half. Bears lining up to kick the field goal, and they shank it left. That game's about to go to halftime. 20-17 Bengals over the Bears. Texans trying to put some points on the board before the end of the half as they're up 9-7 over the Broncos. About 50 seconds left in that one. Zach Allen was down when we last saw. The Giants and the Niners are kicked off in the second half. Niners already have the ball in the red zone, so we'll get an update on that one in a second. First, let's go to Alan Siegel in New England as he's got an update.
All right, Anthony, let's try to recap a little bit what happened just before the end of the first half. Jalen Walker strip-sacked Drake May, and the ball was picked up by James Pierce, who went to the 6-yard line. Eventually, it ended up with a Drake London 1-yard touchdown pass with 12 seconds to go, and that made it 21-14. Now, Keyshawn Boutte for the Patriots, he is questionable in the second half with a hamstring. The Patriots outgained Atlanta 220-130, and on third down attempts, the Patriots were 5 of 6 while Atlanta was 0 for 4. The Patriots have the ball to start the second half, and Drake May actually just fumbled and recovered it and just hit Demario Douglas for a first down. So Patriots are on the march here to start the second half, and it's New England 21, Atlanta 14, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Alan. Texans trying to put some points on the board before the end of the half. Let's go out to Houston as Adam Spillane has an update for us.
Anthony, the first half ends with a 40-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn, so the Texans lead the Broncos 12-7. Fairbairn 4 of 5 on field goal attempts in this game. As the Texans have been able to drive the football, they have not been able to punch it in the end zone. They've been able to get to the one a couple of times, and again have not been able to punch it in. The Texans were able to get that opportunity to kick that field goal at the end of the half after Michael Bandy could not field a punt from Tommy Townsend. It was recovered by the Texans at the Denver 30-yard line. They were able to move the ball a little bit and then again they kicked the field goal. Denver's score in this game coming on a 30-yard touchdown catch from Cortland Sutton. That was from Bo Nix. That at the time gave the Broncos a 7-6 lead, but the Texans have been able to tack on a couple of field goals since. The Broncos have 2 turnovers in this game, and that has led to 6 Texans points. The story of this first half is injuries on both sides. Zach Allen, you mentioned the defensive end. He left the game during that last drive. We don't have an update on him. C.J. Stroud is being evaluated for a concussion that was suffered in the second quarter. The Texans have not updated his status. And then the Texans also have a couple of offensive linemen who are questionable. Both their right side of the offensive line. Titus Howard, the right tackle, being evaluated for a concussion, and Ed Ingram has a knee injury. Both of them are questionable. So we are at the half in Houston. It's the Texans 12 and the Broncos 7.
Thank you so much. Some other updates around the league injury-wise. Joe Alt is hurt, and he is out. We'll get an update on that in a little bit. Tucker Kraft just helped off the field, limping, as that one is 10 minutes left in the third, and it looks like Brandon McManus just missed a field goal in that one. Some of the other scores at half: Chargers 20, Titans 17, Colts 7, Steelers 17. Bears down 20-17 to the Bengals, like we just heard in Houston. Houston's up 12-7 over Denver. So we'll get updates there. After the missed field goal, it's 7-6 Panthers over the Packers. The Packers really channeling the era that their uniforms were made popular. So, they have the old school, like 1930s leather helmet uniform look. 21-14 Patriots over the Falcons. That one's about a minute into the third quarter. Updates all around, but first let's go out. Mike Mancuso, Giants, Niners. We got another score in that one. What's going on, Mike?
Well, a 33-yard field goal, the second of the day for Eddie Pinheiro of the 49ers. They now lead the Giants 20-7, and I will mention the Giants wearing their 1980 version of their uniform where they won Super Bowls, but so far not a Super Bowl-inspired day for the Giants, especially the defensive backfield, Anthony. They have allowed Mac Jones to go 17 of 24 for 183 yards, making key completions on third downs. Jennings, Kittle, McCaffrey all getting involved. Each have 4 catches. McCaffrey's also run for 47 yards. So the Giants doing a decent job against the run, but the defensive backs are letting Mac Jones have a field day so far. Giants now have the ball 2nd and 2 on their own 41-yard line, trying to get some offense going. They trail 20-7.
Thank you so much. Let's go out. Like I said, Brandon McManus missed a field goal. Let's hear the complete update from Bill Rabier.
Yeah, McManus no good from 43 yards, and the Packers' first possession of the second half, and it remains 7-6 in favor of the Carolina Panthers today. The Panthers coming in a almost 2-touchdown underdog, but they have hung right in there with the Packers, and Green Bay has pretty much, I think, shot themselves in the foot. They've been their own worst enemy here in this game. They've moved the ball offensively, but they have barely any points to show for it, just 2 field goals from Brendan McManus. So Carolina takes over their first possession of the second half at their own 38-yard line, 1st and 10. Green Bay trails Carolina 7-6, just underway, 10.5 minutes to go in this third quarter at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill, as we continue to monitor that one. Let's go out. This one's at halftime. Bears, Bengals. Jason Earhart's got us covered.
Yeah, halftime here in Cincinnati. The Bengals lead 20-17. A late 44-yard touchdown reception by T. Higgins has put the Bengals on top. Bears missed a 47-yard field goal. It was actually partially blocked by Joseph Osai that would have tied the game going into the locker room. Big first half for Bears running back Kyle Monangai, 16 carries, 100 yards. And for the Bengals, both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both have 3 catches for 63 yards each. Bears set to get the ball to start the third quarter, but for now the Bengals lead 20-17.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get an update around the fantasy scoreboards as we do around halftime every week. I'll just give you the guys for today. Obviously, Lamar Jackson so far is still the leader for the week. Caleb Williams at halftime has 20.54 points in standard PPR leagues, 136 yards passing, 1 touchdown, 4 carries for 39 yards. And guess what? Buddy's got a receiving catch today, so he's got 2 touchdowns on the day. Drake London, 20.5, 5 catches, 2 touchdowns through the air. Demario Douglas everyone's favorite Patriot receiver, 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, and that's 20 points for Douglas. McCaffrey's got 17.5 with a 15 for 47 on the ground, 4 for 28, and a touchdown in the air. Sam Laporta, 17.1. He's got 4 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown. Some other notables, Justin Herbert, 16.34. T. Higgins, 15.3, and Drake May, 14.78. Nico Collins, in his return, 7 catches, 75 yards. He's got 14.5 points in fantasy. Let's go back out. They're getting ready to kick off the second half. Titans, Chargers. Brant Douglas has more from Nissan Stadium.
And the Chargers do get the ball to start the second half with a 20-17 lead thus far. They've been able to get a very short run from Kimon Vidal and then a 7-yard pass to Oronde Gadsden, giving them a 3rd and short. 3rd and 2 in the first half. Justin Herbert, 13 of 20 passing for 186 yards, 3 sacks, and a pick 6. And the 3rd down pass will be knocked away. So 3 and out for the Chargers on their first play of the second half. The Titans and their offense has only been able to generate a field goal thus far. Will take the field here for the first time in the second half. 13:28 left in the second. It's the Chargers 20, the Titans 17.
Thank you so much, Brant. So that's a big stop by this Titans defense. They've showed up today. The Chargers offense has been slowed down enough that the Titans can stay in this. They've also gotten points on defense and special teams. So Ladd McConkey, with the defender draped all over him, not able to reel that one in. So 4th and 2 for them. They are going to punt as the offense comes off the field like we just heard. 13:33 left in the third quarter. The Patriots already in the red zone. 1st and 10, 11 minutes left in the third quarter after a 14-yard pass to Hunter Henry, who joined us last week after the Patriots victory. So the Patriots up 21-14. They're in the red zone. The Giants, 1st and 10 from San Francisco's 25. They're right outside the red zone. The Colts, 2nd and 20 as they start the half with a big Daniel Jones sack of 10 yards. So we'll see what happens there. Jackson Dart scrambling around. He'll gain a few yards in this one, about 5 yards, and it's now going to be 2nd and 5 for him in that. So they're down 20-7, about 8:45 left as they are right outside of the red zone. He's been scrambling around all day, so he's had a lot of, pressure as always. And at first I thought he was sliding, and he just got lit up there. Oh, no, they called unnecessary roughness in that one. So the Giants are going to get the first down. They're going to be in the red zone. 3rd and 20 for the Colts. A little bit of a short pass to Pittman as he had to lunge over to catch that, and they're going to be well short of the first down. 4th and 9 from their own 38. Patriots 2nd and 6 from Atlanta's 15. The Titans will take over from the 28 after making the Chargers go 3 and out. Panthers 4th and 4 from Green Bay's 49. I'm curious if they will go for it or if they will punt a little too far for a field goal. The Lions get the ball after a Vikings punt, so it's 1st and 10 from Detroit's own 8-yard line. Broncos, Texans, Bengals, Bears, both still at the half. Texans 12, Broncos 7, Bengals 20, Bears 17. Big pass to the left side of the end zone. Darius Slayton just out of his reach as he's draped by Green of the Niners. So he's not going to be able to reel that in for a touchdown. Drake May scrambling, able to get the first down and out of bounds in that one. So it's going to be 1st and goal from Atlanta's 8 after a 3-yard scramble for the first down. And we'll see what happens there. There's a flag in the Giants game, so we'll see what that ends up becoming in that one. And we have some more. The Steelers get the ball back after the Colts punt, so they'll start from their own 22. Daniel Jones, 13 of 22, 133 yards, 2 turnovers today. Jonathan Taylor, 10 carries, 24 yards. So the Steelers have absolutely shut down 2 people who we've talked about a lot over the last few weeks as MVP, favorites or dark horses. So that's very interesting to see that this Steelers, after getting a lot of flack from their own fan base, they have been able to slow down the best offense in the NFL. As up to this point, some other updates: the Patriots 2nd and goal from Atlanta's 5 as they got a 3-yard carry from Henderson. We'll get all that. We'll get the Giants. We'll get the Patriots updates in the red zone. We'll update you on the games just kicking off in the second half. Stay tuned. A lot to get to. And after the games, these 1 o'clock games, we got the 4 o'clock games. We got player interviews. We've got sound. All right here. Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Every game is now kicked off in the second half as we get down to the nitty-gritty. And the Broncos right now, it is going to be 3rd and 1 after a rush short of the line. And it looks like the Titans stopping their own. You see something new every week. It looks like DK on the, jet sweep was going to get into the end zone, but runs into Spears, who not only stops him from scoring, but forces a fumble on his own teammate. So a very confusing turn of events there as the Titans are now 3rd and goal from the 1, and we'll see what happens on that drive. Let's go out to New York. Giants, Niners. Giants were in the red zone. We last spoke to you. Mike Mancuso has the complete update.
All right, right now the 49ers will be punting to the Giants. It's a 4th and 5. Mac Jones just tried a quick pass on the out, and Brian Burns deflected it. So now the 49ers will be punting to the Giants. 5 minutes remaining, third quarter. San Francisco on top, 20-10. I should mention that. The Giants just got a prior to the 49ers now being on offense. Graham Gano hit a 22-yard field goal to get the Giants to within 10. They just had a 64-yard drive. Jackson Dart, lots of running on that drive. He's rushed for 35 yards. He's thrown 18 times, completed 13 of them for only 75 yards. So it has not been a terrific offensive game for the Giants, but now they have the ball on about the 21-yard line here in the third quarter, 4.5 remaining, and they're only down 10. 49ers lead at 20-10.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to New England. From Foxborough, Falcons, Patriots, Alan Siegel's got you covered.
All right, Anthony. The Patriots just created a 2-score game, and they did it with a field goal. Andy Borregales, a 32-yard field goal that ended the 15-play, 56-yard drive. It featured a 15-yard reception to DeMario Pop Douglas, and with Kayshon Boutte now ruled out for hamstring, he's taken the most of his opportunities. He's got 4 receptions for 100 yards today. And that is first 100-yard game for DeMario Douglas. It also included a 14-yard to Hunter Henry. And then the Patriots eventually got the first and goal at the 5. But the Falcons have played very well defensively this afternoon, and they sacked Drake May for the 5th time this afternoon, pushing them all the way back, which created the field goal. And the Patriots defense then had to take over, and they created a 3rd and 3 and out for Atlanta. Their 3rd 3 and out today, and the Patriots now have the ball back when the clock stopped. So we have 5:23 to go here in the third quarter, and the Patriots now lead it by 2 scores, 24-14, Anthony.
Thank you so much. A big return for the Texans as that gets the Texans into Broncos territory after the Broncos could not do anything on offense, as that has been the theme of the day for them. Bears have the ball at Cincinnati 16 as they continue their drive. They're looking to go up or at least tie it 20-17 Bengals. Kyle Monangai, 18 carries, 111 yards after another big carry, and he gets the ball again, and it looks like they're going to be short of the first down, but there's going to be a penalty on that one. 1st and 10 from the Green Bay 22-yard line, and the Panthers hand it off as they have the ball, trying to get into the red zone in that one after an interception on Jordan Love. Vikings have the ball, about 9:30 left in the third quarter. They're on Detroit's 35-yard line. It's 17-14 Vikings over the Lions. Jared Goff, 12 of 20, 121 yards and a touchdown. Aaron Jones finally getting comfortable. I think this is his 2nd game back, maybe his 3rd game back He's got 78 yards on the ground on 9 carries. He's also got 2 catches for 20 yards in that one. So he's been getting involved. J.J. McCarthy's back. He has 11 to 19, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception for him. He's been sacked 3 times. So he's been, settling in nicely in that one. Let's go out. As I said, Carolina's got the ball in what is the red zone for the Packers. So Panthers have the ball. Let's get the update. Panthers-Packers for Bill Rabier.
Well, they have it now inside the 10. It's first and goal from the Packers' 7-yard line after a 5-yard gain by Chuba Hubbard. The Panthers have the ball on the heels of an interception by safety Trayvon Merrick. Jordan Love threw one up into double coverage. Merrick came over as the safety in center field and picked it off and then returned it 36 yards to the Packers' 38-yard line, and now they have it inside the 10. Just threw an incomplete pass, so they're looking at second and goal from the 7. And with 3 minutes to go here in this third quarter, the outcome is very much in doubt. And I told you in the pregame this afternoon, the Packers fans were hoping for a little bit less drama, being a almost two-touchdown favorite in this one, but this has been anything but stress less. I mean, the Packers have trailed most of the way, and they trail it now 7-6, and Carolina knocking on the door with 2:59 left third quarter here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's go out to Houston as the Broncos and Texans are in a defensive struggle. Adam Spillane's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, a couple injury updates for the Texans. First, C.J. Stroud will not return today. He has suffered a concussion that came back in the second quarter, so Davis Mills will be the Texans' quarterback the remainder of the afternoon. Texans will also be without right tackle Titus Howard. He also suffered a concussion, so 2 big losses for the Texans' offense. But the Texans, leading 12-7, are driving their first possession of the second half. They got a good kick return they got a good return on a punt by the rookie Jalen Knowles right around midfield. And right now, the Texans have the ball right at the Broncos' 20. So another opportunity to add to this lead. Davis Mills has played well in relief of C.J. Stroud. Really the first important snaps that Mills has gotten really in a couple of years when you think about it. But Mills is now 10 of 14 for 83 yards. Or 84 yards, excuse me. He has been able to get the Texans into scoring territory on a couple of occasions, but they have had to settle for field goals in this game. They have 4 Kaimi Fairbairn field goals in this game. Bo Nix for Denver, 6 of 17 for 76 yards. He has 1 touchdown and 1 interception. So we have played 5 minutes in the third quarter. Texans are driving. They'll have 3rd and 9 from now the Denver 23, and they already lead this game 12-7.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to Cincinnati as we've got another score in that one. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Yeah, this back-and-forth game now swinging back to Chicago. A 6-yard touchdown pass from Caleb Williams to Colston Loveland has put the Bears up 24-20. It was the first drive of the third quarter. The Bears ate up almost 7 minutes on that drive. They drove 77 yards on the drive, well over 400 yards offense today for the Bears. They've had the time of possession as well. They've maintained about 26-10 in time of possession so far. It seems like they're dominating the game, but the Bengals are right there, only down 4, ready to get the ball back. 8:11 to go, third quarter from Cincinnati.
Let's go out to Tennessee. The Titans had the ball in the red zone. It was 4th and 1. And let's get the complete breakdown of what happened on that Titans drive. Brant Douglas has more.
And I think breakdown's the word to describe what happened to the Titans on that 4th down play, is they were not able to get the ball into the end zone. Coming up short on the 3rd and goal on the 1-yard line, they tried a wildcat play. Tony Pollard was stuck. They tried a more traditional handoff to Pollard on 4th down, and he was about the 2 lengths of the football short. Since then, the Chargers have driven out from the inside their 1-yard line. They are now at midfield, facing a 2nd down and 8, looking to continue their drive. Right now, Justin Herbert, 16 of 24 for 217 yards. He has 2 touchdown passes, 1 interception. He's been sacked 4 times. And it's going to be a 3rd and short as another big play as the Chargers move it into Titans territory. Our score right now, 2:15 left in the third. It's the Chargers 20 and the Titans 17.
Thank you so much, Brant, and we will monitor that one. A big play in this one as the Falcons look for any life, and they might have just gotten it in the Patriots game. A big interception thrown by Drake May, and they'll take over from the Atlanta 45 after a false start penalty. It's now 2nd and 14 for the Falcons at the Atlanta 45. We'll get an update in this Panthers-Packers game as the Panthers were threatening the score after what looked like an interception by McKinney, and then he was out of bounds. We'll see if the Panthers are able to make do with that one. The Texans lining up for another field goal, and it is good. So, again, not being able to come away with points, this Broncos defense has been able to overcome what has been a putrid day for their offense, which has been a theme a lot. 6 of 18 for Bo Nix, 76 yards, a touchdown and an interception. They only have 44 yards on the ground, 9 carries for 44 yards. This Texans defense doing exactly what it's done all season, preventing teams from scoring. In the Bears-Bengals game, the Bengals are about to receive the kickoff. We'll get an update there. Kyle Monungai, 21 carries, 122 yards, 17 of 29 for Caleb Williams. He has 191 yards in the air, 2 passing touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown. The Bengals are going to take over at the 31 to be exact. Vikings, Lions, 17-14 Vikings, about 8 minutes left in the third quarter there after a Jordan Mason rush on the outside to the right, 7 yards. It'll be second and third from Detroit's 28, and now they open it up. Jordan Addison gets a 17-yard catch. They're now down at Detroit's 11-yard line, so it'll be first and 10 from the 11 of Detroit's 11-yard line. Like I said, we'll see what happens there. Like I said, the Broncos stopped the Texans as they were settling for a field goal, so 15-7 in that one. Niners have the ball after another stalled drive by the Giants. First and 10 from San Francisco's 24, as that game is 20-10 Niners. About a minute 30 left in the third quarter. About 2:45 left in the third quarter of the Falcons game. Like I said, they took over after an interception by Drake May, who was having a good game, 16 of 22, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception, also adding 16 yards on the ground. Terrell Jennings, surprise player with Ramondre Stevenson out. Terrell Jennings, 9 carries, 30 yards, and a touchdown. Trevion Henderson, 11 carries for 51 yards. The big guy in the air, Demario Douglas, 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. Stephon Diggs has 1 catch for 11 yards, which has led to a touchdown. Michael Penix, in his return from injury, 15 of 22, 118 yards, 2 touchdowns. Bijan Robinson, 24 yards. Michael on the ground. Michael Penix also added 2 carries for 19 yards. Kyle Pitts, 4 of 38. Drake London, only 35 yards in the air on 5 catches. He does have 2 touchdowns receiving. In J.J. McCarthy's return, as they are in the red zone trying to put up a touchdown or, any points, J.J. McCarthy, 12 of 22, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Aaron Jones has 9 carries, 78 yards. Jordan Mason, 5 for 16. Jordan Addison, 2 catches, 48 yards. Justin Jefferson, 5 catches, 43 yards. In this one, Jared Goff is 13 of 22, 118 yards, and a touchdown. David Montgomery adds a touchdown on the ground to go with 7 carries and 21 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 7 from, let me get the exact yardage on this one, from Detroit's 8. So we'll see if the Vikings can get a score there. A penalty in the Chargers game is going to make it 1st and 15, but they are at Tennessee's 17-yard line. We'll see if the Chargers come away with points there, as that one has been all Chargers offense and nothing from the Tennessee offense, as the defense and special teams has put up 14 points. The Falcons now have the ball at New England's 31-yard line. It's 31 for them. If they come away with 3, at least they turn this into a 1-score game. So if you're a Falcons fan, you got to hope for that at least. The Steelers have the ball 1st and 10 at Indianapolis' 41-yard line. They have all but stifled the Colts offense, the number 1 offense in the league. It is 17-10 in that one, as the Colts look to come back, and the Steelers look to just hold them off and get above 500 at home, as they are on the Colts' 41-yard line. The Niners took over from their own 24 as that drive's about to start. We've got a timeout before the kickoff in the Panthers game. 13-6 over the Packers. The Panthers looked like they threw an interception to Xavier McKinney. He was able to come down with it, but it was out of bounds. The very next play, Rico Dowd gets his 2nd rushing touchdown of the day. 18 of 90 on the ground, 2 rushing touchdowns. This off of an interception by Jordan Love, which has really turned the tide in that one. The Packers wearing the throwback unis, and they are playing like those unis represent the era they represent. The Bengals now have it at the 5-yard line of the Bears as they look to get the ball into the end zone. It is first and goal. Now they're at Chicago's 1 after a defensive pass interference. So it is now first and goal from Chicago's 1-yard line. We'll see if we get a touchdown in this one. 5 plays of 20-plus yards for the Bengals, 1 for the Bears. Joe Flacco has transformed that offense into what we thought it could be with Joe Burrow. Not necessarily what it should have been with Joe Burrow, but it has been great. It looks like T. Higgins will be out at the 1-yard line, and it'll be third and goal with about 5 minutes left in the third quarter in that one. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got all the updates, post-game sound from players, post-game interviews. Jody Mack will join me at 6. We got the 4 o'clock window coming up at 4. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Okay, let's jump right into it as we got a lot to get to. I wasn't wrong, but they overruled it, and T. Higgins was actually in the end zone. So now 27-24, Bengals over the Bears. Defense has been optional in this one because immediately the next drive down, Caleb Williams hits Colston Loveland 31 yards to get them into Cincinnati territory. It's now 2nd and 7 after a Kyle Monangai 3-yard run. It's 2nd and 7 from Cincinnati's 31. It's 4th and 4. Packers have the ball from Carolina's 36. They're going for it, so we'll give you an update in a second once they complete that play. The Chargers extended their lead over the Titans 27-17. And instead of me updating you, let's go right out to Bill Rabier as he's got the update for you. Panthers, Packers.
Yeah, crucial fourth down play. The Packers did convert a pass from Jordan Love to running back Chris Brooks. Picked up 6, and they converted on 4th and 4 down to the Carolina 28, and then they just connected again on a short pass over the middle. So the Packers will have it 2nd down and 6 at the 22-yard line, trailing now 13-6 because the Carolina Panthers scored in their last possession. Another touchdown by Rico Dowdle, this time just from 1 yard out. If the Packers were called for pass interference in the end zone on Keyshawn Nixon, that put it at the 1, 1st and goal, and on the first play, Dowdle able to run it in. However, he was called for an unsportsmanlike penalty for excessive celebration, or he must have said something. It was hard to see exactly what he did from up here, but he was penalized after the touchdown. That pushed the PAT way back, turned out to be a 48-yard PAT attempt that was no good. So that's why we're at 13-6 instead of 14. They missed that extra point. Jordan Love connected with Romeo Doubs on a 28-yard completion, one of the key plays in this current drive, and the Packers have it now down at the 15-yard line, 1st and 10, and they trail it 13-6 with 13 minutes left in the fourth quarter here at Lambeau Field.
Thank you so much, Bill, and we will monitor that one as the Packers try to score a touchdown for the first time today. I told you before we had the big turn of events in the Patriots-Falcons game. Let's get a complete update from our guy, Alan Siegel, who's live at Gillette.
Hi, Anthony. A very fast-moving third quarter, and basically we are now 3 minutes into the fourth quarter already, and it is a one-score game as the Patriots have made a couple of mistakes today. The last mistake was an interception of Drake May as he intended to hit Hunter Henry across the middle, but Jesse Bates intercepted it, and eventually it led to a 38-yard field goal by Parker Romo just into the fourth quarter. And that is where we stand. 3rd down and 11 of the Patriots in their own territory. 11:58 to go in the fourth quarter. Patriots clinging now to a 24-17 lead, Anthony.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to MetLife as it feels like it's about ice cream, Twix ice cream bar time from the MetLife press room. Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
I have some really bad news. They did not bring ice cream out into the press room, but they have tons of other stuff.
Wow, maybe it's the weather is too cold for it.
Yeah, I don't know. They have tons of other treats. But listen, this game's getting away from the Giants. It's now 27-10. San Francisco on top. They just had a 76-yard drive, 9 plays. Brian Robinson getting involved at running back. He had an 18-yard run for a touchdown. He has 49 yards rushing, and that's to cover for Christian McCaffrey, who has 86 yards of his own. Mac Jones had a real good day, 196 yards passing, 18 of 23. The Giants had a 7-0 lead in this game, but the 49ers have been in control pretty much the rest of the way, making mincemeat of the Giants' defensive secondary today, and pretty much in control of this game. So with 11:05 remaining, Giants trail 27-10.
Let's go out to Houston as the Broncos and Texans. It is a defensive struggle, as we all predicted, and Adam Spillane's got an update for us.
Yeah, 2:53 to go. Texans still, or 2:53 to go in the third quarter. Texans leading the Broncos 15-7. J.K. Dobbins just failed to convert a 3rd and 1 from the Denver 21. So the Broncos are forced to punt. So the Texans get the ball back at their own 12 after a 67-yard punt by Jeremy Crashaw. So a really good punt that flips field position in this one. Davis Mills remains at quarterback for the Texans in place of C.J. Stroud, who has suffered a concussion. Mills is 10 of 14 for 84 yards. Bo Nix has struggled so far in this game, really outside of the 30-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton in the second quarter. He only has 51 yards passing if you take that away. Nix 7 of 19, 81 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Texans have been balanced offensively. The run game has been okay. Woody Marks did spend some time in the injury tent, but he has returned to the game. Nico Collins has had a good game, though, for Houston. 7 catches, 475 yards. Obviously, the big difference in this game, though, is Kaimi Fairbairn. He is 5 of 6 on field goal attempts. The one miss was a 51-yarder as Mills throws incomplete on second down. So it'll be a 3rd and 9 for the Texans coming up from their own 13-yard line, so an opportunity for Denver to get the ball back and get pretty good field position. 2:15 to go in the third quarter. It's the Texans 15 and the Broncos 7.
Let's go out to Cincinnati. Like I said, defense is optional in this one. It's an absolute shootout. After the big touchdown, before we went to the last break, the Bears were threatening, and let's get the complete confirmation of that drive from our guy, Jason Earhart.
Yeah, the easiest pick of the day of this one was the over, which I think was somewhere around 51 points. So we are over that. It's 31-27. The Bears have reclaimed the lead. A backup running back elevated from the practice squad last night named Britton Brown just went for 22 yards. He came in because Kyle Monangai is banged up on the bench. The rookie Monangai, 23 carries, 134 yards in the absence of DeAndre Swift. Bears have run for 204 yards so far in this ball game. We still have a little bit of time left here in the third quarter. So back and forth we go. Bears on top, 31-27. This marks the 8th consecutive game that the Bengals defense had given up at least 27 points. Bengals with the ball at their own 30-yard line, looking to strike back. 1:18 to go, third quarter from Cincinnati.
Thank you so much on that one. Updating this Colts Steelers game. The Colts finally into Steelers territory. They've been opening up the passing plays a little bit. They're now picking apart that Steelers secondary. Only problem is there's 11:40 left in the game, and the Steelers are up 24-7 after a Jaylen Warren run that gave them the 17-point lead. It's now 1st and 34 after a Joey Porter defensive 1st and 10 from the Pittsburgh 34. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. After the Joey Porter defensive pass interference. In this game of our 1 o'clock window, we've got a big play here as the Lions and Vikings try to stay on pace with the Vikings. We'll get an update in that one as soon as it goes final, as far as what happened on that drive, as they try to do anything to claw back into this one. 24 points for the Vikings and 10 for the Lions. So we'll get an update there as well. Sorry, 14 for the Lions in that one as they try to keep it to a one-score game. In the Giants-Niners game, Jackson Dart and the Giants are threatening. We'll get an update in that in a second. The Broncos punted back to the Texans. Texans couldn't do anything up with it. They pumped back to the Broncos as this one has become a real defensive battle with no C.J. Stroud in the game. The Broncos offense is not taking advantage of the, possession they've had. The Texans have done a really good job of taking advantage of time of possession, milking the clock. 5 field goals for them. They're up 15-7. A 13-yard pass to Troy Franklin from Bo Nix as they get into Texans territory. The Bengals at the end of the third quarter have the ball at midfield. It's Cincinnati's 48. It's 2nd and 6 for them as they're down 31-27. Today has been the Kyle Monangai coming out party as DeAndre Swift is out with an injury. Monangai has 134 yards on the ground. Joe Flacco, 14 of 19, 244 yards in the air, 2 touchdowns. I think they have 6+ plays of 20+ yards, and the Bears have 2. So a lot of explosive plays in that one. It's going to be 4th and 9 for the Colts from the Steelers' 33-yard line. We'll see if they kick the field goal on that one to get it to a 2-score game. And Justin Herbert sacked again. No shock there as he continues to get no help from his offensive line. A banged-up offensive line that lost Joe Alt earlier in the game. If you weren't around earlier, Tucker Kraft helped off the field. C.J. Stroud not returning. He's being evaluated for a concussion in the Broncos-Texans game. So a lot of injuries to go around. Also, one non-NFL note, if you missed it earlier, Hugh Freeze fired as Auburn head coach. They lost 10-3 this weekend, so that was the final straw. So he goes along with James Franklin, Billy Napier, and Brian Kelly as notable college football coaches that got the axe this season. We got a lot more to get to. All the NFL action, all the updates, the fantasy updates. We'll hear from some players live from the locker room post-game. We'll get the 4 o'clock window. The great Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock. All that right here. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has been ruled out with a concussion. Stroud was hit after sliding late on a scramble attempt. The back of his head slammed into the turf. Stroud was able to walk off the field under his own power. Davis Mills in at quarterback for the Texans, who lead the 6-2 Broncos 15-7. The Broncos, though, do have the football. They've just crossed midfield and are in Texans territory. The Colts in danger of taking just their second loss of the season. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers with a 24-10 lead on the Colts. 10:45 to play in the fourth quarter in Pittsburgh. The Patriots looking to improve to 7-2. They have a 24-17 lead on the Falcons. 9.5 to go at Foxborough. The Chargers ahead of the Titans 27-17. Despite left tackle Joe Alt suffering a right ankle injury, Alt was carted to the locker room under 8 minutes to play in Nashville. Rico Dowdle over 100 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns for the Panthers. They're looking to move to 5-4. The Panthers leading at Lambeau 13-6, under 9 to go. They're just about to hit the fourth quarter in Detroit. J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings have a 24-17 advantage on the Lions. The Bengals just about at midfield, down 4 to the Bears, 31-27. Started the fourth quarter in Cincinnati, and Joe Flacco just fumbled, recovered by Chicago to start the fourth quarter. It's the 49ers 27, Giants 17, under 8 to play at MetLife Stadium. 3 games coming in the later window. The big one sees the 5-2 Bills hosting the 5-3 Chiefs. The 5-2 Rams are hosting rookie Tyler Shuck and the Saints. The Jaguars are taking on the Raiders in Vegas. Trevor Lawrence has an illness but is playing. Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders tonight as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We've got a lot going on here as the 1 o'clock window winds down. Falcons in New England's red zone. First and goal from New England's 10. Let's go out to Foxborough as Alan Siegel's got the update.
Well, Anthony, the Falcons indeed started a march on their own 15-yard line and trailing by 7 have gone all the way down into the Patriots' 10-yard line. Here's what happened a couple of plays ago. It was a pass from Michael Penix to Drake London, a 40-yarder. And on that play, and I'm going to mention this for a second, Christian Gonzalez, the Patriots all-pro quarterback, when it came down fast, hard on his back and left the game. And we don't have any injury update on that. But basically the bottom line is that now Drake London does not have Christian Gonzalez on him. And a few moments ago on a 4th and 4 to 20 with Carlton Davis on him, London was able to call in a 10-yard pass to make it a first and goal for Atlanta at the 10-yard line. They are now 3rd and goal at the 8-yard line. So 4:48 to go. You can follow along. Patriots have a 24-17 lead, but the Falcons threatening here at the 8-yard line, Anthony.
Thank you so much. And it is now 3rd and goal, like he said. We'll see what happens after the penalties decline ineligible downfield players. So we'll see what happens. Let's go out to Green Bay. The Packers trying to stay alive in this one. They have about 5 minutes or so left in the fourth quarter, and more on that. Our guy, Bill Rabier.
Yeah, the Packers now have it in the red zone with 4:35 left after a completion to Luke Musgrave. Got the ball down to the 18-yard line. Packers 1st and 10, trailing by 7, 13-6, as they run it up the middle for a couple yards there. The Packers had it on their last possession, went for it on 4th and 8, and nearly threw an interception in the end zone. Carolina took over. Packers defense held. They got it back at their own 30 or 29-yard line to be exact, and then a quick completion for 21 yards to the Packers' Romeo Dobbs. That got it out to midfield, and they've slowly worked it now inside the 10. We'll have 1st and goal from the 7-yard line, trailing by 7 with 3:56 to play. On the injury front, some bad news for the Packers. Tight end Tucker Kraft is out with a knee injury. Matthew Golden, the wide receiver, is also out with a shoulder, and defensive lineman Colby Wooden out with a shoulder injury as well. So the injury to Kraft has allowed Luke Musgrave to make some plays on this drive, and the Packers looking at 1st and goal and now have it inside the 3 with 3:30 left. Trailing by 7, 13-6 Panthers lead the Packers, but the Packers about to try to punch it in here at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill, and we'll get an update there. Some other games. Like I said, the Lions kicked a field goal before we went to break. That made it 24-17. Chargers have the ball after a Titans field goal. It's now 27-20. Herbert, like he's had to deal with all year, is dealing with a lot of pressure. He's able to still maintain and play a pretty decent game. They've already had injuries to that offensive line. They lose another guy today in Joe Alt, so it's becoming a tough task for him to stay upright. I'll get an update there. We just spoke to Alan. Let's get a complete breakdown of what happened after we got off the phone with him, as the Falcons and Patriots are still battling out. Alan, what's going on?
Well, I mentioned to you, and you mentioned also the penalty on the Falcons for too many men downfield, and that was declined. So it set up basically a 4th and goal at the 8-yard line. And Penix went back, and I mentioned to you that Christian Gonzalez is not in the game. Carlton Davis is on Drake London, and London hauled it in, a beautiful catch in the end zone to make it 24-23. That means we're going to have a tie game with 4:40 to go, right? Paco Romo went right of the upright on the point after touchdown. And so with 4:40 to go, the Patriots are going to get the ball, now clinging to a 1-point lead, 24-23, Anthony.
Let's go out to Houston. The Broncos were threatening when we last spoke, or when we went to break, and let's get the complete breakdown. Adam Spillane's got us covered from NRG Stadium.
Anthony, the Broncos get the game tied. R.J. Harvey caught a 27-yard touchdown pass from Bo Nix. He came out of the backfield and beat the linebacker Henry To'oTo'o to get into the end zone. That made it 15-13. And then Nix found Troy Franklin in the end zone for the 2-point conversion. That ties the game. The Texans have the ball back, but they had a 2nd down and 15 after they were just hit with a delay of game penalty. So 2nd and 15 from their own 43-yard line. Davis Mills, who was in the game in place of C.J. Stroud, almost threw an interception on the very last play, a deep pass to Nico Collins that was almost picked off, but it fell incomplete. The 2nd and 15 coming up for Houston. The Texans have kicked 5 field goals in this game. Denver has not run a play from the red zone in this game. Both their touchdowns, the 27-yarder to Harvey and then the 30-yard touchdown pass to Cortland Sutton, have provided for all of the Broncos' points in this game. The Texans had the ball 1st and goal from the 1 or the 2 on 2 different occasions today, and they had to settle for field goals on both. So 10:58 to go. The Texans and Broncos are tied at 15.
Thank you so much in that one. It is now, they just got a penalty as he was speaking to us, so it's going to be 2nd and 15 in that. 3rd and 2 for the Bengals at the Bears' 39-yard line. Now 3rd and 14 after a 6-yard reception for Amon-Ra St. Brown. The Lions have it at Minnesota's 28. Now 19 after another pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown's for 9. And it's now 4th and 5 for the Lions in the Vikings territory. So we'll see if they go for it there. You know how aggressive Dan Campbell likes to be. 34-17. Let's get a breakdown from Mike Mancuso from MetLife Stadium.
Right now, Anthony, 2:18 remaining in the 4th quarter. As you mentioned, 34-17. The 49ers just completing a 60-yard drive, 6 plays. McCaffrey going in from 3 yards out. McCaffrey's had a really terrific game, both sides of the ball. 5 catches, one of them for a touchdown. He's rushed for 97 yards, one of them for a touchdown. Mac Jones, 19 of 24 in this game, 235 yards, so he's been solid. Also want to mention linebacker Tatum Berthume. He's got 15 tackles in this game, leading the 49ers defensively. So 2 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Giants trail the 49ers 34-17.
Thank you so much. We last spoke. We thought the Colts were going to go down the field and put up 6, and then they stalled. Let's get a complete breakdown from Pittsburgh as Brian Backo's got us covered.
Yeah, not so fast. That was kind of their last-ditch effort there to try to get back into this one. But Alex Highsmith, strip sacks, Danny Dimes, been a temple of doom for Indiana Jones here in Pittsburgh. 4 turnovers for him, and the Steelers just went up 27-10 on a Chris Boswell field goal. 6:51 left, barring something unforeseen. Steelers are going to get out of here at home with a huge upset win over the NFL-leading Colts, guys.
A big win in a lot of factors. That Steelers defense got questioned, and they've done an absolute tremendous job. 4 turnovers on Daniel Jones now. He has 2 fumbles lost, 3 fumbles total, 2 lost, and 2 interceptions. His worst game of the year by far. And Jonathan Taylor getting nothing on the ground, 14 carries for 45 yards. So the Steelers putting up points offensively. Aaron Rodgers did not have to do a lot today. 24 of 34, 199 yards, about 5.9 average on that. So he has the touchdown. 13 carries for 25 yards for Jaylen Warren. No one else above 4 yards besides that. Jaylen Warren's got 2 touchdowns. So it's been a big day for the Steelers defense, and this is what you kind of envisioned in that one. The Broncos take over in Houston. Let's go out to Cincinnati as the Bears and Bengals battle it out in this shootout, and the Bengals are now threatening. Jason Earhart's got more for us.
Yeah, this drive could be in jeopardy. However, they are threatening there at the Bears' 26-yard line, but long after the play ended, the officials just threw a flag down. They're going to call intentional grounding on the last Joe Flacco pass. So not only do you lose the down, you lose the yardage on that. So now it's 4th and 13, and it looks like they may send Evan McPherson out for what would be a long, long field goal. Bears lead this game 34-27. They extended that lead a few minutes ago after a Gervon Dexter fumble recovery. He turned that into a 36-yard field goal by Cairo Santos to give them a touchdown lead. Looks like the field goal, they're lining up around the 44-yard line. This would be 54 yards if McPherson can knock it through. They were going to go for it before the grounding call, but McPherson's field goal looks like it is not going to have the distance, just a hair short, and the Bears will have great field position and a 34-27 lead with 5:53 to go for Cincinnati.
Thank you very much on that one. So the Lions actually converted on a penalty. Now it's an incomplete pass. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 14. On that 9-yard reception from Amon-Ra St. Brown, he was hurt. We'll get an update on that in a second as soon as we actually have one. But let's go out to Green Bay. Packers, Panthers. Packers are on the goal line, and let's get more from Bill Rabier.
Well, the Packers are in the end zone after a lengthy review. Josh Jacobs' carry from the 1-yard line on 3rd and goal from the 1 was ruled a touchdown. It looked like he was stopped short, and then there was a question of whether or not the ball came loose as a couple of players were fighting for it down on the pile. But as it turned out, the replay clearly showed that before he was down, the nose of the ball broke the plane, and therefore the touchdown was good. So the Packers had to challenge it, but it was overturned, and they get the touchdown and the extra point. They went ahead and kicked it. I was wondering whether or not they might go for 2, but they decided to kick it and tie the score, 13-13. So we're setting up for a wild finish here. 2 minutes and 32 seconds left, and the Packers and the Panthers are tied. Green Bay about to kick off to Carolina. This one has been for Carolina offensively. The Rico Dowdle Show, 21 carries, 109 yards. He's been the workhorse. He's scored twice. Bryce Young is just 9 of 16 for 83 yards through the air. For Jordan Love, he's 26 of 37 for 273 yards. No touchdowns through the air. He has thrown an interception. Josh Jacobs, 17 carries for 87 yards and a touchdown, his 10th of the year, coming just a minute ago. The Green Bay leading receiver is Romeo Doubs, 7 catches for 91 yards. But right now it's the Panthers taking over at their own 29-yard line. 1st and 10, 2:28 left in a tie game at Lambeau.
Thank you so much, Bill. And it looks like the Falcons have the ball now, and we get another touchdown for the Giants in that one. That makes it a 10-point game with about 1:20 left. So barring a miracle, that game feels over. Jake Matthews with a false start, so we will get the exact yardage on where the Falcons are in that one as they look to. It was a great pass by Jackson Dart on that one. The Falcons are going to have the ball now. 1st and 15 from their own 26 as they're down 1. They got to get the field goal, about 2:20 left in that one. No finals yet. Once we have, there's some games that feel like finals, like this Steelers-Colts game, as the Colts will take the ball from their own 24-yard line. The Chargers have the ball, about 1:09 left. They're up 7, barring a turnover or, anything catastrophic in that. They are up 7, 1st and 10 from Tennessee's 34-yard line. Jackson Dart, 3 touchdowns in the Giants game passing, as he looks a little shaken up. I don't even know what's going on with him on the sideline right now. He looks a little shaken up. We'll get that going. Maybe he took a big hit and he's just catching his breath. The Falcons just got a first down. Drake London now, 9 catches, 119 yards, 3 receiving touchdowns, as you can see their kicker getting warmed up on the sideline. 3rd and 9 at Minnesota's 13 for the Lions, as they're trying to tie this one up. Still waiting for an update on the Amon-Ra St. Brown injury. He may be back out there. I'm not entirely sure because I didn't see it take place, and I don't currently see him right now. 13-13, Panthers, Packers, 2 minutes to go in that one. Panthers have the ball from their own 31. That one's 2nd and 8. So we'll see if the Panthers can pull off the upset victory. A lot of upsets in the making right now. After what was a exciting comeback by the Broncos, they go 3 and out and have to punt, 2 incompletions from Bo Nix. And now the Texans have the ball at their own 36-yard line. So we'll see if they can do anything offensively. C.J. Stroud out if you missed that. The Niners now have the ball at the 48-yard line after the missed onside kick by the Giants. Giants still have their 3 timeouts, so we'll see if they can do anything there to stop the clock, get the ball back, and hold out a prayer's hope. Colts down 27-10, 1st and 10 at Pittsburgh's 46, as they're trying to mount a miracle comeback, but it does not feel like that is in the books. The only game final right now, like I said, it was, in the bag unless something drastic happened. Chargers 27, Titans 20. Chargers move to 6-3. We wait and see what happens in that Broncos game, but they could be tied for first in that division after today. We got all of that, more coming up. We got post-game sound. We'll get post-game interviews. The 4 o'clock window. Jody Mack at 6. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, welcome back. We got a lot to get to, but before we get to anything, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Let's go out to New England. A big play just took place, and let's see what's going on. Falcons, Patriots. Alan Siegel's got more for us.
Well, you're right, a big play just took place, and the Patriots are going to win their sixth game in a row, but let's set it back just a little bit, because Atlanta was trying to get themselves a situation where they only needed a field goal because Romo missed, and they got the Patriots couldn't do anything. They went 3 and out. Atlanta got the ball back and on their 19 and drove all the way upfield, but they ended up with a grounding play and a couple of penalties, and then the pass to Drake London, but they only got to the 42 and had a punt. The Patriots then were able to situation, can they run out the clock? Well, they got to Jennings, timeout, second timeout by Atlanta. They go to Jennings again on the second down. Timeout Atlanta, their final timeout of the game. It set up a 3rd and 5 at the 23-yard line, and they put the ball in Drake Bay's hand, and he hit Hunter Henry on the sideline. Hunter Henry went up, got the first down, went down on the ground to let the clock go, and the Patriots were able to run the clock out, and they win it 24-23. 6th win in a row for the Patriots. They're now 7-2 with Tampa Bay, who has a bye week this week in Tampa Bay next Sunday. So Patriots, surprising and very good season continues, Anthony, with their 6th win in a row.
Thank you so much, Alan, and we will, monitor that as we go forward this season. The Patriots are legit. And a loss in week 9, for like the Colts, and we'll get to more of an update there, does not, disregard anything they've done. But a big win like that, Patriots, they didn't have their best stuff today. They were able to hang on late. A team that was hyped up coming into the day, and by me, myself, at times, the Lions down right now 27-17 after a Vikings field goal. The Vikings blocked the Lions field goal after a 12-play, 33-yard drive, 6 minutes and 50 seconds by the Lions, come away with nothing. The blocked field goal by Rodriguez, and then Isaiah Rodgers. You guys remember Isaiah Rodgers from the big week he had earlier in the year, took it about 41 yards to Detroit's 26-yard line after a couple of big runs and a sack. They end up kicking, and it's now 27-17 in that one. Let's go out to Denver as the Texans have the ball with 6 minutes left and a tie game. Adam Spillane has more.
All right, Anthony, big 3rd and 3 for the Texans coming up from their own 27. This game remains tied at 15, and the defenses have really taken over in the fourth quarter, especially the Broncos, as Davis Mills' pass is not down at the line of scrimmage, and so the Texans will have to punt once again. It's been basically 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out ever since the Broncos were able to tie the game on that R.J. Harvey 27-yard touchdown catch. So Tommy Townsend will punt on his last punt. The Texans, it looked like, had downed it at the 1-yard line, but replay assist ruled that the second man who came in to touch it, linebacker Jamal Hill, was actually on the goal line when he touched the football. That moved the ball out to the 20. The Broncos still went 3 and out and had to punt it away. Bo Nix, 13 of 30, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Davis Mills in for C.J. Stroud, who suffered a concussion, is 16 of 27 for 133 yards as Townsend kicks the ball into the end zone. So another touchback. It's a 73-yard punt for Townsend, but no return. So a net of 53. So 4:40 to play. Texans and Broncos tied at 15. Anthony, it feels like whichever offense makes the mistake is the team that's going to lose this football game.
It feels like that right now because it feels like neither team is getting it going offensively. Speaking of a team that couldn't get it going offensively, the Colts struggled to do anything today until late. 27-17, Steelers over the Colts. Let's find out how we got there from Brian Bacco.
Yeah, guys, big sigh of relief just now for the Steelers after a fumble by second-year receiver Roman Wilson, kind of just a young guy, boneheaded mistake as they're trying to put this game away. Who picks off Daniel Jones? Joey Porter Jr., Steelers cornerback, and what makes that really special today here in Pittsburgh is they are celebrating the 20-year anniversary of the Super Bowl XL team that had his dad, Joey Porter Sr., on there. So that pick by Jr. probably puts this one away with the Steelers up 27-17, nearing the 2-minute warning. 6 total giveaways today by the Colts, 5 by Daniel Jones, 1 on a muffed punt. You don't see that very often.
No.
6 in the NFL. Great performance by the Steelers defense.
Incredible. And a nice little note there. I did not know they were celebrating that anniversary. And, that was the only way the Steelers were going to lose. The fumble and the Colts driving down the field, but a bad interception there. Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor did absolutely nothing today. Taylor's, shortcomings could be more of a result of the poor passing attempt. The Bears have blown that one open as the Bengals are trying to stay in it with anything they got, as it is a 14-point lead right now, 41-27 Bears. First and goal for Cincinnati at Chicago's 5. It's now 4th and 3 for the Texans as nobody wants to get a first down in this game. 15-15 as they are about to punt it back to the Broncos. We will see that the Colts-Steelers game is about 2:47 left. Some other finals: Niners 34 over the Giants 24. Chargers 27 over the Titans 20. Patriots 24 over the Falcons 23. And the shocker so far today, even more than that Colts-Packers game or Colts-Steelers game, the Panthers win on a last-second field goal over the Packers, 16-13. Let's go out. The 4 o'clock window is getting ready to kick off. But first, let's go out to Cincinnati as the Bengals try to stay alive, and Jason Earhart has more.
Yeah, it looked like the Bengals were going to stay alive. Andre Yosivas caught what looked to be a 5-yard touchdown, but they said he was out of bounds. The very next play, Joe Flacco throws an interception. Tremaine Edmonds picks it up, gets off the ground, and runs 94, 95 yards, and barely anybody chased after him. Joe Flacco did, but pretty much the Bengals just sat there and watched him run. Bengals defense has given up 497 yards today. Rookie Kyle Monange, 175 yards rushing, almost as many as he had in the first 7 games combined with 186. Bears attempting the extra point, which would make it 48-27, 2+ minutes to go here in Cincinnati.
And I just saw the replay, so it ended up, it's 2nd and goal now for them. We will get an update here. We got an early score, I believe. I don't know if this is a scoring mistake, but on the scoreboard it said 2-0 in that Raiders game. So we'll see if that actually was the case. I don't think so, so we will wait for an update on that one. But let's go out for a preview of the day's matchup at SoFi. Saints visiting the Rams, and Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Hey, thanks so much, Anthony. 13-18 remaining first half. The Saints are now going to punt. They're going to go 3 and out, and it was the start for Tyler Shuck, the rookie from Louisville, having the opportunity to take his first snaps. The Saints won the toss and elected to receive. The Rams defense stiffened. The punt just went down. They're going to mark it at the Rams 11-yard line. And just remember, when the sun came up in L.A. today, it was the world champion Los Angeles Dodgers being celebrated. And it's interesting, you have Clayton Kershaw and Matthew Stafford. Stafford, of course, the veteran quarterback from the Rams, who played all kinds of youth high school football and soccer together in Highland Park in Dallas, Texas. Now with his buddy getting another ring, it is up to Matthew Stafford to take control of this Ram team. And this is obviously a mismatch today. The Rams come in at 5-2, the Saints at 1-7. And we haven't seen the Rams in SoFi in a few weeks. So now Stafford starts the ball off. gets a completion, and they move the chains to go. So no score, 0-0 on a 72-degree day in Southern California, 12:54 and counting, first quarter, 0-0. Rams to Saints just underway.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And the Rams trying to keep the L.A. party going. Chargers won today. Dodgers won the World Series last night in exciting fashion, so they try to keep that going at SoFi. Saints 1-7, Rams 5-2, and we'll hear from Chuck Hayes throughout the day. Correction to what I said before, it definitely was a mistake. It said 2-0 on the Raiders on that thing. They haven't even had, there hasn't been anything leading to that. It is now 0-0, so I just wanted to correct that mistake. I jumped ahead of myself there. We got a big play here, though, in the Lions game. The Vikings had kicked a field goal, made it 27-17, and just moments ago, Jared Goff deep down the left field sideline. Jamison Williams, it looked like he didn't get in, and then he was able to punch it in, and it is now going to be, once we get an update, I think it is 27-23. We'll see if they made the extra point in that one, but an exciting play there. And the extra point is good. So 27-24, 2 minutes left. There is some life for the Lions in that one. They have all three timeouts. Both teams have all three timeouts, so we'll see what happens there. Broncos have the ball at their own 48, so they're at midfield. They just hit the 2-minute warning. It's 1st and 10 for them. Raiders got the ball after a punt by the Jaguars. Ashton Genty carries it about 8 yards to get it to the 19, and that is going to be second, and I will see in a second what that is exactly. 2nd and 9 for the Bears from their own 5. As the Bengals weren't able to convert, it's 41-27 in that one. The Vikings are going to take over after, well, let's see something here. It looks like, no, the extra point was good. So the scoreboard just not updated on my side. So it is 27-24. So I was correct about that. They're going to kick it off. So we'll see if they actually kick it off or they kick it off. So no onside kick as they have all three timeouts. And the Vikings are going to take over at about the 24-yard line. So we'll see if that Lions defense can get a stop and give that high-octane offense a chance to bounce back here. Amon St. Brown came back into the game, as I updated you earlier, on his injury. Some updates on our end. We did hit the Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown. We did hit the Amon St. Brown over 6.5. We did not hit the Colts to cover, and the Bengals with the points, because that, unless something drastic happens in that Bengals game, and we will see if we hit the other leg. So the woes keep on woeing for me. 0-8 now in the parlays of the season. 1st and 10 for the Raiders. Oh, they got the ball now at their own 31-yard line as they look to do something to start this game after making the Jaguars go 3 and out. It is now a 1st and 10 from the Chicago 4, 2:29 left. Like we said, 41-27 Bears over the Bengals. Waiting for an update in this one. It is now first. We will see. I think it's actually second and 6 for the Vikings after the timeout. So 1:45 left for them. J.J. McCarthy under center after the pass for 4 yards, and they're going to hand it off, and he is stopped at the line, maybe a yard gain. So it's going to be 3rd and about 5 for them going forward. We'll see if they could get another stop, the Lions, to force the punt. They call their timeout, so about 1:40 left in that one. 2nd and 8 for Bo Nix and co. as they are at the 50-yard line now, and it is about 1:30 left in that one. 2nd and 8, like I said, from the 50. They're trying to get in the field goal range. This one has been all defense. 5 field goals for the Texans, 2 passing touchdowns for Bo Nix, but he's 17 of 34 in this one with an interception, 170 yards passing. So not a big day for him, and he is not, they didn't look like anyone blocked on that play as he gets chased down. So it'll be 3rd and 8 for the Broncos from the 50. It is now 3rd, and they get the first down in the Vikings game, a pass to, I think that was Josh Naylor. So it's 1st and 10 from Minnesota's 44. That'll probably do it with 1:30 left. They'll kneel it out. And we got a 4th and 5 for the Raiders as they're going to punt in that one. Rams, Saints. Rams have the ball in the red zone. 2nd and 1 from New Orleans' 14 after the punt on New Orleans' end. So we'll see what happens there. We'll get an update in this Broncos game. As always, that one's coming down to the wire. We'll get a complete update when the Colts-Steelers go final, Bears-Bengals go final, and in this Minnesota-Lions game as they are going to kneel it out. It's 4th and 8 now for the Broncos. We'll get an update, all that, player interviews, Jody Mack, 4 o'clock window, back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Another fantastic day of NFL football, and we continue to react to everything. We'll get you an update in this Broncos-Texans game and a very interesting turn of events in this Bengals-Bears game as the Bengals scored. We'll see if they were able to recover the onside kick. I'm not going to lie, it looks like they did. And the Broncos trying to get in the field goal territory here. But first, we are joined by, in a very exciting win, another win for this Patriots team, Demario Douglas, 24 Patriots, 23 Falcons. Demario, what's going on, bro?
How you doing?
Good. How you doing today? Huge day. You eclipsed the 100-yard mark. You score a touchdown. You guys are able to hang on and win yet another game. How are you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling good. Blessed. My word, I can't even.
So how are you guys able to stay ready? It feels like every week you guys have a lot of contributors, whether it's in the run game or today with Jennings and Henderson, or yourself being able to have a huge game when called upon. What do you credit that to?
Man, I credit that to our OC, McDaniels, getting everybody, putting everybody in their spots to succeed, and obviously got to give that to Drake also. He's the one dishing it out.
So
but,
I was going to ask you there. I'm sorry to cut you off there. My apologies. How much confidence do you guys have in your quarterback, Drake May?
All of it. Yeah, we have a lot of confidence in my guy. He's been doing this thing, and we're proud of him.
So how far can this team go? This is now, 5-6 consecutive victories. How far do you feel you guys can go as a squad in that AFC?
The furthest we can go. I feel like we can do it. Just got to keep, taking every practice by practice and game by game and get to that mark.
Demario, enjoy the victory. Enjoy the big day. You deserve a nice victory celebration. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Demario Douglas, 4 catches, 100 yards, a big touchdown, a 58-yard reception, his longest of the day. The Bengals do recover it. We have another game coming down to the wire right here as it looks like the Broncos are going to line up for one. But let's get the complete breakdown from our guy, Adam Spillane, live from NRG Stadium.
Yeah, Anthony, Will Lutz is lined up to attempt what would be a 35-yard field goal, which would end the game, or which would win the game for the Broncos. This drive has been all about Bo Nix and Bo Nix's legs. That has put the Broncos in field goal range. He had a 25-yard run on this drive, and then he just had a 9-yard rush to make this a much easier field goal. Will Lutz is 0 for 1 on field goal tries today. He had one blocked. This one is up, and it's good. There is a flag down. I think they're going to get the Texans for offside, but we'll wait for the announcement. But it looks like right now it is offside, so the game is over. The Broncos have beaten the Texans 18-15. The Texans had a 15-7 lead, but Bo Nix able to lead the Broncos back a couple of touchdown passes in this game as the Texans lose without C.J. Stroud, who left the game in the second quarter due to a concussion. The Texans in this game were just 3 of 17 on third down, and they really could not do anything offensively in the second half after they kicked the field goal to start the half. So final score, it's the Broncos 18, the Texans 15. Denver improves to 7-2 on the season. The Texans fall to 3-5.
Thank you so much, Adam. And that was a big one. A lot of field goals, 6 field goals in total, 5 by the Texans, 1 by the Broncos. A defensive struggle all game. Broncos coming out on top. And that Texans defense is not going to be rewarded for what was a fantastic performance from them. So we'll see what happens there. A wacky play just taking place in Las Vegas. Let's go out. Jacksonville, Vegas. Tony Cordasco's got more for us.
Yeah, there's 7:23 to go here in the opening quarter. Jacksonville has the football on this drive, and they're moving the ball, and they just picked up a first down on the Travis Etienne run, and it is just outside of the red zone at the 25-yard line of Las Vegas. Some of the players that are inactive today, Travis Hunter, the wide receiver and linebacker, or rather DB, for the Jaguars, is on IR, placed on IR. Freak knee injury, non-contact variety in camp this week. Safety Eric Murray is also out. Wide receiver Tim Patrick, and they expected to have Devin Lloyd back returning today, but that calf injury is still bothering him, and he is out of action today as well. We look for Parker Washington to pick up a lot of those receiving yards and targets in place of Travis Hunter. And the good news for the Raiders is Brock Bowers has returned for the first time since week 4, yet to have a target in this game. Jacoby Myers is back, 2 targets on the afternoon, 1 reception, and he has just 5 yards receiving. The Raiders kicked off first, a 3-and-out for Jacksonville. Raiders get the ball back and can't do much with it. The only big play there was an Ashton Genty 13-yard burst. He has 17 yards on the ground so far this afternoon on just 2 carries. And then on this drive, it really started way back, and 9 plays and 64 yards later, they're now faced with a 3rd down, and we'll call it 6 for the Jaguars at the Raider 20-yard line. So there's no score here in Las Vegas. 5.5 remaining in the first quarter. And again, no score between the Jaguars and the Raiders.
Thank you so much, Tony. Let's go out to Cincinnati as this game is off the chain. We called it a shootout, and I think that's almost an underestimation. And let's go out. Jason Earhart's got more from Cincinnati.
Yeah, definitely one of the more crazy games I've ever seen here. The Bengals trailed by 14 points with about 2 minutes to go. Noah Fant got a touchdown pass with about a minute and a half to go. They did an onside kick that hit the foot of Bears lineman Daniel Hardy. It was recovered by, it looked like, Marco Wilson. The Bengals went right down the field, got a touchdown. The only thing they did wrong here, they scored too early. There's still 54 seconds to go. The Bears have 1 timeout, but the Bengals have taken the lead 42-41. They made a 2-point conversion after the Fant touchdown, which the analytics typically tell you to do. Remarkable. I don't know what to say. A 39-38 game last week. It's 42-41 now, and the Bengals, if there's ever any time for their defense to step up and make a play, this would be it. One of the more remarkable comebacks I've seen here all my years covering this team. 54 seconds to go. Bengals lead by 1.
Thank you so much, Jason. We'll get an update from Jason as soon as that goes final. We might hear from him in 20 seconds the way that game's going. 42-41. Bengals over the Bears. 54 seconds left. Every time you feel like it's going to be a dud of a Sunday, something happens. It feels like the Broncos, every game this year has been ridiculous. But now this one, as the Bengals and Bears battle it off, our game of the week, Bills-Chiefs, is now underway. Bills have a first down. It's now 1st and 10 after a penalty from their own 25. The Rams have the ball 3rd and 6 from their 46. We'll get an update on that one in a second. And the Jaguars are in the red zone from Las Vegas's 12. So we'll get that one too. Let's go out and get that update from L.A. Saints, Rams. Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 4:05 remaining first period. It's the Rams 7 and the Saints 0. The Rams got on the board at the 6:18 mark first period. A 1-yard touchdown play action Tyler Higbee touchdown pass from Matthew Stafford. Higbee played possum and snuck out in the right side of the end zone, and Stafford was able to just play catch with him. One of the easier 1-yard touchdown throws you'll ever want to see. Cardi with the extra point. That drive, 12 plays, 88 yards, took 6:43 off the clock. Stafford on the drive was 8 of 8 for 72 yards. Puka Nacua had 4 receptions for 33 yards. Devontae Adams, 1 for 20. Kyron Williams rushed the ball, 4 for 16. And if you're going to put on a coaching reel for Sean McVay when he goes on his off-season tour, that's the first drive you want to see. It came out perfectly. Now, from the Saints standpoint, they have gone 2 times 3 and out. The Rams just punted, put the ball down inside the Saints' 4-yard line. So rookie Tyler Shuck out of Louisville has got 96 yards of green turf ahead of him. And let me tell you, the Ram defense has been playing motivated today, and the Saints just look a little bit flat. And it will be up to Kellen Moore, the head coach, along with his coordinator, Doug Nussmeier, to try to get things going. Alvin Kamara is a weapon for them, and it's just not worked out so far in 2 possessions. They'll get the ball now on the 3rd try. 3:56 remaining first period. It is the Rams 7 and the Saints 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll monitor all of the action. We'll get a breakdown as it's now 3rd and 10. Let's try to stay here for one more play, see what happens before we go to the update. 3rd and 10 for the Bears, 35 seconds left. They are on their own 28-yard line after the incompletion to Calvin Ungai. It wasn't even close, so we'll see what happens there in a moment as they're lining up. 3rd and 3 inside the red zone from Vegas' 4-yard line. Jaguars are trying to punch it in for a score. They did waste the timeout just moments ago. So the Bears are lining up 4 wide, 1 in the backfield, 2 to the right, 2 to the left, and they drop back. Caleb Williams is now scrambling for his life, as always, and he is going to run. They still have a timeout, so he runs inbound. He gets to about the 44, and they call the timeout. So we'll see what happens there in a moment. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was concussed after taking a big hit while sliding late on a scramble in the second quarter. Davis Mills finished the game at quarterback for Houston. The Broncos rallying late again with Will Lutz's 34-yard walk-off field goal. Broncos win in Houston 18-15 to improve to 7-2. The Vikings may have been playing for their season in Detroit today, entering at 3-4. Questions have surrounded J.J. McCarthy and whether he could keep the Vikings a postseason contender like Sam Darnold did last year. Well, McCarthy providing some answers today.
J.J. McCarthy, who takes the snap, short drop, runs out to the right. What's he going to do? He's going to run. 10, 5, end zone, touchdown! He's J.J. McCarthy with another rushing touchdown this season, and the Vikings have a 23-14 lead.
Vikings radio, McCarthy and the Vikings beat the Lions 27-24. Kicking has been a problem for the Falcons this year. Drake London caught what should have been a game-tying touchdown, but Parker Romo missed the extra point. The Patriots able to hold on from there, winning 24-23 to improve to 7-2. Rico Dowdle carrying the Panthers to a 16-13 win at Lambeau. Dowdle rushing for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Panthers are 5-4. The Bears answering back in Cincinnati. Caleb Williams hitting Loveland for a 58-yard passing touchdown. The Bears just taking a 47-42 lead on the Bengals. Extra point pending. There will be 17 seconds on the clock for Joe Flacco and company to try to answer. The Chargers top the Titans 27-20. The Steelers hand the Colts their second loss of the season, 27-20. The Colts turned the ball over 6 times. Christian McCaffrey with 2 touchdowns in the 49ers 34-24 win over the Giants. Jaguars and Raiders scoreless late in the first quarter. The Rams have a 7-0 lead on the Saints. That's also late in the first, and they're about 5 minutes in Buffalo. The Chiefs and Bills still scoreless. I'm Pete McCarthy.
3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. The 4 o'clock window is underway. Real quick before we get the updates in those ones, the Bengals-Bears game finally went final. 47-42. Bears over the Bengals. When we were in break, we had a crazy turn of events, a 58-yard touchdown to Colston Loveland. The 2-point conversion attempt was failed, but they were still able to, hold on to it. And then the next drive, a 13-yard pass completed to Jamar Chase. And then with the clock running out, Joe Flacco threw an interception to right, and the game ended there. So the Bears hang on to win that one. Jaguars-Raiders, 0-0 in that. But let's go out and update our marquee matchup of the day. Chiefs, Bills. Let's go out to Highmark Stadium as Paul Hamilton's got more for us.
Oh, what a beautiful evening for football. 55 degrees. The fans are keyed up. The Bills are already on the board as they put together a very nice drive to start things off. And on the second drive, James Cook on the first carry goes for 9 yards. That would be his sixth carry for 36 yards. The Bills put together an 11-play, 84-yard drive. It took 7 minutes. Some key third down conversions in there. Allen went 6 for 6 for 52 yards and a touchdown. And on third and 8 from the Kansas City 23. Allen goes back, and Kincaid, who has really been a savior for him a lot of times in the games the Bills have won, found himself at the corner of the end zone, right before the end zone, probably around the 2-yard line, wide open. Allen hit him for a 23-yard touchdown, and that put the Bills on the board. They're smartly using the run game. They're using a swing pass to Ty Johnson that got them 9 yards on a 3rd and 4, picked up a first down. So they're Kahil Shakir, yes, I do speak English. He made a couple of nice plays right at the beginning of the drive and a couple of nice catches. So Allen's spreading the football around. He hasn't been running around like being chased and like a chicken with his head cut off. He's staying in the pocket, staying very calm, got the Bills downfield, and here we are with about 5:43 left to go here in the first quarter, and the Bills have the ball on their second drive for 45 yards. The Chiefs went 3 and out. There was an overthrow where the Bills had it well covered. There was a drop by Hollywood Brown, and the Chiefs had to punt. So usually what we see here is the Bills pretty much dominate the regular season game, and then the playoff game comes. And the reason they dominate the regular season game is the Chiefs don't show them anything. And then in the playoff game, they show them stuff they've never seen before, and the Bills are like, what do we do here? So that's usually why it goes that way. And one little key thing, Sean McDermott is calling the defense for the second straight game. He will not admit that, but it's very obvious looking at him down on the sideline that he is calling the defense.
Thank you so much, Paul, and we will bounce back there. That is, you know what? That is a good, observation because, when you're watching on TV, they're not keyed in on the coach, and that was the rumor last week and the rumor going into this week. So we'll see how that affects this Bills defense. And it is now 3rd and about 8 for the Bills as a little short pass to Johnson, and there we'll see what happens in that one. Let's go out to L.A. Rams have the ball on New Orleans side of the field. Chuck Hayes has got us with an update.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're at 14-17. We're just starting the second period, and it's the Rams 7 and the Saints 0. And it's been one of those football games where the Rams have done everything. Offensively, Matthew Stafford looking very sharp. The Saints on offense, 3 3-and-outs. And let's look at it from statistics so you can kind of understand what goes on. Alvin Kamara, 3 carries for 6 yards. Tyler Shuck, 3 of 5 for 15 yards. Shaheed, 1 catch for 6 yards. Brandon Cooks, 1 for 6. Kamara, 1 for 3. And then you look at the Rams, who have been efficient. Matthew Stafford, 10 of 13 for 105, 1 touchdown, that being a 1-yard touchdown reception to Tyler Higbee. Kyron Williams, 6 carries for 18 yards. Nakua, again, 5 receptions for 48 yards, along with 15. Devontae Adams, 1 for 20. And I just want you to look at a name and a number and look down the road in regards to this. Terrence Ferguson, the tight end, rookie out of Oregon, 6'5", 252. He is going to be a player that is going to develop down the stretch for the Rams, and Matthew Stafford has a lot of confidence with him. He hit him on a beautiful 18-yard reception that was as good as anything I've seen Stafford throw. So right now the Rams are on the Saints 30-yard line. They have the ball 1st and 10, 14-10 remaining in the first half. It is the Rams 7 and the Saints 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll monitor that one as we continue to go along and this game goes along. Some stats, like he said, Puka Nacua, 5 for 48, Devontae Adams, 1 for 20, Terrence Ferguson, 1 of 18, Davis Allen, 1 of 16, Kyron Williams, 6 for 18, Matt Stafford, 10 of 13 for 101 yards and a touchdown. A rough start for that Saints offense as they have 12 total yards in general, a lot of time left in that first half. We saw this happen last week with them where they struggled to put up points and yards in that first half and then came alive a bit in the second half. The Chiefs are taking over at their own 47 after a Bills punt. So we'll see what happens there as they're down 7-0. Allen, 8 of 10 for 60 yards and a touchdown. James Cook, 7 carries, 42 yards. And let's go out. Jacksonville versus Las Vegas. Tony Cardasco's got more on the Jags and the Raiders.
It's a 4th down and 1. The chase is on Geno Smith, and he's going to throw deep and incomplete, intended for Michael Mayer. It was a 4th and 1 from the 36-yard line of Jacksonville, and the Raiders will turn it over on downs, and we still have a scoreless game here in Las Vegas with 11:28 to go in the first half. The last drive for Jacksonville, they had a big play on a Brian Thomas reception, and Malcolm Kuntz of the Raiders was called for a roughing the passer penalty on Trevor Lawrence. And then after that, it was Jacksonville working the ball deep down to the 1-yard line. It was sent back on a false start penalty. They got it down to the 2-yard line. And after that, a big turnover, an interception by the Raiders, Isaiah Polamau, as he intercepts Trevor Lawrence, who throws into double coverage in the end zone and turns it over. It was a huge drive for Jacksonville, 17 plays, 81 yards in 10:27. And they come up empty on that drive. And then we just saw the Raiders on their drive, and they were moving the ball effectively. In fact, Ashton Genty had 20 yards on that last drive, 20 of his 37, and they were getting him into a groove. And then, of course, they cannot convert on fourth down. So far in the game, Geno Smith is 5 of 9, dinking and dunking again, 28 yards. Trevor Lawrence, 49 yards on 7 of 10, and that costly interception in the end zone. On the ground, Ashton Genty, as we mentioned, 6 carries, 37 yards. Trevor Etienne with 16 yards on 6 carries. And they also have their wide receiver, Yami Brown, 28 receiving yards on 2 catches. And Brock Bowers has his first couple of receptions since coming back for the first time since week 4. So that's encouraging. He has 13 total yards. But, again, it is a scoreless tie here. And Jacksonville will have the football, a 1st and 10 on their own 37-yard line with 11:28 to go here in the second quarter of play.
Thank you so much, Tony. As always, we get to hear from some players after the games and the big victories. And joining us from the Niners locker room, Clelin Ferrell, Niners 34, Giants 24. Clelin, what's going on, man?
What's up, baby? I'm doing well. I'm doing great, actually, off the win. So
I hope so. Let's start with you. You haven't been out there a lot, but you go out there today. You have a huge game, a big sack. How do you stay ready every week when your number is called?
I think it's just, every day sticking to being consistent. The best part about this team is that, somebody being in this locker room that used to be in here, my locker mate is Christian McCaffrey. So I just follow, the guys who've had success for many, many years in their game plan. So rule number 1, I'll be in the cold tubs tomorrow. that's what the old heads do, Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. So we'll be in that's how you celebrate a game like that.
So, also to stick out, that's been the MO of your team all year. You guys have dealt with probably more injuries than any other team in the league. Like, how does that locker room, stay together, and how are you guys just ready every week to overcome adversity?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that we accepted the challenge. I know I wasn't even here at the start of the year, but Kyle is someone who, when you have set an identity and you want to play a certain way, you understand that it comes with certain things. So it's really just that next man up mentality. We believe in everybody in this locker room, so injury is a part of how we play because we're a physical team. So that's just it comes with the game.
Clelin, enjoy the victory, enjoy the win, enjoy that cold tub.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Clelin Ferrell, 3 tackles, a tackle for a loss, and a sack. He had a couple more pressures to go along with that, and a QB hit. So a big day for him, a big day for the Niners as they come away victorious, 34-24. Obviously, they had no Fred Warner. They had no Brock Purdy, no Gross Matos, no Bryce Huff, no Ricky Pearsall. So guys like Clelin Ferrell, his second game of the year, his first game in almost a month, comes in and gets the job done. That's been this Niners team's, agenda, their MO all season long. I don't want to be repetitive, but that's what they've done. Next man up, and they've stepped up, and they are now 6-3. Yes, 6-3. The Giants go to 2-7. As the murmurs for people being on the hot seat, whether it's Mike McDaniels, we heard saw Chris Greer get his job the axe this week for the Dolphins. It may not be Brian Daboll this week for the Giants, but another bad defensive performance for that Giants defense. So we may see, whether it's Shane Bowen or somebody else, come down with the loss of their job with another disappointing loss this week. And, rumors that the team's quitting on them, and we'll see what happens there. First, before we go to the break, let's get an update. Saints, Rams, we just heard from. Let's hear from again as the Rams are in the red zone. Chuck Hayes has got more for us.
Yes, it is 11:28 remaining first half. The Rams 13 and the Saints 0. And the only thing the Rams have done wrong today was Joshua Carty missed wide left on the extra point. It was Matthew Stafford, a 3-yard touchdown pass on an in-cut to Devontae Adams. That 3-yard touchdown pass capped an 11-play, 62-yard drive, taking 5:53 off the clock. And really, Anthony, I don't understand in regards to the Saints. They're trying to get it going. You can see their players are really trying to get motivated, if you will, to get some juice flowing. Mm-hmm. And I thought they were having it when Alontae Taylor, their cornerback, 4-year veteran out of Tennessee, blitzed in on a run blitz and blew up Kyron Williams. And that really seemed to kind of lift them a little bit. And then they had a big Chase Young sack of Matthew Stafford. But on this series of plays, Alontae Taylor was trying to cover Tyler Higbee in the end zone. Stafford missed the pass play. There was a defensive holding call against Taylor. That ball was marked at the 3-yard line. And then he had Devontae Adams one-on-one. And I would say this is probably one of the easiest pitch and catches that Matthew Stafford has had. Now, here's what's happened. We have just had a replacement. Taysom Hill has come in to play quarterback for the Saints. And I think Kellen Moore has seen enough. And he just ran the football for a long gain and really caught the Rams a little bit asleep. There's an injury on the field right now for a timeout, but with 11:16 remaining and Kellen Moore trying to do everything possible to get this thing going, it is the Rams 13 and the Saints 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And we'll see if that was more of a one-off gadget-type play as Taysom Hill has a big carry there, or if he ends up carrying the load under center for the Saints going forward. That was a 20-something plus yard run there, 29-yard run. Second and 20 for the Jaguars on their own 38 after a penalty. Trevor Lawrence has a pick. Ashton Genty, 6 carries for 37 yards. Brown has 2 catches for the Jaguars and 26 yards in that one. The Chiefs have the ball at Buffalo's 3-yard line. We'll get an update in that when we come back from the break. We still got 3 hours to go. Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. We'll do our midseason awards. We'll hear from maybe some more players from the locker room from that 1 o'clock window. We'll play some sounds. Maybe we'll get to hear that exciting Bears win as well. I'm trying to see if the Saints are going to make a QB change or not, as they tend to the injured linemen out there. 7-0 Bills over the Chiefs. 13-0 Rams over the Saints. Scoreless Jags Raiders. We'll come back. We'll update everything. I'll give you the updated fantasy players of the week so far. All that. Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. We are back. While we were in break, the Chiefs scored Rashee Rice with a touchdown. It is now 7-7, and it's going to be 4th down, and the Bills will look to punt. The Saints have the ball now. They kicked a field goal. Sorry, apologies on that one. 13-3, Rams over the Saints as they kicked a field goal after getting the long run from Taysom Hill. 4th and 20 for the Jags at Las Vegas's 46-yard line. So the Jags looking to do anything here, and it's going to be a punt. So they get nothing on that drive. Let's go out and get an update from SoFi. Our guy Chuck Hayes has more on the Saints and the Rams.
Thanks so much. 7:50 remaining first half. It is the Rams 13 and the Saints 3. The Saints broke through. It was a Blake Grupe 39-yard field goal. That drive took 8 plays, 44 yards, taking 3:38 off the clock at the 7:50 mark, where Rams are waiting the kickoff right now to get the ball back. And you're right, it was Taysom Hill that got it going. Head coach Kellen Moore had seen enough of Tyler Shuck, and he thought he needed something to spark the team. And it was a long 29-yard run by Taysom Hill. He has 2 carries on the day for 30 yards. Unfortunately, in the passing department, he's 0 of 1. Shuck came back in the game, and they were driving down back inside the Rams territory. But on 3rd and 1, they would not convert, and then they went 4th and 1, and then had a motion penalty and went back, and they settled for the field goal. So the Rams get the ball back, and it's been a really solid day for Matthew Stafford. 13 of 16 for 120, 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams has run it 8 times for 30 yards. Nakua, 5 balls for 48 yards. He has just had another completion. They move it up to the Rams' 39-yard line. So with 7:42 and counting in the first half, it is the Rams in control, 13-3 over the Saints.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And he is right. They are in control in this one. 120 yards through the air, 34 on the ground, as the Saints have 16 net yards through the air and 45 on the ground. So not a good day at all. We'll check back in with Chuck in a bit. Let's go out to Paul Hamilton in Buffalo as he's got an update in Chiefs-Bills.
Well, it only took the Chiefs one series of downs to figure out the Bills. The Bills did go 11 plays, 84 yards to take a brief 7-0 lead. But on their next drive, they went for it on 4th and 2 from the Kansas City 48. Nothing wrong with that. What was wrong was the play. It was just a stupid throw, a stupid play to Shakir, who was well covered. It was almost intercepted. So that gave the Chiefs a short field. They took advantage, 7 plays, 52 yards. It was a direct snap to Rice. He easily takes it in on a 3-yard run to make it 7-7. The Bills get the ball back, another 3 and out on 3rd down. Allen scrambles. He can't really get loose. Nobody was open, and I mean nobody was open. We could see downfield, and that's been their problem for most of the year. They just have wide receivers that can't get any separation whatsoever. Allen is sacked. Now he punts, so the Chiefs now have the football on their own 37-yard line. 1st and 10, 12:47 left to go here in the second quarter. 7-7 is our score.
Thank you so much for the update there, and we will get to the rest of the games in a bit. We had an exciting game prior to the 4 o'clock window. Broncos win 18-15 over the Texans, but the game of the day, Bears 47, Bengals 42. Back and forth, a shootout to the end, and in the end, the Bears pull it out. And joining us right now, he did everything today. DJ Moore joins us from the Bears locker room. DJ, what's going on?
Nothing. A bunch of happy cheers in here right now.
I can imagine. DJ, you know, in baseball, we got utility guys, and you are the definition today of a utility guy. You had a rushing touchdown. You threw one. You caught 72 yards worth of passing reception yards. How does it feel? Is that your first career passing touchdown?
Yes, that is my first career passing touchdown. I had a few attempts and finally got one.
So what's going, when you're first in the huddle, you're calling that up, what's going through your mind in the huddle and then as the play's developing?
When it and in the huddle, I was like, oh, man, it's go time. And then when we actually got the play off, I'm like, oh, man, there's somebody jetting upfield. Just got to make a miss, and Caleb was wide open.
So how is it for this team? You guys, you know, choke away a big lead, and it feels like everything's going against you. And at the end of the day, you're still able to make a play. What do you credit to the team just sticking with it and getting the job done?
I credit our practice and then going all the way back to training camp. Training camp was pretty tough. And when we came down to it, we just leaned on all the fundamentals that we go through every week and every day at practice, and we pulled this one out.
Your head coach was able to mix in a lot of different looks, whether it was the trick play to you to throw the pass, but also you getting involved on the ground. What can you say for Ben Johnson's offensive play calling?
You got to be on top of everything. It can be complicated, but if you know what you're doing in detail, you're good to go every week.
Your quarterback, he is a lightning rod every week. He gets a lot of flack, I think a lot of it unfair. What can you say to just him and what he brings to this team?
When the lights are bright, he shines the brightest. He goes out there and executes and dots everybody up with the ball and gets us going.
DJ, enjoy the game, enjoy the week, and enjoy celebrating with your teammates. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
DJ Moore, he 1 of 1 passing, a passing touchdown to Caleb Williams. He had a rushing touchdown of 17 on the ground and also 4 catches for 72 yards. A big day for DJ, a big day for that Bears offense and the team in general. They go to 5-3, 3-2 on the road, and the Bengals go to 3-6. 2-3 at home. Kyle Monangai, 26 carries, 176 yards. So stepped up in every possible way today for him. DJ Moore did a little bit of everything. So a big day for that Bears offense and Ben Johnson. Let's go out to Vegas. Jags versus the Raiders, and let's get an update from our guy Tony Cardasco.
We just had a pass interference call on Andrew Wingard of the Jaguars, so the Raiders will pick it up here. First down, Brock Bowers, the intended receiver. We have 3:22 remaining in the first half, and there's still no score here in Las Vegas, and it'll be a 1st and 10 at the Raiders' own 42-yard line in a drive that started at their own 5-yard line. It's been a very controlled offense today for Geno Smith and the Raiders. He's 7 of 12 for a total of 50 yards. And pretty much this game has been more or less favoring Jacksonville because they've had time of possession and they've had drives, but they keep shooting themselves in the foot. Earlier in the first quarter, the 17-play drive encompassing 81 yards, 10-27, and it was culminated by the interception on the pass from Trevor Lawrence looking for a man in the end zone into double coverage, and Isaiah Polamau of the Raiders picks it off, and so they come up empty on that drive. And then the last drive for Jacksonville, they're moving the football. They get down to the 36-yard line, but then they have illegal motion again, 2nd and 20, 2 incompletions, and they really can't penetrate into the red zone and try to get some offense brewing here. And when you look at the stats here, there's not much to show for it. You've got Trevor Lawrence on 10 of 16, 1 interception, 81 yards. And you have Travis Etienne with 19 yards only on 7 carries. De'Ami Brown, the wide receiver, 2 catches, 26 yards. And the quarterbacks are not throwing deep downfield. Ashton Genty has had a pretty good afternoon. He leads in both categories in rushing and receiving, 38 yards on the ground on 7 carries, 2 catches for 20 yards. So they've utilized him in a number of different ways, and he's into his rhythm, and they just need to keep feeding the beast there in Ashton Genty. So the Raiders pick up a first down as they throw the little ounce pattern on the far side of the field to Jacoby Myers, and they'll pick up the first down. It's a 1st and 10 for the Raiders at the 47-yard line of Jacksonville. We're approaching the 2-minute warning, but a pass is complete inside the 40-yard line, and that is to Trey Tucker. And so the drive continues for the Raiders. They pick up another first down. 2-minute warning here in Vegas, and again, no score between the Raiders and the Jaguars.
Thank you so much, Tony. Let's go out. Another score in this Rams-Saints game, and let's get an update from our guy Chuck Hayes from SoFi Stadium.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 5:35 remaining first half. It is the Rams 20 and the Saints 3. And again, Matthew Stafford just carving it up, doing what he does best, and that's being super accurate. And he hit Puka Nacua, the 3-year vet out of BYU, for a 39-yard touchdown pass. And he put the football where no one else could touch it except Nacua, right at the corner at the pylon. That drive, 3 plays, 65 yards, took 125 off the clock. And the 17-year veteran out of Georgia, Stafford, is as accurate as I've seen him in a couple years. 15 of 18 for 164, 3 touchdowns, a 1-yard touchdown pass, a 3-yard touchdown pass, and then the 39-yard one. He's had very little pressure today. He only has been sacked 1 time by Chase Young, and other than that, the Rams have kept him upright. They haven't had to run the ball. Kyron Williams, 8 carries for 30 yards, a long run of 9. Blake Corum has 2 carries for 25 yards, along the 21. and the Saints. It's just been anemic. They're in a scenario right now where they're on defense again. Taysom Hill, they brought him in to be a spark plug. He had 2 carries for 30 yards. Tyler Shuck is 4 of 8 for 25 yards. Hill, 0 of 1. Brandon Cooks, 2 carries for 2 receptions for 16 yards. And it's just been an overall dominant day by the Rams. And when you look at first downs, the Rams have 14. The Saints have 2. The Rams are 3 and 5 on third down. The Saints are 1 and 6. 211 total yards. The Saints have 65. Rams 29 offensive plays. The Saints have 19. So as we're getting ready for the Rams to come back again with TV timeout, 5:27 remaining in this first half. It is the Rams in complete control, 20-3 over the Saints.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will continue to monitor that as always. It's 5:12, but it is the 5 o'clock hour. So Gallo's Fantasy 5, Drake London, 9 catches, 118 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's for 38.8 in your standard PPR format leagues. Caleb Williams, 20 of 34, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, 5 rushes, 53 yards, and a pass reception for 38, receiving touchdown for 38.7. Christian McCaffrey, 28 rushes, 106 yards for a touchdown, 5 receptions, 67 yards, and a touchdown for 34 and a third points. T. Higgins, 7 receptions, 121 yards, and 2 touchdowns for 33.1. Joe Flacco, 31 of 47 for 470 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions for 30.7. One other note, I just want to note it because he has been kind of a dud. It was Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, the 2 big tight ends coming into the season, and Colston Loveland, 29.8 points on 6 catches for 118 yards and 2 touchdowns. Rico Dowd continues his impressive streak, 130 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns to go along with 2 catches. And to put it into perspective, when you look at the overall season and where guys rank rushing-wise, Rico Dowd, 106 carries, 605 yards. That puts him 7th overall. And remember, he did not start the year as a every down back, and he has taken that job and run away with it. So we will continue to watch that one. He's been impressive. I mean, they are now 5-4, that Panthers team. They are, when you look at the division standings, they are a half game back. They are a game and a half back of the Bucs, who had the bye this week. So the Bucs 6-2, the Panthers 5-4. They're 2 back in the loss column. So a very impressive start to the season. 3-1 at home, the Panthers. They're 2-3 on the road, 1-0 in the division. They have, a minus 35 differential. And you know what's crazy about that? Because of the blowout last week of the Bills, they have a shutout victory this year against the Falcons, a Falcons team that put up a big fight earlier to the Patriots. Some other noteworthy standings across the league. The Jaguars looking to get to 5-3 in their division, as they are. The Colts are 7-2, so you win this week and you put yourself 2 games back of that Colts team, or I guess a game and a half back. I don't know. Math is not my strong suit. That's why I talk sports and I don't do much else. But 10-7 in this Bills-Chiefs game. It is 2nd and 13 for the Bills at the 44-yard line, and they get the first down, a big completion down the left sideline. That's going to get them to the 7-yard. Dalton Kincaid with the big reception. So that gets them within the red zone, within the 10-yard line. So that's going to be first down with about 8 minutes left in the half. 4:12 left in the half in L.A. as it's 20-3 Rams over the Saints. 2nd and 6 for the Rams from the their own 35-yard line after a Kyron Williams 4-yard carry. 39 seconds left in the half. Jags, Raiders, as it's 1st and goal from Jacksonville 7. The Raiders trying to put some points on the board and get back in the win column there. We got a lot more to get to, a lot more football, updates, scoring, turnovers, fantasy gambling, everything you can think of right here. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We got some upsetting news if you're a Packers fan. Per Mike Silver, Packers fear Tucker Kraft has torn an ACL. So once we get confirmation, but it's not looking good. The coach said he thought it wasn't looking good. I'm trying to find some more updates. As we know, C.J. Stroud left that Broncos game in concussion protocol, so we'll see if there is any more on that. Joe Alt got hurt in the Chargers game again, and it did not look good also, so we'll continue to monitor all that. We'll get the updates as soon as possible. Some other updates for you. We have a couple of red zone alerts here. Rams, 2nd and 8 from New Orleans 14, so we'll get an update there. The Jags have the ball, trying to do something before the half, so let's start there and get an update from our guy, Tony Cordasco.
We're in the final seconds of the second quarter. There's the clock ticking down, 22 seconds remaining, and the Raiders taking a 6-0 lead on a great drive there at the end of the first half of play, and they'll get the kickoff here to start the second half here coming up momentarily. But a 13-play drive. They started that drive at the 90. It was a 95-yard drive. Started at the 5-yard line, and in 5:04 they capped it off with as good of a catch as you will ever see by Brock Bowers. Bowers was entangled with the corner Greg Newsome III of Jacksonville, and Bowers comes up on a pass into the end zone by Geno Smith, right on the money. He catches it with the left hand and secures it, and his backside he controlled the ball, backside lands inbounds after a review because they called it out of bounds on the first call there, and they said he was out of bounds, and so they review it, they overturn the call. It is a touchdown, and that was the first score on the afternoon in this game, and pretty much a terrific drive by both the Raiders and by Geno Smith, who really came to light there. 9 of 11 on the drive, 85 yards, and that touchdown now 14 of 20, and the touchdown and 113 yards overall. This is a game in which we saw the Jacksonville Jaguars blow a couple of opportunities. They're going to try a field goal here, and they're spotting it. 68-yard field goal attempt. 68. Hold on right here. And the kick is good.
Oh. Wow.
And that is Little, Cam Little, a 68-yard field goal. And it just clears the bar. Oh, I'm just watching the replay here, and everyone's kind of stunned. And it had plenty of legs to go over 70 plus. 68-yard field goal. And we're live on the air, and we're calling it here in Jacksonville, finally breaking through. Lawrence on the afternoon, 12 of 19 and 100 yards. Trevor Etienne has 19 carries on 19 yards on 7 carries. And, things are kind of crazy here right now as the final gun goes off, and we are at the break. So, again, the score at halftime here in Las Vegas, it is the Las Vegas Raiders 6, Jacksonville Jaguars 3.
Oh, unreal. Thank you so much, Tony. You can only get an update like that right here on Gridiron Game Day. That's the record, right? A 68-yard field goal from Cam Little to end the half. He did it. This is how he won his job. He had a 70-yarder in the preseason, and what school did he go to? He is an Arkansas Razorback alum, so a huge field goal. Unreal. 68 yards. The longest kick in NFL history was 66. That was Justin Tucker I have to confirm this, but I think it was Justin Tucker in September 26, 2021. So the year of the kicker continues, and a massive 68-yard field goal, not done in Denver, by the way, which normally it feels like it's always done there. Also not done by Sebastian Janikowski. That's a throwback there. I know Nico's, he's too young for that one. But Cam Little, 68-yard field goal, unreal. We got some more updates in the game of the week. Bills, Chiefs, Paul Hamilton's got more for us.
Well, last time I lied to you. I told you none of the Bills receivers can get open. There was one guy who was getting open. First of all, it was Dalton Kincaid wide open for a 23-yard touchdown that gave the Bills a 7-0 lead. The Bills now lead at 14-10 because Dalton Kincaid came across the middle, wide open, 47 yards down to the Kansas City 8. Ty Johnson capped it off with a 3-yard run, a 5-play, 70-yard drive. Josh Allen went 3 for 3 for 72 yards on it. So the Bills got the offense fixed after a couple of bad drives. Now it was the Chiefs' turn. They had a nice return as Tyquan Thornton brought it back to the 40, Kansas City 40. On 3rd and 3 from the Bills' 40, it was broken up by second-year safety Cole Bishop, who quite honestly has taken a lot of garbage from Bills fans here. They have not been happy with the kid. Well, they were pretty happy with the 3rd and 3. On 4th and 3, a slant to Rice. Guess who was there again? Bishop to break it up. So the Chiefs turn the ball over on downs, and the Bills will take over. First down and 10 from their own 40, leading at 14-10. Butker had hit a 46-yard field goal to give the Chiefs their 3 points and 10 points overall. So the Bills have the ball, 4:12 left to go in the first half, and a chance to extend their lead.
Thank you so much, Paul, and we'll continue to monitor that one. A big offensive half so far. 138 yards for Josh Allen, and Dalton Kincaid off to a red-hot start. 3 catches, 75 yards, and a touchdown. Let's go out to L.A. That game's getting closer to the half. Rams, Saints, and Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Yeah, 36 seconds remaining in the first half, Anthony. It is the Rams 20 and the Saints 3. And from the Saints standpoint, probably the best play of the day other than the Taysom Hill run. Justin Reed on special teams was the outside guy. And the Rams, Joshua Carty was attempting a 39-yard field goal. Reed broke through the veteran from Stanford and forced Carty to push it wide right. So that was a big highlight because the Rams had gotten into position where they were going to score again. It was their tight end, Davis Allen, who Stafford hit what looked to be a 14-yard touchdown pass. And that was called back because Allen really got his hand on the Saints defender and grabbed it, and they pushed that thing back. The Rams could not make a play. They missed a field goal, and right now we got 18 seconds remaining in the first half. The Saints have the ball 2nd and 10 from the Rams' 23-yard line. Tyler Shuck is starting to seal it a little bit as the Rams have been playing a little bit looser on defense. So they have one more timeout left in this first half, and with their approach down inside Ram territory, he takes a big sack, and they're gonna gift this back to the Saints because they're gonna say this was a hit to the head, roughing the passer against the Rams, and they will set this up. And the Rams defense made a big play, but we got a roughing the passer call, and that will help stop the clock and give the Saints one more opportunity with 13 seconds to go before they have to either score or settle for a field goal. So 13 seconds left in the first half. It is the Rams 20, the Saints 3. They moved the ball half the distance to the goal line here at SoFi.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll continue to monitor all of these. These games are getting closer to the half. Like he said, Jags Raiders is 6-3 at the half. Like Chuck was saying, 20-3 Rams over the Saints. After the penalty, it'll be 1st and 10 from the Rams' 11-yard line. Bills 14, Chiefs 10. That's at the 2-minute warning. So we'll get an update. We'll come back. We'll get a little bit of a halftime breakdown in all of these. But first, our guy, Pete McCarthy, has an update.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, one of the wildest games of the year had a fitting play to decide it.
Safeties are back deep. Adunze motions left. They're blitzing. It's picked up. Caleb throws. Middle of the field. Loveland catch. Breaks away at the 30. Loveland 20. Loveland 10. Loveland end zone. Touchdown Bears. Colston Loveland on a throw by Caleb Williams on the blitz with 17 seconds to go.
Bears radio, another heartbreaking loss for the Bengals. 47-42, the final in Cincinnati. The Bears are 5-3. That's tied with the Lions in the NFC North. The Lions bested by the Vikings 27-24. J.J. McCarthy passing for 2 touchdowns and running for another in the Minnesota win. The Packers still sit atop the NFC North despite losing to Rico Dowdle and the Panthers in their home field 16-13. The Patriots are first place in the AFC East at 7-2 after edging the Falcons 24-23. Parker Romo's missed extra point in the final minutes, dooming Atlanta. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud exited with a concussion. The Broncos scored 11 unanswered the fourth to win in Houston 18-15. Denver is 7-2. Chargers topped the Titans 27-20. Christian McCaffrey with a pair of touchdowns. The 49ers 34-24 win over the Giants. In the later games, the Rams have a 20-10 lead on the Saints. Matthew Stafford throwing 3 touchdowns in the first half. Bills 14, Chiefs 10, 2 minutes to play in the first half in Orchard Park, and the Raiders have a 6-3 lead on the Jaguars at the break. College football, Auburn fires head coach Hugh Freeze, according to Pete Thamel. South Carolina fires offensive coordinator Mike Shula per CBS Sports. The latest AP poll is unchanged in the top 7. NBA, the defending champion Thunder bidding to remain unbeaten. Looks like they will. The Thunder all over the Pelicans, 114-87. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 30 points. The Bulls are 5-0 for the first time since the Michael Jordan era. Chicago visiting the Knicks at Madison Square Garden tonight for a 7 Eastern tip. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Week 9, NFL. In about 20 minutes, the man, the myth, the legend, Jody Mack, joins us at 6 o'clock. 2 games at half. The Bills and the Chiefs still playing. Bills 21, Chiefs 10. We're going to complete breakdown how the score got to that in a bit. Rams 20, Saints 10 at halftime as the Rams gave up some points there at the end of the half. The Saints were able 6 plays in 7. They were able to do 6 plays, 71 yards in 47 seconds. Shuck to Juwan Johnson for 11 yards to score. So a little bit of life there as the rookie, the second-round rookie, is showing some life. The Jags and the Raiders just kicked off in the second half. Raiders 6, Jaguars 3. If you missed it, before the half, live on here, Tony Cordasco had the breakdown for us. Cam Little, a 68-yard field goal, the record in NFL history. He also hit a 70-yarder in the preseason. So a big kick, and that's a big turn of events for this Jaguars team who needed any kind of spark. So we'll see what happens there as the Raiders have the ball right now, 2nd and 8 from the Vegas 31. But let's go out to Highmark Stadium. Paul Hamilton has a breakdown of Chiefs-Bills as they're still in the second quarter.
Well, when last we spoke, the Chiefs went for 4th and 3 at the Buffalo 40 and were unsuccessful, so the Bills got the ball. They did put together a 7-play, 60-yard drive, and it was, again, a tight end that got open for Josh Allen. He has been able in the passing game to find his tight ends. This one was Dawson Knox. He found him for 30 yards down the right sideline to the Kansas City 3, and then it was the tush-push. Josh Allen from the 1-yard line just got pushed across the goal line to make it 21-10 for the Bills. Now, the Chiefs did call a couple of timeouts. They have time here. We're waiting on the kickoff, but they have a minute 33, and they do have one timeout left. And you know what Patrick Mahomes can do with 13 seconds, if we're going to be honest, but with a minute 33. So there might be some more scoring here before the first half is over, as the Chiefs are about to receive the kickoff, and we'll see what Mahomes can do with one timeout and wherever he winds up starting this drive, which is going to be at around his own 33-yard line.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to SoFi, Saints-Rams. That's at halftime. Chuck Hayes has got the update.
Yeah, thanks so much. Rams 20, Saints 10. And as I mentioned before, the Rams were in complete control, but they had three things happen in the first half that Sean McVay, who's obviously a perfectionist, he's a football coach, will not be happy about. One of them was they had a missed extra point. Joshua Carty pulled it wide left, and that's when they went up 13-0 when Devontae Adams had caught a 3-yard touchdown pass from Matthew Stafford. Then, as they were coming in to score, it was their tight end, of which they are playing with 3 today, Davis Allen, the veteran out of Clemson, was going to score, and the Saints defender came up, and he put his hand on his face mask, the Saints defensive player, and didn't push it. He just grabbed it and held and maintained, and the officials who was right in front of him, so they threw the flag for that. Okay, that pushed the Rams back. They did not have the opportunity to make any more offensive progress, so they were getting ready for a Joshua Carty 39-yard field goal when DB Justin Reed, who was playing on special teams, blew through on the Rams' right-hand side, the Saints' defense left side, and forced Carty to push it right. And the Saints got the ball, got some momentum back, came down the field, and Tyler Shuck went back and was drilled. But unfortunately, it was a hit to the head. It was the roughing the passer call. They moved the ball down inside, and the next thing you know, tight end Juwan Johnson, a 6-year veteran out of Oregon, took a 11-yard touchdown pass and made his way into the end zone to get the Saints on the board with their first score. Shuck on the day, A of 14 for 84 yards and 1 touchdown. So here we are at halftime. The specialists are out there warming up, getting their legs loose and get ready for a second half. And the Saints are back in this game emotionally. It's the Rams 20 and the Saints 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. We just had a big play by this Jags defense, and they now have the ball. And let's get more on that from Tony Cordasco.
Yeah, once again, Geno Smith throwing an interception here as the Raiders have the football in the first series here in the third quarter. And the intended receiver out in the flat was Michael Mayer, telegraphs it, and it is intercepted by Monteric Brown, and that was at the Raiders' 32-yard line. And we've got 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. It'll be a 3rd down and 6 coming up for Jacksonville, still maintaining possession of the football at the 16-yard line of the Raiders. The big story here, etching his name in the NFL record book at the end of the first half, Cam Little with a 68-yard field goal, which we were on the air, and to be quite honest, beyond belief.
Yes.
And that would have been good. It hit the back wall, by the way, and that would have been probably good from 75, thereabouts. So they hem in the quarterback, Lawrence. He won't pick up the first down, and Jacksonville stalls. They're going to have to settle for a field goal attempt. The Raiders got on the board there at the final few minutes of the second quarter because first it was the Raiders as they traveled 95 yards, 13 plays, and 5:04, capped off by this should be an easy one, a chippy of just 33 yards, by the way, for Cam Little. But the Raiders scoring the touchdown, and the kick is good. So the lead is extended. But Brock Bowers scored a touchdown on a 7-yard pass from Geno Smith. First ruled incomplete, but they show that his backside, according to the referee and his call, landed in the end zone, maintained possession of the football, and the touchdown was good. And then Carlson with the miss on the extra point. So right now we've got 9:53 to go in the third quarter. And even though it's a low-scoring game, we've had a lot of drama here in Las Vegas. It is the Jacksonville Jaguars 6, Las Vegas Raiders 6.
Thank you so much, Tony, as we continue to monitor that one. It's about to be 4th and goal now for the Chiefs as they are unable to convert on the last 2 or 3 plays, this time going to Travis Kelce across the middle and thrown behind him, and he takes a big hit on that one. He was going – actually, it wasn't across the middle, sorry. He was going to the left pylon, left corner of the side, and he gets hit hard. Bounces back up, but that definitely had this thing. So they're lining up for a 19-yard field goal with about 6 seconds left in the half, and that's going to make it 21-13. Worth noting, that touchdown pass that Davante Adams caught before was his 110th all-time, and that puts him – he was already in 9th. That puts him 1 behind Tony Gonzalez for number 8 all-time, and if he gets 2 more, he'll be at 112. They put him number 8 overall, and then he is currently 6 behind Antonio Gates at 7, so a big monumental catch there. DeAndre Hopkins needs 1 more to get 86, which would have him in at 19th all-time alone, so that's a big one. Mike Evans needs 4 to get into 9th place. Actually, no, it would actually be 5 because Davante Adams has scored that one. So a little bit of a milestone there. As far as receptions, he is now, let me give you the exact count because he's coming up on a reception milestone as well. He's got 2 today. So he is 10 receptions away from having 1,000 receptions all time. And 1,000 would put him tied with Hines Ward for 16th all time. DeAndre Hopkins is also 6 away from 1,000. Stephon Diggs eclipsed 900 today. So a lot of milestones coming up for those guys as well. Sacks, I know we had a couple of sack milestones very close. Von Miller is a half a sack away from moving into 13th all-time alone. Cam Jordan is 2 away from moving 19th. Calais Campbell, a sack and a half. Myles Garrett, after today with or no, they were on bye, sorry. Myles Garrett and Khalil Mack would be moving up the leaderboards too very soon. Myles Garrett is at 27, Khalil Mack at 32, TJ Watt also at 28. They're all very close to creeping into the top 25 as well. So that is something to monitor there. So a lot of milestones coming up, which is pretty cool. And I know last week we had some with Derrick Henry and the Ravens. Speaking of the Ravens, and we're going to get into this conversation with Jody, in the 6 and 7 o'clock hour, but the Ravens traded away Jair Alexander and a 7th-round pick. They got back the Broncos' 2026 round pick from the Eagles. So Jair Alexander going to the Eagles for the Broncos' 2026 6th-round pick, and they send Alexander and a 2027 7th-round pick to the Eagles. And that's coming off of the Eagles also trading for Michael Carter from the Jets. So they are trying to bolster that secondary as they put Marcus Epps and Azeez Ojulari on the injured reserve. Howie Roseman, always active when it comes to his, trade market and what he tries to do, upgrading that team. Davenport of the NFL is reporting the Titans are not shopping Calvin Ridley. Teron Davenport, Titans are not shopping Calvin Ridley, as some reports are saying, confirmed with multiple team sources that it's not the case. They, however, received calls about Ridley and other players. Like we said, no Jeffrey Simmons and no Cam Ward, like the absolute no-goes for them. Chargers, Joe Alt is believed to have suffered another high ankle sprain, only this time it could require procedure to repair. Per sources, Alt will undergo an MRI on Monday to confirm the diagnosis on the same right ankle he injured earlier this season at the Giants. That's all from Adam Schefter. This is also from Schefter. 49ers, Kyle Shanahan told reporters that the team is concerned that first-round pick Mikel Williams suffered a torn ACL in the late in the fourth quarter of the win against the Giants. Like we said earlier, the Tucker Kraft injury, we've heard Matt LaFleur say that it does not look good. Mike Silver is saying that people are fearing that it is a torn ACL. Some other college football news, we got the Hugh Freeze news as he was fired by Auburn earlier today. Dylan Raiola, this actually came out a while ago. Pete Hamill reporting Dylan Raiola out for the year with a broken fibula. He suffered the injury against USC on Saturday night. So a lot of injuries both in the NFL and in college. The other injury that happened, C.J. Stroud suffered what they fear to be a concussion. He's in concussion protocol, so he never returned in that game. That happened early in the first quarter, so a lot of injuries across the league there. So maybe the Chargers are a team seeking a offensive lineman. They already, have injuries on the defensive side, so maybe they seek an offensive lineman at the deadline. Jaguars kicked a field goal, so it's now 6-6. Raiders have the ball in the Jags red zone, and they are going to get to the 1-yard line after a big pass and catch. Geno Smith to Brock Bowers, as Brock Bowers having another big day, 5 catches, 55 yards, and a touchdown. So first and goal at Jacksonville's 1-yard line, about 8 minutes left in the third quarter there. 20-10, as this game is now well into the second half. Rams over the Saints, 20-10. 12 minutes left in the third. L.A. was forced to take a timeout, but it is 3rd and 2. L.A. has the ball at their own 40-yard line, so we will continue to monitor that one as well. The Chiefs and Bills, it is 21-13 at half. Josh Allen, 15 of 17 for 176 yards, so he's having a big day. Very efficient. Only 2 carries, 1 for a touchdown. No overall yardage on that. Ty Johnson, 2 carries for 8 yards and a touchdown. James Cook, 11 carries for 64 yards. Dalton Kincaid, the big pass catcher there, 3 catches, 75 yards in that one. Patrick Mahomes, 7 of 15, so a rough start early, 123 yards. 6 carries for Kareem Hunt with no Isaiah Pacheco out there, 34 yards in that one. 3 catches for Rashee Rice, and Hollywood Brown, a catch for 40 yards. We'll continue to give you the updates all along. Rashee Rice, also a rushing touchdown. We'll update you through these 3 games. We'll get you the breakdown from the complete 1 o'clock window, all when Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock after the break. We'll give you our midseason awards, some thoughts. We'll talk about the trade deadline. We'll preview the primetime window. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. It's 6 o'clock on Gridiron Gameday, so you know what that means. Jody McDonald, Jody Mack, the man, the myth, the legend. He joins us now. Jody, what is up?
How is your Sunday going there, Anthony?
You know it's going a lot better after what took place in that 1 o'clock window. As always, never in doubt with my Broncos.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they it's both a good thing and a bad thing. Bad thing is it makes diehard fans like you just stone cold crazy, have games that they should be able to win. You think they're going to win easily, going to be able to coast, going to be able to relax. No, they make you work every single Sunday. Now, they're coming out on the right end.
Yes.
Very, very often. I thought they'd be good this year. I picked them to make the playoffs, but to be where they're at right now, as good as anybody in the AFC record-wise, didn't see that happening. So you have to deal with the angst that they deal you every single week as long as you continue to put W's on the board.
Right, and they lost 2 games early on last-second field goals, so obviously you could say it's a learning experience, but it would be nice if they didn't have to wait till the fourth quarter to put some points up. But the game I want to start with, though, and you've been very critical of the, more Caleb Williams and the Bears as a whole, but coming into today, I thought the Bengals were going to win this game, and I thought they were going to take care of business, and it got away from them early. They come back and then lose another game in excruciating fashion. And to be fair, I mean, all credit to that Bears offense being able to stay. It was a shootout, to be able to stay in pace with the Bengals and finally win it at the end of the game.
I will give credit to the Bears offense, but I will also point out the fact that the Cincinnati Bengals defense is as bad as I've seen. It's certainly the worst in the NFL, and that's saying something.
And no Trey Hendrickson either today.
Exactly. That did not help. And the Dallas Cowboys defense has been brutal too, but they're worse. I can't believe how bad the Bengals defense is. They let Lou Anarumo go last year, their defensive coordinator, because somebody had to get fired because they had an unexpectedly mediocre year. And I did not think he was the biggest problem.
No.
And their replacement at D.C. has not only not improved them, he's watched them slide backwards to the state of worst defense in the National Football League. And I'm being honest, holding my hand on above my head and my other hand on my microphone, so you know I'm telling you the truth. I thought when they scored the touchdown today, I said, oh, shoot, they scored too fast. The Bears are going to go down the field and get this game turned around. That's how little confidence I had in the Bengal defense, and they did just that. They are brutal. But the other thing that's interesting about Cincinnati, how big a Burrow fan are you?
I'm very high on Burrow, and I feel like maybe I've soured a little bit. I don't know if that's overreaction because of what we've seen just a competent Joe Flacco do with this offense. But I think he's one of the 4 best quarterbacks in the league.
As do I, and I thought at certain times, other than the fact that Mahomes keeps winning Super Bowls, didn't last year against the Eagles, but that you could compare Burrow to Mahomes. He's the only guy who's beaten Mahomes in Kansas City these last 5 years. But the more I watch the Bengals play without Joe Burrow and watch old man Flacco, someone texted me earlier today, and I told them I was going to borrow this from them. Flacco could be the next George Blanda. Now, that might be a little before your time, Anthony.
Do not get the reference. I know George Blanda, but I don't get the reference.
Okay. George Blanda played quarterback in the National Football League. I think I know it's 46. It might have been 48. And took the Raiders to the playoffs one year as a 48-year-old quarterback. The starting quarterback, I think it was Darryl LaMonica, went down, and Blanda came off the bench and led them to win after win after win after win, and they went to the playoffs. And he was a kicker for many, many years in his career, but he was a part-time quarterback, and he got his best quarterback action in after the age of 40. Joe Flacco is looking exactly the same. He's playing as good now. Shoot, I know he won a Super Bowl with the Ravens, but he is being more productive, putting up bigger days, bigger yards, bigger stats than he ever has in his career. Mm-hmm. Do you think maybe it has to do with the very talented wide receivers the Bengals have? And maybe, just maybe, they're making Joe Burrow look as good as he is? And to the Bengals' credit, they might not be able to field the defense, and they don't usually spend. They got both of their 2 uber-talented wide receivers locked up. They just can't get anything else right, so that's the problem.
Yeah, they spent all that money on offense, and maybe they have to make the tough decision. I don't think they will, but maybe they have to make the tough decision that Trey Hendrickson could be a sacrifice, that maybe they could get more pieces on that defense in the offseason. But I will say this, 33 points against the Steelers, and then in back-to-back losses, he put up 38 and 42 points. So that offense is is cooking with Flacco, and it's worth noting. Also just shows you how bad the Browns offense is. So when Browns fans and I guess NFL pundits are, evaluating the quarterback position in Cleveland, maybe take into account that Dylan Gabriel isn't the source of all their problems.
Correct. And I did see this stat as well. Don't know if you saw this one. The Bengals, this team with Joe Flacco at quarterback, is the first team to score 38 points in back-to-back weeks and lose both games. The first team to do that since the 1966 Giants.
Wow.
Man, we got to turn back the clock a whole bunch. 50, sneaking up on 60 years was the last time an NFL team scored 38 points in back-to-back weeks and came out 0-2. That's exactly what the Cincinnati Bengals have done the last 2 weeks.
It's a crazy stat. I want to jump back in. I do want to talk about the Bears, but first let's get an update from L.A., Rams, Saints, and another big play for Davante Adams.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 5:14 remaining in the third period. It is the Rams 27 and the Saints 10, and it was Matthew Stafford, a 4-yard touchdown pass to Davante Adams, which ties him with 8th all-time with 109 receiving touchdowns with Tony Gonzalez. So Davante Adams having a day, and of course Stafford is 23 of 30 today for 268, and he has a touchdown pass counting 4, a 1-yarder, a 3-yarder, a 39-yarder, and now a 4-yarder. And that play was set up inside by Puka Nacua, who made a nice catch outside, and then they ran a reverse for him inside, and was only 3 yards, but it was what they needed to get settled into that position. Again, that drive was beautiful. 16 plays, 80 yards, took 9:46 off the clock. Joshua Carty with the extra point. So we have a scenario where the Saints, who at the end of the half, started to get a little bit on track with rookie Tyler Shuck, 8 of 14 on the day for 84 yards and 1 touchdown. Chris Olave, 1 catch for 27. Shaheed, 2 for 19. Johnson, the tight end, 2 for 19 with 1 touchdown pass. Brandon Cooks, 2 for 16. And Alvin Kamara, normally a great weapon, only 1 reception for 3 yards. And rushing-wise, Kamara, 4 carries for 9 yards. So with 5 minutes and counting in the third period, it is the Rams 27 and the Saints 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Raiders, Jags, they're battling it out in Vegas. And let's get an update from Tony Cordasco as well. Tony, what's going on?
To cover the Raiders. It's a 3rd down and 1 coming up here for Jacksonville. They're faced for a 3rd down and 1 at the Raiders' 23-yard line. It was so loud here in the stadium that we saw that Lawrence had to call a timeout. So Lawrence had to take a timeout, and now they're going to approach it on a 3rd and 1, but they'll go for it on 4th as well. I'm sure penalties have really killed both of these two teams. Jacksonville, 7 for 57 yards. The Raiders, 6 for 40, but it's when they happen. And on the last drive, Raiders get the ball down to the 1-yard line, and then they have a false start. And Lawrence is going to take it himself on the keeper, dive forward. Looks as though from here, and he is. He's got the first down, so the drive continues for Jacksonville, trailing in this game 9-6 to the Raiders, but the Raiders hurt themselves, and they had to settle for a field goal. Again, penalties plaguing each team, and the Raiders cashing in 8 plays, 37 yards, and 327 on a Daniel Carlson 24-yard field goal. Also in the second half, the scoring started off tying the game. Cam Little, 7 plays to 17 yards after the Geno Smith interception, and Cam Little with a shorty of just 33 yards. And that tied the game at 6. But earlier in the first half, that's when we saw in the final minute of play all sorts of fireworks. So 35 seconds to go. Brock Bowers with a 7-yard reception in the end zone for the touchdown. Originally called incomplete. They came back. Yes, his buttocks landed in the end zone. Touchdown as they reviewed the play. But the extra point failed by Daniel Carlson. And right after that, with no time remaining on the clock, the NFL record 68-yard field goal by Cam Little. And that was just 4 plays and 19 yards. And, of course, the stadium was buzzing at halftime. As far as stats go, for the Raiders, Geno Smith, now 16 of 25. He has 1 touchdown and 1 interception. Trevor Lawrence, 16 of 24, 1 interception, 130. Travis Etienne, 12 carries, 44 yards on the ground, 44 as well for Ashton Genty. Genty's also been good on catching the football. Parker Washington has had a good day, 71 yards on 6 receptions today. Brock Bowers, 55 yards on 5 catches and that touchdown. And it's a 3rd down and 1, and Jacksonville will not get there. I think it was Etienne on the carry, and he is pushed back and loses a yard there. So it'll be 4th down, and they're going to bring on the field goal unit once again and looking for the hat trick on the day from Cam Little. Once again, from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, there's 38 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter, and your score is the Las Vegas Raiders 9, Jacksonville 6.
Thank you so much, Tony. In the Bills-Chiefs game, Bills 21, Chiefs 13. Bills have the ball at about midfield, so we'll get an update there. Just to clarify, Devontae Adams tied with Tony Gonzalez for 111 touchdowns. He started today with 109. He's now at 111, so an impressive marker for him. Mike Evans not far behind him, so a big day there. Jody, we were talking about the Bears. We talked a little about the Bengals, but I came away, and I understand the Bengals' offense is not very good this year. But this is, again, the Bengals won back-to-back weeks, 25-24 over the Raiders and Commanders on the road. They win this week on the road. After what looked like was going to be a crushing defeat, they come back and win. Is there, a little bit of – I know the quarterback hasn't been perfect, and at times he is what's holding them back. As a Bears fan, you have to be a little excited about what you saw today and what you've seen at times from this offense.
Part of the reason why you should be excited about the Bears is above and beyond the things that you just stated. They're playing good football. They're scoring a lot of points. Caleb Williams will make you pull your hair out, but he'll also make tremendously exciting plays for you. And Ben Johnson does look like an offensive genius. I thought that was well overstated during the offseason. I said, can we let him coach a couple of games, become the head coach before we put him on a pedestal and say he's going to be an all-time great NFL head coach? We know he's a good offense coordinator. The numbers were the numbers in Detroit. They were off the charts good. But the reason I would be most excited, and Bear fans won't cop to this, but as someone without a rooting interest, just looking from afar, the thing you should be most excited about is that division is so wide open.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Lions get beat by the Vikings today. And the Packers lose to a game against the Panthers, and I didn't watch that game, but they kept going to it on the Red Zone channel.
They couldn't do anything offensively.
And every time you went there, nothing was happening. I'm going, well, why are we watching this? Isn't someone else about to score? Because nobody's scoring all day long. They get the score late. Green Bay does that they're supposed to get, but then they allow the Panthers go down and kick the game-winning field goal at the end of regulation. So Lions lose, Packers lose, Bears win, Vikings win. Vikings playing Lions, so somebody had to win that game in the division. Better the guy who's behind you than the one who's in front of you. So, yeah, they're in the mix because that division is so jumbled, so even from top to bottom. And, yes, I'm going to put Minnesota, even though they played poorly. I said last night on here on the Infinity Sports Network, Minnesota had a chance today, not because – their second-year quarterback was going to come in and light the world on fire, and he played pretty damn well.
Yep.
But Carson Wentz is done. And they made the decision to go with Carson Wentz as their backup before the season started, and I didn't think he was going to be able to help them, and I watched him play his old Carson Wentz-type football against the Eagles 2 weeks ago. Now that they have gotten their guy that they're ready to handle the franchise over to, McCarthy, for the next several years, maybe they could get on a roll, which means that division is completely and totally up for grabs. Any of those teams can finish first. Any of those 4 teams could finish last.
Yeah, and what I came away from it today, I still like the Lions as the best team in that division. But like you said, they are not an unstoppable force. They could be beaten. We've seen them lose 3 games this year, 2 in the division, and it's been a poor go at times, and it looks like they have been figured out at times offensively. Defensively, they've been a little bit better, but they also didn't make the plays when they needed to today. And offensively, when they couldn't figure it out, it felt like they figured it out too late. I look at the Packers. I've been unimpressed at times by their defense and at times by their offense. And today they lose to the Browns. They lose to the Panthers today. I know the Browns have an elite defense and the Panthers have a good defense, but these are not teams that they should be losing to, let alone struggling to get a first down against when you're considered a Super Bowl contender. So if you're the Bears, you have to be excited. And I think what the Bears have shown is they have the ability to come up big in big moments. And Caleb Williams, what he's disappointed me in as an overall progression, he has impressed me late in games with the way he's been able to handle it. So outside of a couple of big losses, I've been very impressed by a Bears team I didn't think was going to be that good.
Here's what bothered me today about the Detroit game, because, I picked Detroit, thought they were going to win. They didn't.
I did too.
Shame on me. Jahmyr Gibbs, who is a legitimate game-breaking, anytime he touches the ball kind of guy, got 9 carries for the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like, oh, my God, they fell behind by 3 touchdowns and they had to throw it on every single possession that they had. No, by the way, if you can throw it, it's good, just as good to throw it to Gibbs as anybody else on the field. And he did get 3 passes, but all of 3 yards on 3 receptions. That's not good, averaging 1 yard per catch. But they completely underused him. Montgomery's a nice player. He's a solid player. He's not a game breaker like Gibbs. You've got to have, in a game that looked to be pretty high scoring, and it was very early on, you had 21 points scored in the first quarter, you got to feature Jahmyr Gibbs. You have to design and call plays to get the ball in his hands where he can break a big one and give you a major boost. Maybe they are missing Ben Johnson a little bit more than I thought they might, because how Gibbs comes out of a game like that with only 9 carries and 3 very short passes thrown his way just doesn't make sense to me.
I agree, and it also doesn't help. Like, it felt at times the offense was fine, and it felt like they were overthinking it. And then I know, like, the blocked field goal in the fourth quarter was kind of the deciding factor, because at that point you let you not only get the blocked field goal, but it instantly turns into 3 points the other way for the Vikings. So it's a 6-point swing immediately. But it felt like Dan Campbell and that offense, they were overthinking it today. And he had 3 targets. He caught all 3 of them. You didn't give him a chance to really get going. And Montgomery, it wasn't like he was doing much either. And I felt like it would have opened the passing game a little bit more. And the passing game really didn't open up until midway through the fourth quarter. So a disappointing loss. It doesn't really shatter their windows. They still have high hopes for that Lions team, but they are clearly flawed the way they go about it. Before we go to break, let's go out to L.A. and get an update. Jaguars also just put a touchdown on the board, a scramble by Trevor Lawrence. That's now 13-9. Let's go out to SoFi, get an update from Chuck Hayes in the Saints-Rams game.
Thanks so much, Anthony. We're at the end of 3. It is the Rams 27 and the Saints 10, and the Rams are now on the Saints 20-yard line. They have 1st and 10. They've been driving. Only update we can give in regards to injury, Puka Nacua, who on the last series when the Rams scored on the Devontae Adams touchdown pass, on the play before, ran the ball from his flanker position and got turned awkwardly inside the Saints 3-yard line where a linebacker put a hit on him. And right when he hit him, you could tell it knocked the wind out of him. And he's a tough guy. He got off the field, but as soon as he got off the field, he got down on one knee. So he's being evaluated for a chest injury. I doubt if we'll see him back again with this lead of 27-10 with the dominance that the Rams have on the day. Matthew Stafford in 3 quarters, 23 of 30 for 268, 4 touchdowns. Nacua 7 for 95, 1 touchdown. Adams 5 for 60, 2 touchdowns. Ferguson 2 receptions for 54 yards. Allen 2 for 24. Tyler Higbee 3 for 13 with 1 touchdown. So with the start of the fourth quarter right now, Stafford has just hit a pass play. The Rams will take the ball inside the Saints 7 as they're in full control of this game, 27-10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And we will get an update on the rest of the games. Me and Jody will continue recapping the 1 o'clock window. In the 7 o'clock hour, we will give you a little bit of a mid-season award show. All that right here, Gridiron Game Day. Be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day right here on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. Before me and Jody continue our conversation, let's get an update from a few of these games. Chiefs battling with the Bills, our marquee matchup of the day, and Paul Hamilton has got us covered from Buffalo.
It's still 21-13 in favor of the Bills with 5:31 left to go here in the third quarter. Buffalo will start 1st and 10 on their own 26-yard line. Kind of got a break in the last drive. Kansas City wound up, instead of a 3rd and 7, wound up with 3rd and 17 because Mahomes was called for intentional grounding. There was no question that Michael Hoyt tipped the ball. He should not have been called for the penalty, and that's what the Chiefs were arguing. But there's really no replay on that. So there was really nothing they could do. So they wound up going for 3rd and 17. It was an absolutely perfect rush by the Bills. Remember Hoyt, this is only his second game. He was suspended for the first 6 because of he had put some substance into his body in a medication that he didn't know was illegal. And he got the sack, but they surrounded Mahomes. Russo on one side, Bosa on the other, Hoyt up the middle, and Mahomes had nowhere to go. And usually he can get out of that. He did earlier when he was back in the end zone and waited for Kelsey to get open and hit him down the middle for a big gain on a 3rd down. But it was stopped there. The other thing I saw, too, you remember the Bills really had problems with the Chiefs' speed in the playoff game, so they drafted for speed. Max Hairston, their number 1 pick, got hurt in training camp. This is only his second game. In that drive, Hairston was step for step with Worthy down the sideline. I mean, he was right with him. So, you know, whether Hairston turns into be a good corner or not, he came as advertised as very, very fast, had no problem keeping up with Worthy. And, so we'll see where that goes for the Bills, too, as they try to improve their speed. So Buffalo now will have the ball in the third quarter here, as so far Allen is 17 of 20 for 193 yards. So he's having a pretty good day out there, a very efficient day. He ran for a first down up the middle for 11. He's not running too much. Does have a rushing touchdown and a tush push. So he gets it started again, 1st and 10 from the 26, 5:31 left to go your third quarter, and a 21-13 lead for Allen's Bills.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's go out to L.A. Chuck Hayes has got an update on what is a beatdown of the Saints by the Rams. What's going on, Chuck?
11:55 remaining in this one. It's the Rams 34 and the Saints 10. The Saints now got the ball inside the Rams 15-yard line, and Taysom Hill, the all-purpose player, now is playing fullback. Saw him as a kick returner, saw him as a quarterback, now playing fullback. And the Rams scored at the 12:40 mark. It was fourth-year Notre Dame running back Kyron Williams, a 1-yard touchdown blast. That drive took 10 plays, 52 yards, took 6:22 off the clock, and it was set up by Cam Kitchen's recovery of an Alvin Kamara fumble at the Rams' 48-yard line. Linebacker Nate Landeman punched that out, the fourth-year veteran from Colorado, and Kitchens was right there to get it. And let's look at Kyron Williams for the day. 20 carries for 89 yards, 1 touchdown, a long run of 15, 4.5 yards per carry. So he's obviously doing a great job for the Rams. His running mate from Michigan, Blake Horn, 10 carries for 66 yards, 5.6 yards per carry, 21 yards is the long run of the day for him. And, of course, the veteran Matthew Stafford, 24 for 32 for 281, 4 touchdowns. Nakua, 7 for 95. As I mentioned, he has a chest injury. He's questionable for return. So with 10:37 remaining in this one, the Rams 34-10 over the Saints. The Saints now inside the Rams 14-yard line with a 3rd and 8. Tyler Shuck at the helm for the Saints, hoping to make something happen.
Thank you so much, Chuck, as the Bills just passed midfield after another first down pass, about 4 minutes left in the third there. Let's go out to Vegas as the Jaguars and Raiders are exchanging scores. Tony Cordasco's got more for us.
With 9:31 to go in the game, it is the Raiders 16, Jacksonville 13, and the crowd has come to life here in Las Vegas as the Raiders just cap off a 9-play, 69-yard drive in 5-12 with an Ashton Genty 15-yard touchdown on a little swing pass from Geno Smith. Imagine being Antonio Johnson trying to be the only man out there in space, and it was a Genty stiff arm that puts him away, and he rambles into the end zone for the touchdown to give Las Vegas the lead in this seesaw affair. Earlier in the fourth quarter, when we last left you, I thought that they were going to bring out on a 4th and 1. We thought they would bring out the field goal unit, and instead Jacksonville goes for it on 4th down. Trevor Lawrence picks it up, and then he has a 7-yard touchdown run to start the fourth quarter as he runs up the middle, veers to the left, and goes right into the end zone on 13 plays and 69 yards on that drive. So that's the scoring since we last left you. And there was no scoring in the first quarter of this game, but things got underway. Brock Bowers, there. Mad Max just made a big play there. Finally, he gets Max Crosby gets into the action, and a loss on that play because he's been pretty quiet today. They've done a good job in blocking him, but he gets the sack there on Trevor Lawrence. So it'll bring up a 3rd down and 11 now with 8:20 to go. But earlier, the touchdown to start the scoring, Brock Bowers, 7-yard reception, unbelievable with just the left hand, hauls it in, 13 plays, 95 yards on that drive. And right before halftime, the Cam Little 68-yard field goal. Still cannot believe that as I say it. 4 plays is 19 yards. That's the NFL record. And a big play torn off by the Jaguars, and they're in plus territory inside the 40-yard line of the Raiders as we speak. After that, Cam Little, 33-yard field goal in the third, and Daniel Carlson from 24 yards out. So the leading players, I should say, in the categories, Geno Smith, 183 yards on 20 of 29, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. You've got Trevor Lawrence there with 167 yards passing. Etienne, 14 carries, 51 yards. And Parker Washington, 71 receiving yards and 6 receptions. Brock Bowers has had a terrific day today, and he has 65 yards on 6 receptions and the 1 touchdown. 7:43 remaining in this game. It's a 1st and 10 for Jacksonville on the 41-yard line of the Raiders. And your score from Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, it's the Las Vegas Raiders 16, Jacksonville Jaguars 13.
Thank you so much, Tony, and we'll continue to monitor that one. We heard about the Puka Nacua injury earlier. Schefter reporting he's questionable to return due to a chest injury. I'm sure he is going to just be out also as precaution, so we won't get a update on how impressive, how important that injury actually is until after the game, so we'll hold our breath and hope it's nothing, just a precaution. We'll come back. We'll continue the conversation with Jody. We'll get the update in this Bills-Chiefs game as the Bills are threatening to score on the goal line and a lot more as well. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, Josh Allen with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game, and the Bills are leading the Chiefs 28-13, 1:34 to play in the third quarter as the Bills try to improve to 6-2. Allen has also thrown for 253 yards in this game. He has 1 touchdown toss to Dalton Kincaid. The Rams all over the Saints 34-10. Matthew Stafford has thrown 4 touchdowns for LA. The Jaguars are trailing the Raiders in Las Vegas 16-13, 7:43 to play in the fourth quarter. As you heard, Cam Little did it for real this time. The Jaguars kicker connecting on a record 68-yard field goal, breaking Justin Tucker's record that had stood at 66 yards since 2021. This preseason, Little hit a 70-yard field goal. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud was concussed after taking a big hit while sliding late on a scramble in the second quarter. Davis Mills finished the game at quarterback for Houston. The Broncos rallying late again with Will Lutz hitting a 34-yard walk-off field goal. Broncos win in Houston 18-15 to improve to 7-2. The Packers fear that tight end Tucker Kraft tore his right ACL. He'll undergo additional testing. The Packers lose to Rico Dowdle and the Panthers 16-13. Carolina is 5-4. The Vikings may have been playing for their season today in Detroit, entering at 3-4. They even that up at 4-4. J.J. McCarthy, a rushing touchdown, 2 passing touchdowns, and the Vikings defeat the Lions in Detroit 27-24. Kicking has been a problem for the Falcons this year, and Parker Romo was mixed extra point in the final minutes, dooming the Falcons to a 24-23 loss to the Patriots in Foxborough. The Pats are 7-2. Chargers beat the Titans. Steelers hand the Colts their second loss of the season. Christian McCaffrey with 2 touchdowns. The 49ers win over the Giants. Tonight, Jaden Daniels returns from his hamstring injury for the Commanders as they face the 5-2 Seahawks. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Gameday on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. If you're watching on YouTube, what is going on? Brian Thomas went down with an injury going into break. He is back on that scoring play for the Jaguars, which puts them up 20-16. So injury crisis averted there. I think it was Tootin with the touchdown as that game continues to be a back and forth. You know, it started off really slow. It looked like nothing was going to happen, and now it's back and forth. 34-10. Saints have the ball. After going for it on fourth down, they've actually turned it over. I don't know if it was a turnover on downs or just a straight-up pick. So 34-10. Saints losing to the Rams. Bills, Chiefs. Bills scored as we were going to break. I believe it was Josh Allen with a rushing touchdown. So that one is now 28-13. And the Bills yet again dominating the Chiefs in the regular season. Before we get back to the conversation, let's go out to L.A. for an update in the Saints and Rams game. What's going on, Chuck?
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. 5:24 left in this one, and the Rams in complete control, 34-10. And it was Tyler Shuck on 4th and 4 threw an interception that Emmanuel Forbes, third-year man out of Mississippi State, and the Rams made a nice play, and that really kind of seals the deal in regards to the Saints and their offense of the day. We have 5 minutes, and we're ticking. As I look to the Ram offense now, and I'm trying to see if Matthew Stafford is still in the football game, and yes, he is. Number 9, who's having quite the day today, and again, celebration of Matthew and what he's done. Along with the other members of the Rams team. Kyron Williams has 22 carries for about 97 yards. Blake Corum, 13 for 58 on the day, and I don't know if we'll see Stafford put it up anymore. He's 24 for 32 for 281 and 4 touchdowns. Puka Nacua, 7 receptions for 95 yards. He was targeted 8 times. He got a chest injury, and he has not been back since then. Devontae Adams, 5 receptions for 60 yards, including the one that tied him, was 8th all-time with 109 touchdowns with former Falcons and Chiefs and Cal tight end Tony Gonzalez. Ferguson, 2 for 54. Allen, 3 for 37. Higbee, 3 of 13, 1 touchdown, along of 8. So for the New Orleans Saints, Tyler Shuck, 15 of 24, 176, 1 touchdown to his tight end, 1 interception. Taysom Hill, 4 carries for 30 yards. Alvin Kamara, a subpar day for him, 6 carries, 14 yards, a long run of 3. And on that long run of 3, he fumbled the football. And that turnover gave the Rams great opportunity to go down and take the football 10 plays, 52 yards for their last score of the day. So with 3 minutes and counting here at SoFi Stadium in front of a crowd of 72,055, it is the Rams 34 and the Saints 10.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Jody, that NFC West is, the top three teams at the top of that division. The Niners keep surviving with all their injuries, but the Rams, cruising to a victory today, and we'll see what the Seahawks do against the Commanders. But those two teams, specifically the Seahawks and the Rams, are going to be in a dogfight, I feel like, all year. As I think the Niners have too many injuries to overcome. But what the Rams and then the Seahawks have shown me of late, they are two legit contenders, in my opinion.
By the way, when Chuck was giving us the attendance on the game, did you get the feeling that he was actually counting them? He kind of paused and waited, and I thought he was actually counting heads in the stadium.
On his fingers?
Very impressed with that. You are 100% correct that the NFC West, and I know the Cardinals have not been good and they don't play till tomorrow, but those top three teams are all legit. If you want to say the Rams have looked slightly better than anybody else, I probably wouldn't argue with you, although we'll see what Seattle does tomorrow. They were my upset pick to win that division before the year started, so I'm going to continue to root for them, and they've lived up to at least my expectations, which were pretty high to begin with. And the 49ers, you're right. Every week you have to check their injury, see who's playing, who's not playing, and but all they do is win. Like today, they beat a bad Giants team, and I still can't figure out how the Giants beat the Eagles a couple of weeks ago because the Eagles returned the favor last week, and the Giants didn't do much again today defensively. They've got guys who can get after the quarterback, but if they don't get there, they just get sliced up. The Giant defense is bad.
I also think the loss of Paulson, it's right where that Broncos-Giants game flipped was when Paulson Adebo and Javon Holland got hurt. And I really think that's where everything flipped for them. And we have an injury here in the Bills game. I will find out who that is in a second. But that Niners team, I think, is good. I just don't think they have enough to constantly without Ricky Pearsall, no Fred Warner, which I think is one of the more critical injuries in all of football.
Big, yep.
And I don't trust Mac Jones. When I look at the rest of that division, I love what I've seen from the Seahawks. They also dealing with a lot of injuries, but mostly just at their receiving core, and they still have their number one guy in Jackson Smith and Jigba healthy. I trust Darnold and I trust Stafford way more than I trust Mac Jones. And even Brock Purdy at times, when we have seen him this year, he hasn't looked great. And this is not to knock the Niners. I think that they are well in the driver's seat of being, I think they're the 7th seed right now. I have to see how everything shook out after today. But coming into today, they were the 7th seed. Obviously, they're still in the driver's seat for a playoff spot. But as far as this division goes, I think the Seahawks and the Rams are up there with whoever survives the NFC North, the Eagles, and I think the Bucs. I think those are the 4 best teams in the entire conference.
Understand where you're coming from, and I know Mac Jones has been a kind of come-hither quarterback since he was drafted in the first round by New England. But he's played pretty well this year. Big guy, he had another good game again today, 135 quarterback rating. Is he going to be making the Pro Bowl? No, of course not. And as soon as Purdy is ready, they're going to put him back in. Now, it'd be very interesting to see if Purdy comes in and plays poorly. And when I say plays poorly, 49ers lose games. Well, I know they gave him the big contract. I know he took him to the Super Bowl previously, and I defended Brock Purdy to no end when people were saying this is a farce. He's not that good. How can Mr. Irrelevant be the starting quarterback for a Super Bowl team? And he was. But he was, you're right, not playing well when he played. And Mac Jones, all he does is win. Yeah, don't write Mac Jones off just yet, big guy.
So we'll see as that goes along. First, let's get an update. The Chiefs are trying to stay alive. They are threatening. They're in the red zone. So let's go out to Highmark Stadium, and Paul Hamilton has an update for us.
It's been a very physical football game, and the Bills have smacked Mahomes all over the field, and you know him. He doesn't care. He loves it. mean, he pops right back up again. He doesn't care how hard he gets hit. And he was facing a 3rd and 17, and he wasn't able to get that, threw the ball too low for Worthy, who couldn't hold on. 4th and 17, goes back. They faked out Joey Bosa as he stopped the pass rush. Had he kept going, he would have flushed him out of the pocket, but he didn't, and Rice was wide open downfield, and they found him for a 29-yard gain to the Bills' 11. Now Mahomes he stepped up in the pocket. Now he got them down to about the 4-yard line as the Chiefs still trail this game as they're trying to get on the board here in the fourth quarter. 12 and a half minutes left to go. It's 28-13. It was interesting to listen to Mahomes during the week. I loved listening to him. He goes, I love going there. He said, it's great. They hate us. And he says, I love it when they hate us. And he said, it's a hostile place to play. And he said, it's one of my favorite places to play because I can't wait to get there. And the Bills fans haven't disappointed, and the Bills haven't disappointed. It's been a physical game. The fans have been all over him, but as he always does, he responds. And the Bills, again, about the injured guy you talked about, by the way, that was Hoyt. Michael Hoyt, who's really helped on the pass rush. They've really been on Mahomes, and he's been a key part of it. He could not put any weight on his right foot, but he just hobbled to the bench and sat down. This is only his 2nd game, and the Bills' pass rush has improved drastically. Bosa has gotten better. Russo has gotten better with him there. So he's somebody that I think I can say already they probably can't afford to lose, as we're going to have a 4th and 1 here from the Bills' 2-yard line. So we'll see what the Chiefs do here as they desperately need a touchdown. And they will get that touchdown. Straight ahead is Hunt. So that will make it 28-19, pending the extra point. 11:32 left to go here in the fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Paul, as we'll continue to monitor that one, and Kareem Hunt punches that in to make it a 1-score game if the extra point is good. We only have about a minute or so, but let's go out to Las Vegas. A lot has happened since we last talked to him. Tony Cardasco's got an update in Jags-Raiders.
The Jaguars are trailing the Raiders 23-20. Jacksonville has the ball with 1:41 remaining in the game and 2 timeouts left, and they'll take the ball starting now on their own 31-yard line, as the Raiders just scored a touchdown, mostly exclusively Brock Bowers on that last drive, and he caps it off a 27-yard reception for the touchdown. Extra point good, 23-20. Your score here in Las Vegas. We'll have a recap coming up.
Thank you so much, Tony, and we'll monitor that one. About 1:47 left in that one. The 2-point conversion is good, so now 21-28. Bills on top. Chiefs looking to get a stop. About 11:32 left in that game. So we got a lot of football left. The other game has gone final. Saints 10, Rams 34. So the Rams take care of business. A big day for everyone involved on that offense. 281 and 4 touchdowns for Stafford. 114 and a touchdown for Kyron Williams. 7 catches, 95 yards, and a touchdown. And Devontae Adams moves into 8th all-time, tying Tony Gonzalez for most receiving touchdowns ever. So 8th all-time at 111. We'll come back. We'll talk about, the midseason awards that me and Jody have. We'll update everything that's going on in Raiders, Jags, and Chiefs, Bills. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, right here on Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Gameday. You're listening to Infinity Sports and the BetMGM Network. This game just went final. We'll get you an update on Bills, Chiefs in a bit, and Raiders, Jags. But first, let's go out to the SoFi Stadium as Chuck's got a recap for the action that took place there. Saints, Rams, Chuck Hayes.
Thanks so much. The final, the Rams 34, the Saints 10, and the Rams go to 6-2. Sean McVay picks up his 86th career win, while Kellen Moore, the first-year head coach of the Saints, drops to 1-8. And it was a complete team effort by the Rams today, led by Matthew Stafford, 24 of 32 for 281, 4 touchdowns. Kyron Williams, their veteran running back from Notre Dame, carried it 25 times for 114 yards, 4.6 yards per carry, 1 touchdown, a long run of 15. Blake Corum, his mate in the backfield for Michigan, 13 carries, 58 yards, a long run of 21. Let's look at the receivers. Nakua was targeted 8 times. He caught 7 for 95. Devontae Adams, 7 targets. He caught 5 for 60, 2 touchdowns, including the one that put him in a tie with Tony Gonzalez for career touchdown receptions of 8th all time. And when you look at the Saints, and obviously they're in a rebuilding mode, they decided to start Tyler Shuck at quarterback. He went 15 for 24, 176, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Taysom Hill could not complete a pass. He was 0 for 1, although he did run 4 times for 30 yards. Alvin Kamara, a subpar day for him, the veteran from Tennessee, 6 carries for 14 yards, a paltry 2.3 yards per carry, a long run of 3, and a fumble, which gave the Rams their final touchdown when Kyron Williams at the 12:40 mark ran in on a 1-yard touchdown blast. So with Stafford having the kind of day that he did and Williams running the ball and the Ram defense in control, Sean McVay's only complaints will be that he had a kicker miss an extra point. He had his place kicker also push the field goal to the right because the blocking tackle, outside tackle on special teams did not handle the Saint blitzer coming off the edge, which forced the extra point and forced the field goal to be missed. And then a touchdown that was taken off the board because of a personal foul, face mask call down inside the goal line. So you take those plays away, and you know that the Saints basically were climbing the mountain completely the entire second half, and the Rams basically iced it at the 12:40 mark. So the Rams go to 6-2. They go on the road and play the 49ers in San Francisco. The Saints drop to 1-8. It's been a great afternoon here in SoFi. A big celebration coming off last night's Dodger World Series win. I think it transcended because of the relationship that Matthew Stafford has with Clayton Kershaw. He certainly elevated his game today. And for the Rams, a 34-10 victory, which drives the fans in Los Angeles to sing "I Love L.A." as it reverberates throughout the stadium.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and a big party in L.A., both football teams winning, and the World Series champion Dodgers last night being crowned. So a lot to be happy for in California, specifically L.A., not California, because, you know, there are other teams that reside there. But let's go out to a team that used to reside there, Raiders, Jags. Cam Little has done it again, and Tony Cordasco's got an update for us.
He sure has, and we're headed to overtime. And Jacksonville won the toss in OT and has elected to receive the football for the 10-minute overtime period or less. And they tied the game to the Jaguars with 16 seconds remaining. And their hero of the day, Cam Little, boots a 48-yard field goal, 8 plays, 42 yards in a minute 36 to knot the game off at 23. It's so hard to believe that it was a scoreless first quarter. It was a total of 9 points at halftime. The game goes over the total with a 37-point second half here in Las Vegas. And the story today, in addition to Cam Little, has just been a back-and-forth affair. It's been actually a rather fun game. It's turned into a really good game as we're tied up here in overtime. Earlier in this quarter, it's been pretty much a scoring frenzy. It started off with Ashton Genty on a 15-yard reception, or I should say, it started off with a Trevor Lawrence 7-yard touchdown run, and that made it a 13-9 Jacksonville lead. And then Ashton Genty on that 15-yard swing pass, he scores the touchdown on the pass from Geno Smith. Las Vegas takes the lead at 16-13, and then Vishal Tootin on his second career touchdown scores at a 1-yard touchdown run, 20-16. Jacksonville Raiders back the other way. It's just been flip-flopping back and forth. Brock Bowers has been so effective today for the Las Vegas Raiders, a 27-yard reception. He found a seam there in the zone coverage on the back end, and he just runs left and outruns everyone, all the DBs, on the touchdown from Geno Smith, and then culminated with the field goal here from Cam Little here late in the game. And Jacksonville's going to get a really good return. And it's Trammell on that return as he takes it out to around midfield. So very quickly, Jacksonville gets really good field position to start things off. Geno Smith passing 245 yards on 25 at a 34, 3 touchdowns and the 1 interception, which resulted in a field goal for the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence has a 22 of 33 day and 1 interception, 207 yards. Travis Etienne, 70 yards on the ground on 18 carries. Ashton Genty, 43 yards for Genty on 12 carries. He's been a battering ram throughout the course of today. And Brock Bowers with 110 yards this afternoon. And he has now 9 catches and 2 touchdowns. And I'm sure that Geno Smith will go back to him when the Raiders get the football here, because even if Jacksonville scores, Raiders have a chance to counter. And Parker Washington, 77 yards receiving on 7 catches. Currently, it's a 2nd and 11 on the 45-yard line of the Raiders. And we're in overtime. There is 9:08 remaining, and the score is tied here at Allegiant Stadium, 23-all between the Raiders and the Jaguars.
Thank you so much, Tony, and a lot going on there. We'll get you the final update once we get some news in that one as both of those teams battle out, if either team could come away with the W. Jody, a lot going on here, but I want to get through because we're about to get into a hectic zone, and I spoke to you before the show, and it is the midseason point. And I feel like we've talked a lot about MVPs, Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Years, impressive teams, disappointing teams. And I feel like it's only right if we, hand out some awards.
If you want the awards that you asked me to come up with before the show started today, I'm going to give them to you, and then I'm going to cover my backside by saying I came up with this list before the games actually got underway.
Well, I see. I came up with a list, and I scratched some things out, and I made some changes.
I'm not scratching out. You gave me this assignment. I completed it. I'm going to stick by it because, we got a lot left to go. It's a prognostication. It's a prediction.
Well, I'll say this much. It wasn't negatively affected by today. It was more positively affected by that. But let's start with MVP.
Really?
Yeah, and somebody who impressed me today that I think I've changed my opinion about not just him, but his team as a whole. But let's start with MVP. I feel like I may know where you're going with this one, but who is your midseason MVP in the NFL?
If we're just talking about who did what in the first half of the year,
yes,
there's no question in my mind that the MVP is Jonathan Taylor. Now, he did not have a great game today for the Colts. The Colts themselves played awful football. That was the kind of team that I thought the Colts were going to be all year, and they came into the week with the best record in the NFL, only 1 loss. Taylor didn't do anything. They turned the ball over at least 3 times, might have been 4. They just played like a team that couldn't possibly be 7-1, and they were. Taylor has had the best first half. I know it's a quarterback's award. Last year I made the argument for Saquon Barkley, and I actually believe the Eagles could have cost Saquon the MVP because they sat him the last week of the season when he could have put up the biggest rushing yardage number in the history of the league. They passed on that. He didn't get the MVP. Jonathan Taylor is probably facing the same exact thing because it has become such a quarterback award. But I think he easily had the best first half of the season. Again, I do so with a little less fervor because he had a mediocre game today, but I think he was affected by his teammates stinking it up even worse than he did. So I'll stand by my Jonathan Taylor MVP selection.
Well, that was my point, was Jonathan Taylor was going to be my pick as well. And the way I thought he played today had nothing to do with actually him and how they started the game, not just turnovers-wise, but being down big early. So I felt like they got away from the run early. They got away from throwing him the ball as well. And I thought that was more on Daniel Jones and the overall lack of cohesion and competency from that offense. We got a big play in this Bills-Chiefs game. We'll get an update on that in just 1 second. I am actually, I was tentative to put him even in the running for this, but I think Drake May is the first half of the year MVP. He's got 17 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's already surpassed his passing yards from last year in 4 less games, 2,200 yards, 74% completion percentage. He adds 270 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns. What the Patriots have done as a whole, but specifically that offense, has been very consistent. And outside of, a disappointing week 1, I felt like they've been very consistent all year. He's my MVP, and they might be the team I think is the best team in the AFC right now. And, with the way the Colts played, and maybe there's a little bit of doubt creeping in my mind with Daniel Jones, and even with my Broncos, who I have my own doubts about, I really love what Drake May's done without really any weapons to throw to. Today it was Douglas who had the big game for him. At times we've seen Hunter Henry and Diggs come up big for him. It feels like somebody each week he's finding in the end zone, and that's a team that could benefit from adding a wideout. But he is my first half of the year MVP.
You think they'll get a wideout here at the trade deadline? Because you're right. It only makes sense for them to attempt to do just that. But do they believe that they've got a chance to go to the Super Bowl? Because if they do, they should be out there bidding for the best wide receivers available on the open market.
Right. I wouldn't say that they're going to – I don't think Jalen Waddle's getting traded after the reports we heard this week that they want a 1 as a starter. But they have to go get a wide receiver, whether it's a Shaheed – from the Saints or somebody of around that ilk where is maybe not a star, but they have to go get a wide receiver for him and help that receiving core that desperately needs help. Maybe a tight end, but I don't think there is a tight end to trade for.
No,
either.
he likes Hunter Henry. He doesn't mind throwing the ball to Hunter Henry.
And the way they run that offense, Hunter Henry is a necessary player because he can block, and he's blocking a lot. I mean, last week he was basically double teaming. It didn't help, but it was basically double-teaming Myles Garrett the entire game.
And give Kayshon Boutte some credit here, because I thought he was a borderline bust and was going to be released by New England and might not have been picked up by anybody else. And they stuck with him. They continue to work with him. I guess May worked hard with him and helped him pick up his game. He's had some big plays for him this year. He's their leading touchdown catch guy. And I actually thought he was a bust. So I'll give credit to McDaniels as the offense coordinator. May is his quarterback who's getting him the ball. But give credit to Boutte. If they don't get a wide receiver, it's because they think that he has become a legit 2 wide receiver in this league.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that he's a legit receiver. I think they're the team that's a contender that needs a wideout the most. I feel like you can make the argument for the Bills, the Broncos, even the Colts to an extent may need a pass catcher. But with Tyler Warren and Michael Pittman, maybe they don't feel that way. But I look at the Patriots. If they're not going to go get a tight end, they need a pass-catching wideout. And then the Bills, I feel like, have needed a wideout Josh Allen's entire career, even when Diggs was there. So they're another one. And the Broncos as well. I just don't think they have enough weapons to sustain if they want to actually – do something and be a serious contender. So we'll see what happens there. But he's impressed me. I was not a fan of his when he came out of the draft. He impressed me last year, and he's taken the biggest leap out of any of those second-year quarterbacks in that class. Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels being injured obviously has slowed that down. But he has taken such a leap, and that team is legit to me.
And I've got no knock on just because I picked Jonathan Taylor. It doesn't mean that I don't acknowledge how great Drake May's been. I was a bigger Drake May fan than you are when he was coming
100%.
into the draft. I said he should have been the number 1 drafted quarterback over Caleb Williams, over Jaden Daniels. He, of course, went number 3. He is easily the best of those 3 this year. And you're right, he flashed a little bit last year and showed you, all right, he's going to be their quarterback going forward. So if he gets it, I got no issue with that. He did once again, and I don't know if this is a record. I saw this stat last night. Consecutive games, he had gone 6 consecutive games with at least 200 yards passing and a 100% quarterback rating for 6 consecutive games. The only other quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that had ever done that, 6 200-yard games plus a 100 quarterback rating, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Patrick Mahomes. And in the
That's
years that they did it, they all won the Super Bowl. So if you're a Patriot fan and you want to hang your hat on that and think that you're going to have a parade because of it, it is trending in that direction. You got to say that. I'm going to have to look up to see if anybody had ever done 7. He was at 6, and I knew the 4 other quarterbacks he had tied for that. He might be, because he went for 200 yards and was over 100 again today, he might be the first quarterback to ever do it 7 consecutive weeks.
We'll give you the rest of the awards, Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, some impressive and disappointing teams that we felt. But first, a big game going on, our game of the week, Bills, Chiefs, and Paul Hamilton has us covered on all of the late game frenzy going on there.
Well, we just hit the 2-minute warning. The Bills have a 2nd and 9 and a 28-21 lead. By getting a couple of first downs on this drive, the Chiefs have drained their timeouts, so they are out of timeouts. So the Bills right now will be able to at least snap the ball 2nd and 3rd down and get the clock inside of 1 minute, even if they don't pick up the first down. Now, the reason the Bills have the ball, remember I talked to you about Max Hairston a couple of updates ago, the number 1 pick, a corner who could keep up with Worthy. Well, he kept up with him again, and actually it was 4th down for the Chiefs, and Mahomes went downfield. He got hit by Bosa, who's been all over him pretty much the whole game as he was throwing. So the ball was a little bit short, and Max Hairston got his first interception in his 2nd NFL game as he picked it off to give the Bills the ball and end that drive for the Chiefs. And again, the Chiefs would have the ball back if here on this drive, Josh Allen didn't get a couple of first downs led by the running of James Cook. So they were able to get it down now inside Kansas City territory. They're inside the 40. And, as I said, they're going to get at least 2 more plays to run clock here. So they'll be able to get 2 more 40 seconds off the clock, which is 80 seconds that we're sitting at 2 minutes. So you run a play, probably get it down to around a minute, run another play, and you can probably get it down to around 20 seconds before you got to do something else. The ball is on the 37-yard line. So I don't know if you want a chance to kick it a field goal, because if you get it blocked and it goes the other way, it's a tie game. So, they can almost run the clock out, but we'll see. The way James Cook is running, I'm not going to bet against him that he can't get 9 yards and 2 carries and put this game away. So we'll just have to wait and see. But it's been a good game by the Bills. It's a typical Bills-Chiefs regular season game where the Bills are the better team. Usually the Bills win it, and then they play in the playoffs. And it's the other way around. The Chiefs are the better team, usually a close game, and then the Chiefs win it because the Bills did not see everything the Kansas City Chiefs are going to throw at them today. They never do in the regular season, but they always see it in the playoffs. When you least expect it, that last play in the championship game, it was a blitz from the other side. The Chiefs had not run the blitz from that side all year. It wasn't on tape. But they did on that play, and Allen had less than a second to throw the ball. Now, it was dropped by Kincaid, who didn't drop the ball today, I'll tell you, as he has he's over 100 yards now. But, still, he had to throw the ball almost immediately when he got it. And that's the kind of stuff the Chiefs do. So we'll see if they meet in the playoffs how that goes.
Thank you so much, Paul, and we will update that as soon as that goes final. This portion of the show brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll do the rest of the awards. We'll recap the rest of the games. We'll talk prime time, all that right here, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. And we've got a final in Buffalo as the Chiefs. They came down to a couple of Hail Mary heaves at the end, but Buffalo holds out. They are now 6-2 as they win 28-21. So an impressive victory for the Bills. But, Jody, stop me if I'm wrong, but I feel like until the Bills get it done they could beat anyone in the league, and I will be confident against them in the playoffs, them playing that team in the playoffs. But them versus the Chiefs, until they do it, in the playoffs, I'm never going to believe they could beat this team when it matters.
Yeah, the stat was amazing coming to today that they had beaten them 4 straight times in the regular season, but lost to them 4 straight times in the postseason. 4-4, not surprising. 4 for the teams playing at a specific time of the year, yeah, that's kind of telling. And you're right, Bills have been able to beat the Chiefs like a drum during the regular season, and they did so again today. We'll see what happens in January, because there's a good chance they're going to meet up again, and the Chiefs have beaten them 4 straight times in the postseason. This is a good win. The Bills should feel good about themselves. They should celebrate tonight. Does it guarantee them anything? Does it give them a leg up when it comes to the playoffs? Not in my mind, it doesn't.
And we are right now, as we're speaking, real quick, Jaguars 30. Raiders scored the touchdown. Brock Bowers scores, and there's 16 seconds left in overtime, and the Raiders are going for the win and 2 points. Honestly, what do they have to lose? Because a tie is the same as a loss for them right now.
Agreed. And that is still a division that, because the Colts lost today, I think the Colts are better. I know they're better than they were today. Are they a lock to win that division? No, but they're the favorite because they put up the record they have till now. You got to take your shot. That's what this is all about, is trying to be able to find a way to win. The Raiders have nothing to lose. The Jaguars could see this game slip through their fingers if they convert this 2-point conversion. Nervy, I'm not surprised that Pete Carroll would do something like this because he's a salty old dude.
Yeah.
So take your chance here, Pete. Good luck with it.
Well, and they're keying in on Brock Bowers, I feel like, 100%. But that is – and, I mean, if you're the Raiders, you're playing for clearly a playoff spot because then it is an incompletion and the game is over. So it is – Geno Smith couldn't even get the ball past the line of scrimmage, and Pete Carroll looks dismayed. And I feel like if you're a Raiders fan, that's a W. That is a W for you because you're not making the playoffs, in my opinion. They clearly think they can make the playoffs, and Pete Carroll doesn't want to rebuild this team. But you need to have as many losses as you want going into next year so you can actually, maybe get a quarterback.
Yeah, here's why what Pete Carroll did was 100% justified.
I agree.
If you complete the pass, you steal a win, you feel good about yourself, you play on. If you don't, then you get another leg up on a very high draft pick. If you tie, you accomplish nothing. If you kick the PAT and get a tie, you hurt your draft status. You don't really move up anything in the standings. It's like kissing your sister. Absolutely agree. Even though, as you just stated, the play did not work and the Jaguars are going to win by 1 point in overtime, I got no problems whatsoever with the decision by the head coach to play for a win or lose scenario.
Yeah, and right now, I'm looking at the standings right now, and the Jags, before they even finished that result, were the 7th seed. So if you're thinking about it, I think they'll be 5-3, and the Chiefs are 5-4. But with a win there, the Raiders would have been right after those two teams. So you would have been looking at the Raiders being a half game behind the Jags and a game and a half behind the Chiefs. So you got to go for it. And I am not a tanking kind of person, and I feel like that's not considered tanking when you're actually trying to win games. So I do think that was the best case scenario, though, long term for the Raiders, because Geno Smith is not your guy, and they don't have the assets next year to go trade up to go get someone and put a good young quarterback in a good position when they don't even have a good team as is.
It's a perfect case scenario because you, as you stated, you're going for a win. You're trying for a win, but you didn't get it. So guess what? You helped your draft status,
100%.
And you kind of tanked, but you tanked by accident. You didn't really try and tank. You benefit from a loss, which most people call tanking, but you were actually going for a win. Sorry that the Raiders couldn't connect on that one.
You're still trying to build those winning habits while not actively putting your team in a bad position to lose. Pete Carroll clearly is not trying to be there for a long rebuild, and that, hopefully, if you're a Raider fan, next year they do find a quarterback that is actually a part of the future, and the little time he does have with Pete Carroll rubs off on him. And they will, I like going for 2 in that situation, even if you aren't in the situation the Raiders are in, because I don't think a tie is that much better than a loss. especially at the end of the season. Like, I'm sure if you're asking Cowboy fans in retrospect, they probably would have wished they won that game against the Packers when they're looking back now. And if you're the Packers, same thing. Like the tie was not, we were all, for the Packers, it felt like a loss. For the Cowboys, it felt like a win. And right now, it doesn't really feel that much better than a loss. So I feel like you always should be playing to win. I'm not the biggest fan of my head coach with the Broncos, but the one thing Sean Payton does is he always tries to, take advantage of those moments. We saw it earlier in the year when he went for 2 against the Eagles, and it ended up benefiting them.
And, oh, by the way, I'll rain on everybody's parade who is rooting for their team to stink because they know they need a new quarterback starting next year, like the Raiders, like my Jets, Jets. I don't know that there's a franchise quarterback in this year's draft. Like we had 2 years ago when May and Daniels and Williams were all in that draft. I said, you got 3 franchise quarterbacks in this draft. You put them in whatever order you wanted to. We know the order they were selected. I didn't agree with it, but I did agree that you had 3 guys who looked like they could be quarterbacks in the league, and good ones at that, for a decade. As we sit here right now with 6 weeks to go in the regular season and then the playoffs and then everything that comes thereafter, all-star games and the combine, maybe someone will emerge as a, no doubt about it, number 1 pick in the draft, going to be able to project as a franchise quarterback. I can't tell you who that is this year, Anthony. I'm sorry to say, but no one has been that good that I go, oh, my God, yeah, he's going to be the number 1 pick. He's going to be somebody's quarterback for a decade. That player has not shown himself to me in college football this year.
And every time I think there's a guy, he ends up showing up the next week and giving me a reason not to believe in him. But we'll continue this conversation. We'll preview the primetime game. We'll talk a little bit more about the midseason awards. But first, let's get a final recap from our guy, Tony Cardasco, in Vegas.
But first of all, you have to take a look at what's going to happen come Tuesday for the trade deadline for this Raider team. Jacoby Myers' name has been mentioned prominently. Eric Stokes, the DB, his name is floating out there. Jackson Powers Johnson as well, the offensive lineman. So first things first, I think we're going to see some movement for the 2 and 5 Las Vegas Raiders. Final score here today, the Jacksonville Jaguars 30 and the Raiders 29. And in case you missed it, the Raiders scoring the late touchdown there with 16 seconds remaining in OT as Brock Bowers makes a 2-yard touchdown catch from Geno Smith, and then the failed 2-point conversion. I think it was Danny Strigow, one of the defensive linemen, who got his hand up there and had the deflection. And so 30-29 is the final. The Jaguars now at 4-3. And next week, the Jaguars play at the Texans. The Raiders travel on a short week to Denver to face the Broncos this Thursday. Let's recap all of the scoring in this game. And it turned out to be a pretty good game. No scoring in the first quarter. Second quarter, the Raiders take the lead 6-0 on a Brock Bowers 7-yard touchdown reception from Geno Smith. The Daniel Carlson point after failed. It was no good, 6-0 Raiders. After that, in the second quarter, the monstrous 68-yard field goal from Cam Little, and that breaks the NFL record for the longest field goal. We were on the air, and that was just beyond belief, and that was just 4 plays and 19 yards. And at halftime, it was 6-3 in favor of Las Vegas. But in the second half, third quarter, actually really not a lot of scoring, just a field goal apiece. Cam Little from 33 yards out. Daniel Carlson, a 24-yard field goal. And in the fourth quarter, there was 31 total points. It started off with the touchdown by Trevor Lawrence on a 7-yard touchdown run. Cam Little with the extra point made it 13-9 Jacksonville. And then Ashton Genty, the 15-yard swing pass from Geno Smith. Daniel Carlson, extra point was good. 16-13, Las Vegas with the lead. Vishal Tootin, his second career touchdown, a 1-yard touchdown run. Cam Little extra point, 2016 Jacksonville. Las Vegas takes a 23-20 lead on a Brock Bowers 27-yard touchdown catch and run from Geno Smith. and then a field goal by Cam Little in the final seconds of regulation, and that tied the game at 23. That was from 48 yards out in overtime. The Trevor Lawrence touchdown over the top. He scores the touchdown. Cam Little's extra point was good, 10 plays and 44 yards. They had a big kickoff return. And then on the other side, the ensuing kickoff, Raheem Mostert of the Raiders had a 51-yard kickoff return. And then later on, of course, on that drive, Brock Bowers with a 2-yard reception from Geno Smith. And we saw and heard the 2-point conversion failed. 367 total yards for Jacksonville, 331 for the Las Vegas Raiders. You had Trevor Lawrence in the game today, 220 passing yards on 23 out of 34, 1 interception. Geno Smith, 284 yards on 29 of 39, 4 touchdowns and 1 interception. On the ground, it was Travis Etienne with 84 rushing yards. Ashton Genty had 42. And receiving yards, it was for the Raiders, Brock Bowers with 127 yards. Washington of Jacksonville had 90 yards receiving on 8 receptions. So once again, from Allegiant Stadium here in Las Vegas, your final score, it was Jacksonville 30 in overtime, defeating the Raiders 30-29.
Thank you so much, Tony, and that was an exciting finish. Like we said, every time you think you're getting a dud, whether it's the 1 o'clock window or the 4 o'clock window, there is always a few games. You know, the Rams-Saints game, blowout early. Bills-Chiefs came down to it, but it really didn't feel like it was coming down to it. And at the end, Jags-Raiders didn't disappoint. We'll come back. We'll finish up the show. We'll try to preview the primetime game, get to some more notes about the first half of the season. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, nothing came easy for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. The Bills stifling the Chiefs' high-powered attack, winning 28-21. Mahomes completed just 15 of 34 attempts, though he did still rack up 250 yards. The Bills improved to 6-2. The Chiefs fall to 5-4. Jaguars kicker Cam Little hit an NFL record 68-yard field goal at the conclusion of the first half in Las Vegas. That breaks the previous record by 2 yards. Little had kicked a 70-yard field goal in the preseason. In overtime, Geno Smith threw a third touchdown of the game to Brock Bowers with 16 seconds left. The Raiders went for 2 in the win. They failed. The Jaguars hold on for a 30-29 win. The Rams blow out the Saints 34-10. Matthew Stafford threw 4 touchdowns. Tyler Shuck 1 touchdown his first NFL start. The Rams improve to 6-2. Another heartbreaking loss for the Bengals. The Bears storm back 47-42, the final in Cincinnati. The Bears improved to 5-3. That's tied with the Lions in the NFC North. The Lions bested by the Vikings 27-24. J.J. McCarthy passing for 2 touchdowns and running for another in the Minnesota win. The Packers still sit atop the NFC North despite losing to Rico Dowdle and the Panthers 16-13. Green Bay also fears that tight end Tucker Kraft tore his ACL. The Patriots are first place in the AFC East, even with the Bills win. The Patriots are 7-2, edging the Falcons 24-23. Parker Romo missing an extra point in the final minutes to cost Atlanta. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud exited with a concussion. The Broncos scored 11 unanswered in the fourth. They win in Houston 18-15. Denver is 7-2. Chargers topped the Titans by a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey with a pair of touchdowns, and the 49ers win over the Giants. Tonight, Jaden Daniels is back for the 3-5 Commanders as they host Sam Darnold and the 5-2 Seahawks. College football, Auburn fires head coach Hugh Freeze. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. One more segment for me Jody's got you all the way till 10, and we got a lot to get to. An exciting finish in the 4 o'clock window. The Bills knock off the Chiefs 28-21. The Jags in overtime beat the Raiders 30-29, and the Rams win 34-10. Jody, we gave the MVP, and I know we got to get to the primetime game as well, but as early on in this season, Rookie of the Year, who has been the most impressive rookie for you?
And because unlike MVP, which has got the word valuable in it, and I think that has to include how good your team has been, it doesn't for Defensive Player of the Year or Rookie of the Year. Of the Year just means you put up the best numbers, you helped your team stay in games. I'm a Jackson Dart guy. I know the Giants stink, but their defense continues to get shredded week after week. Losing Scatterboo this week isn't going to help him going forward. But much like with the MVP award, it's kind of a quarterback's award, and it leans that direction. I think that Jackson Dart could actually get it, even though the Giants could win as few as 5 games.
Yeah, I was back and forth on this, and I really... And this guy that I picked has cooled off as of late. I went with Emeka Egbuka. I think Jackson Dart ultimately will end up winning it, and I think just because he's played a few less games than him, Egbuka right out the gate impressed me so much. And I think for a wide receiver, at times we see these guys, struggle to find their footing, and he just feels like the next great wideout in this league when they're all, especially with that offense, when you have a Mike Evans and a Chris Godwin, and I know his numbers have dropped a bit when they have, he's lost those 2 guys next to him. I really feel like he is the next great wideout in this league, somebody to go along and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and it was tough because I just look at Jackson Dart as clearly the best young quarterback in this draft, and it's not even close early, but early on, and I just want to give credit to him playing all 9 weeks, I'm going with Egbuka.
I'll sing his praises, too. I think he's going to be a darn good player, and he could be actually the leader. I'm taking a little bit of a preview look with Dart at this stage, but I'm not putting him in the same sentence with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Methinks you're moving a little too fast there, Mr. Gallo.
Well, I from what I've seen, how he came out of the gate, the way he's played, and it's not like that offense was clicking. I know they were more healthy at the time. Obviously, Evans was healthy, which I think is the key thing here. But the way he came out of the gate, I just feel like he's very special. He's a guy I was very high on in the draft. It's who I wanted the Broncos to take before they took the corner from Texas. But I am very high on him. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But right now he feels special. He feels like another one of these, elite pass catchers. And I only think he's going to go up as that team ascends. And Baker's benefited from him as a safety valve. 5 touchdowns, 562 yards on 34 receptions. He's off to a fast start. I really like what I've seen from the young kid. But I've also loved what I've seen from Jackson Dart, somebody who I thought was a terrible pick for the Giants. And it just shows Drake May, Jackson Dart. I don't know anything about the quarterback position.
Well, we'll see over time. You asked me to come up with Defensive Player of the Year, much like with Rookie of the Year. Doesn't matter the team's record. Myles Garrett is the best defensive player in the National Football League. He has been. He continues to be. He is right now. He would get my Defensive Player of the Year vote.
I agree with you. The only other guy I would put close to him is Brian Burns, and I feel like Brian Burns is a little bit more help on that defensive line than Garrett does. And I think overall that Browns unit is a more elite unit, and it starts with Myles Garrett. And it's one of those guys where I feel like every year I could vote for him to be Defensive Player of the Year.
But it tells you something. Being the leading sack guy in the National Football League is not the be-all, end-all, because the Browns are nowhere to be found, and the Giants are buried in the NFC East, and they have the 2 best sack guys in the NFL. I'll never turn my nose up at sacks, but if you think you're winning in the playoffs because you got the top sack guy, that has just not been the case.
No, and you look at, I think with the Broncos, I will give them credit. For somebody who loves the Broncos, I feel like I crap on them a lot. But they have gone with, instead of having one elite guy, they have 3 or 4 guys that are excelling, and maybe they're not Pro Bowl, All-Pro types, but they are all getting after the quarterback. And even with, again, stick with the Broncos, when Von Miller was leading them to a Super Bowl, it was a collective unit. They had DeMarcus Ware. They had Derek Wolfe. Any of these great pass rushes, the Bucs team that won that Super Bowl had a great pass rush. They had multiple guys, whether it was Shaq Barrett, I'm forgetting some of the other names, but they had a few pass rushers on that team. It wasn't just one guy getting after the quarterback. So, and it's what happens when you tie up a lot of money into a guy like Myles Garrett, and there's not enough money to go around to fix the rest of the team.
And oh, by the way, in the Sunday night game, one of the wide receivers who I would have ahead of Mecca Buka, I could give you three right off the top of my head. Puka Nacua is certainly better. I think Devontae Smith of the Eagles is better and will continue to be better. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, another former Ohio State guy. There's a whole bunch of Ohio State guys who turn into superstar wide receivers.
Yes.
I expect them to have a big game tonight and the Seahawks to win by at least a touchdown.
Yeah, and that's fair. And listen, I love Devontae Smith, and especially working in that market. But also, if you think about it, Jackson Smith-Njigba's first year, he had under 1,000 yards, 63 receptions. So I do think that he obviously showed glimpses just like Ibuka has. They are obviously right now not in the same class. I think he could get to that level. Real quick, because we're up against it, you spoke about the Sunday night game. I feel like, the Commanders are kind of playing for their season right now, and the Seahawks are just playing to solidify themselves in a tough NFC West. How do you like this one?
I got, as I said, with Njigba having a 100-yard game, he gets it almost every single week from Darnold. I think the Seahawks continue to stay right in that mix in the West and win by a touchdown. And, oh, by the way, you asked me disappointing teams. Commanders are it! And I know that the big guy missed a couple of games and Marcus Mariota didn't help him any, but they were losing games with Daniels as the quarterback too. So I would call Washington the biggest disappointment so far this year.
Mine, I was going to go with, I have two written down, and it was either the Raiders or the Dolphins. I do think the Dolphins are a bigger disappointment than the Raiders because I think only Pete Carroll thought that team could compete, whereas I thought the Dolphins would be a lot better than what they are. And the GM lost his job. The head coach is going to lose his job soon, and they may blow it up at the deadline. Jody, you are the man. I appreciate you. I will talk to you again next week.
Mr. Gallo, I'll be back here in 7 days. If you're here, I'll join you.
Oh, I'll be here. Don't you worry. Stay tuned. Jody's got you for the next 2 hours. I'll be back next week, same time, same place. Gridiron Game Day on Infinity Sportsnet every week, 12 to 8. All the action, scores, updates, everything right here. Stay tuned for Jody. He's got more about recapping the day and all the big upsets and non-upsets. We will talk to you next week. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. Talk to you next week.